Chapter 676, Dragonflying into Danger. Chapter 676, Dragonflying into Danger. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli could feel its power despite being hidden in the smoke. The corpse was like a terrifying, huge gaping mouth that could swallow him whole. It was a feeling he hadn't felt as strongly when he had first passed the corpse, when he hadn't yet reached the nascent soul realm. Things were different now. He was hovering above the corpse in mid-air instead of just passing by quickly. His level of cultivation had increased, and his spiritual senses had grown sharper. He could sense everything more clearly now. I feel intense danger. Wang Baoli fell silent. He was hesitant about what he was planning to do. Then, he thought about the gains that awaited him in the third palace and gritted his teeth. Sometimes, you have to be hard on yourself in order to gain certain rare opportunities. You may even have to risk your own life. Of course, we should always have backup plans in place so that we have a chance to escape unharmed, should the situation call for that, Wang Baoli muttered to himself. His eyes shone fiercely, and he suddenly started reciting. Enlightened. As soon as the first word was uttered, a familiar presence that seemed to come from the deepest parts of the universe descended. The spirit energy emanating from the corpse seemed to freeze momentarily, allowing Wang Baoli to release a sigh of relief. I thought it didn't work anymore. So it still works. Wang Baoli stared skyward sheepishly, then stopped his incantation. With a series of hand seals, he separated from the flying smoke and shifted away, ready to approach the corpse in the sea of blood. It was then that the corpse suddenly shuddered. Hair suddenly appeared on the body, on its exposed skin and the skin hidden beneath its tattered clothes. Despite having died, the hair on the body didn't shrivel and fall away. It survived, in some strange and bizarre condition, having undergone some form of evolution. It was as if the hair possessed a mind of its own. The hair was dark green in color and as thick as a person's arm. It grew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the ends of the hair split open, like gaping mouths, transforming the hairs into green snakes attached to the corpse. There were countless of them, clustered together and swaying in the breeze. It was a terrifying sight to behold. The snakes turned their eyes towards Wang Baoli. He could feel an intense danger rushing over him, hear alarm bells blaring loudly in his head, and feel every muscle in his body trembling. Every cell in his body was screaming. Even his nascent soul opened its piercing eyes. The snakes hissed loudly. Then, hundreds of snakes lifted their serpentine bodies and transformed into a massive green blur that charged at Wang Baoli, ready to devour him. They looked like the release of hundreds of arrows. Numerous other hissing snakes followed behind the first wave of snakes. In the distance were several larger green pythons. They tore their way out of a tattered daoist robe, fearsome-looking and utterly terrifying. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed as danger rushed at him. He raised his right hand, then pressed it against the ground as he roared. Enlightened. The same powerful presence from space descended once again, enveloping the entire region. The green snakes shrieked and retreated immediately. Their bodies trembled and cowered on the ground. They dared not move a single inch forward. Wang Baoli perked up when he saw how effective the sutra was. Without hesitation, he crossed the skies and appeared above the corpse, right where its identity token was located. To play it safe, he shouted again. Prisoner of the Tao of Heaven. A silent explosion seemed to have erupted inside the minds of the green snakes. Many of them shriveled and died, and a few started foaming at the mouth. Even the larger ones in the distance cowered. As for the ones around Wang Baoli, they fled instantly, leaving him standing alone in the area. He knew how dangerous this place was, so he continued reciting parts of the sutra sheepishly and yet without any hesitation. After shouting out the second line of the sutra, he swiftly knelt down and grabbed the identity token on the corpse. The corpse was huge, which meant that the identity token was strangely huge as well. However, as soon as Wang Baoli touched it, a bright light erupted from the identity token. It seemed to recognize Wang Baoli and grant him permission to take the identity token. The bright light shrunk rapidly to the size of a human palm within the blink of an eye. Wang Baoli grabbed it and stuffed it into his storage bag without taking a second look. Everything happened very quickly. Wang Baoli's breathing came in quick huffs and pants, and there were still alarm bells ringing in his head. The danger he felt didn't disappear with his chanting of the sutra and the subsequent cowering of the green snakes. Instead, it seemed to have intensified. Wang Baoli was about to make his escape when his eyes suddenly landed on the corpse's skin. He clenched his jaw. It's a struggle trying to get down here. Since I'm already here, I should get some blood. The identity token alone might not be enough. He knew that what lay before him was a corpse and that the chances of it having any blood left in it were slim, but based on what he could assess from the color of the corpse's skin, Wang Baoli was hopeful. Thoughts churned in his head as he raised both his hands. With his left, he grabbed at the edge of the sea of blood, while his right formed a series of hand seals. An incomplete flame snatched the arch armor appeared and, along with it, the divine armament arm. The armor's meridians entwined with the arm as the latter unleashed the power of a divine armament, which charged towards and drilled into the corpse's skin. Droplets from the blood sea the size of one's fist were caught inside Wang Baoli's left hand then put away. Meanwhile, the divine armament arm on his right hand landed a blow on the corpse's skin. Wang Baoli might have had a divine armament and attained a breakthrough in his cultivation, but the corpse had clearly been extremely powerful in its past life. Its skin remained extremely hard after its death. Despite Wang Baoli's efforts, he only managed to inflict minute cracks in the skin. There was no way he was getting blood from those cracks. He would have to unleash his full cultivation repeatedly and spend some time on this to even have a chance of succeeding. But he didn't have the luxury of time. Ripples appeared in the sea of blood around the corpse. Something under the waters seemed to be approaching rapidly. The sense of danger that Wang Baoli had been feeling grew more intense as the unknown entity approached. Wang Baoli began to panic. He looked around him, eyes sweeping across the landscape before he suddenly flashed. He shifted away and reappeared in another spot thousands of feet away. This was the corpse's chest. A huge, gaping wound, clearly fatal and extremely gruesome, appeared before Wang Baoli. He immediately knelt down and pressed his right palm over the wound. His eyes shone intensely, and his nascent soul had the same bright look in its eyes. With a series of hand seals, he unleashed the full power of his devouring seed, causing an overpowering suction force to erupt from his arm. It surged out from Wang Baoli's palm, went into the corpse through the wound, and spread throughout the corpse. It didn't take long before Wang Baoli sensed tiny slivers of blood gathering into droplets of blood. It was then that the corpse suddenly shuddered, and the green snakes began to stir again. At the same time, the ripples in the surrounding sea of blood grew into waves. The creature in the waters was angry. The sea erupted in the next moment. Rising to the heavens were two enormous wings that resembled a cicada's. They sliced through the surface of the sea. Two halves of a pair of huge wings, which looked like sails, were peering out from the water. The patterns on the wings resembled runes as well as an imprisoned demon sealed within. Its face was contorted into a gruesome expression that looked nothing but evil. Two large bulging eyes floated to the surface of the sea, appearing right between the wings. A sudden sense of danger, indescribable and overwhelming, exploded inside Wang Baoli's head as soon as the creature appeared. A fierce light flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes. The devouring seed continued churning in his right hand as he raised his left hand and pointed at the sea of blood. All sentient beings must endure immeasurable calamities. Boom! The pressure weighing down from the heavens intensified. Wang Baoli's repeated use of the sutra had taught him that the terrifying presence summoned by his sutra would appear more powerful, as he continued his incantation. He never went beyond the first two lines since he was fearful of what would happen if he did. This was an emergency, though, which was why he had panicked and spoken the third line. The suppressive force over them intensified. The creature that had emerged from the sea of blood trembled, as if pinned down by an enormous, invisible hand. It stopped its ascent momentarily. It was then that the devouring seed was finally done with its work. A drop of dark red blood, encircled by trails of blood, appeared in the middle of Wang Baoli's palm. Its appearance was like a catalyst, and the creature in the water suddenly roared and charged out of the sea. The sea of blood erupted, and something huge appeared above the sea. It looked like a dragonfly, except many, many times bigger. It was blood red all over and a terrifying sight. Its eyes, filled with violence and madness, stared straight at Wang Baoli. Chapter 677, I said, unlock. Chapter 677, I said, unlock. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli's pupils contracted the moment the blood-colored dragonfly revealed itself. Without hesitation, he grabbed the drop of dark red blood and disappeared. Two crimson blades of wind slashed through the air where Wang Baoli had been from opposing directions, tearing up the air itself. It formed a huge bloody cross in the sky. Wang Baoli's scalp prickled when he saw that the next time he reappeared a distance away. He could feel the power emanating from the dragonfly. It was greater than that of a nascent soul realm cultivator and might be at the soul conduit realm, or even higher. What a huge beast! The thought flashed across his mind. The dragonfly had risen, thundering, from the sea of blood the second it had attacked. Wang Baoli had no idea where the deafening sound resonating in the air was coming from, its mouth or its gigantic flapping wings. The beast charged straight at Wang Baoli. It reappeared almost right before Wang Baoli's eyes in the next instant, prepared to rip Wang Baoli apart and devour him. Wang Baoli would never have been able to avoid the attack prior to his reaching the nascent soul realm. He wouldn't even have been able to see the dragonfly move. It would have been instant death for him. He had his stellar nascent soul now, though. The sun, which was in the vicinity, might not be a planet and hence was unable to provide him any boost in power, but he had still just received a considerable boost to his cultivation through his breakthrough. He shifted immediately and managed to dodge the incoming charge. Regardless, the dragonfly was still much more powerful than he was. During his successful evasion, a lock of Wang Baoli's hair somehow still got caught in the attack. The stray locks of hair were sliced off and went drifting in the wind. Wang Baoli's heart raced. He raised his right hand then quickly muttered the sutra in his head again. It only takes a thought to leave the deep prison. That was the fourth line of the sutra. And this was what he shouted to the beast. Insolent beast! The heavens and earth rumbled as the mysterious consciousness descended upon them once again, thundering. The power it was displaying had grown. It was like an enormous, invisible hand, exerting immense pressure over everything as it surged down from the heavens, and pressed heavily on the dragonfly that was charging towards Wang Baoli. It had no physical form. Nevertheless, the dragonfly released a scream of terror and immediately retreated, cowering in fear. Wang Baoli saw how well the sutra had worked and knew this was his chance, his narrow window of opportunity to escape death. He moved quickly away again, reappearing somewhere considerably further away. He then unleashed his full speed with the intention to leave the sea of blood. The dragonfly appeared to be furious upon sensing Wang Baoli's attempt to escape. Violence colored its eyes, and its wings flapped furiously. Wang Baoli had no idea what was going through its head. It howled again, then, with another fierce flap of its wings, fought back against the immense terror gripping its mind and went after Wang Baoli again. What a stubborn creature! Wang Baoli panicked. There was no time to think. He turned around and yelled out loud, no longer in the mood to maintain appearances, thinking the sutra in his head while saying something else out loud. Await! This was the beginning of the last line that he had been taught. It was comprised of 5 words. Wang Baoli uttered only the first. He was of the mind to utter the remaining 4, but something stopped him from doing so at the last moment. He didn't dare do it. The mysterious power exploded when he said that one word, reaching heights previously unscaled. It was like a tsunami, pulling everything under and holding them down. The entire region began to quake violently. The dragonfly was gripped by sheer terror. It shrieked and retreated desperately, transforming into a blur of red shadow that sent waves splashing as it fled back into the sea. It trembled violently underwater, stirring waves across the surface of the sea. Its bulging eyes remained above water, staring fearfully at Wang Baoli. It was a reassuring sight. With no one else in the area, Wang Baoli didn't feel the need to maintain the appearance of being some extremely powerful cultivator any longer. He unleashed his full speed and dashed away into the distance. The dragonfly seemed torn. It couldn't free itself from its terror though. It watched Wang Baoli fade into the distance and abandoned all thoughts of pursuit. After a long while, when peace and calm finally settled in the area again, the dragonfly flew out of the sea. It circled the corpse once, then howled as it flapped its wings wildly, as if voicing its anger. The space around it was torn apart immediately. The green snakes on the corpse trembled fearfully. It wasn't done yet. With another flap of its wings, the sea of blood started rippling violently. Blood rose to the sky, twisting and contorting, turning into the shape of a person. It was red in color and looked exactly like Wang Baoli. The dragonfly roared at the sight. It charged forward and sliced off an arm and a leg with its wing. Then, it opened its mouth and sank its teeth into half of the body formed from blood. The assault continued until the body was maimed and mutilated beyond recognition. That was when the dragonfly snorted, finally appeased. It replicated a couple more of those bodies that looked exactly like Wang Baoli and repeated the process. Having vented its anger and become satisfied, it returned to the sea of blood and disappeared without a trace. Wang Baoli couldn't bear witness to the scene. If he could, he would feel a chill over his entire body. There was no way he would try to anger the dragonfly again. It was clearly petty and the sort to hold grudges. Wang Baoli had teleported multiple times by this point and found himself an immortal platform. He used the traveling smoke and got himself back to the sword tip. This might have been a challenge to others, but Wang Baoli possessed the knowledge to operate the immortal platform and had just come from the sword tip. He knew which parts were safe for travel. It didn't take him long to return to the spot where the 3 palaces were located. Wang Baoli stood before the 3rd palace and stared at the thick sheet of ice encasing it with anticipation. He didn't have to guess. It was obvious that whatever reward was laying within it was greater than what he had gained from the last 2 palaces. He didn't wait. He took a deep breath and raised his right hand. Then, he pulled out the identity token and shouted. I said, unlock. As his voice echoed in the air, the 3rd palace began to rumble. An invisible power seemed to have permeated the air, one which resonated with the identity token in Wang Baoli's hand. The ice encasing the palace started to shake and seemed on the verge of shattering. Wang Baoli grew excited. He waited with anticipation. As time passed, he realized that apart from the shaking and quaking, nothing else was happening. The ice shook, but it didn't shatter. It was as if something was still missing. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. His left hand formed a series of hand seals, and his flame-snatched arch armor began to churn with power. He had self-destructed his first armor and had only managed to restore it to its first level. That was enough. Illusory meridians danced in the air and spread from Wang Baoli's left hand to his entire body. Wang Baoli's entire body was soon encased in the red flame-snatched arch armor. He took a deep breath and took out the drop of dark red blood. The tremors of the 3rd palace intensified instantly. Wang Baoli's eyes shone brightly as he infused the blood into his armor. He unleashed his full power, and the aura of the blood's owner erupted suddenly. Wang Baoli raised his right hand, thrust the identity token into the air, and shouted again. I said, unlock. As his words resonated in the air, a thundering explosion erupted from the 3rd palace. The ice ceiling it shattered and fell to the ground, and an immense power surged from the palace and enveloped Wang Baoli and the area around him. It seemed to voice its permission. As Wang Baoli took a few nervous breaths, a voice rang out. As an elder, you are qualified to shoulder the responsibility of defending the Dao Palace. You may access the 3rd spiritual palace for a chance to achieve phenomenal breakthroughs in your cultivation. It was a voice like thunder that filled the skies. The doors of the 3rd palace slid open, revealing a sliver of the mysterious and unfathomable sight that lay beyond those doors. Wang Baoli was beside himself with excitement. After the 1st and 2nd palaces, he already knew what to do. He dashed straight into the palace with a single step. He entered the palace instantly. Chapter 678, Many thanks to the Patriarch. Chapter 678, Many thanks to the Patriarch. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Pitch blackness transformed into an eerie darkness, then into gradual clarity after Wang Baoli stepped into the palace. Wang Baoli froze. He felt his hair stand. He stood, immobile, as his instincts told him to retreat. The inside of the 3rd palace was completely different from that of the former 2 palaces. There was no one inside testing his qualification. The space was also wider. Those weren't the only things that caused Wang Baoli's heart rate to pick up. There was also a huge pool in the palace spanning 1,000 feet. It was filled with milky white water that resembled something dairy. It gave off a strange fragrance that tempted one to drink a sip from the pool. A thin, wispy mist enveloped the space. Waves of spirit energy rippled in the area, enveloping the entire palace, and a strange weight seemed to hang in the air. The source of this pressure was the milky white pool in the middle of the palace. 11 lotus leaves gathered in the pond. There were people sitting atop 10 of those leaves, and only the 11th leaf was empty. That made 10 people in total. There were men and women amongst the 10 people. Through the mist, Wang Baoli could see that they were all thin and skeletal, unmoving as they sat there. The aura of death emanated from these 10 figures. They were like corpses. Their clothes looked similar to the clothes the corpse in the middle of the Sea of Blood wore. They were likely vast expanse Dao Palace elders of similar high ranking. Each one of them emanated power equally strong as well. Wang Baoli began to tremble, and the tremors intensified as the corpses' auras continued to affect him. What's going on with this palace? It's not simply different from the other 2 palaces, it also has so many corpses hiding in it. Wang Baoli's teeth chattered with fear. His breathing stopped momentarily, and he could hear his heart beating loudly in his ears. The corpses' auras and the atmosphere were giving him the creeps, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. He had half a mind to leave, but his body stuttered to a momentary stop after taking a step back. His eyes narrowed, then widened suddenly. There's spirit chi in the mist. It's incredibly rich too. He hadn't noticed that because of how nervous he had felt earlier. Now, he tried to relax part of his body and attempted to absorb a slight bit of the mist surrounding him. His body shuddered. The mist flowed inside him and spread throughout his body instantly. Comfort and a sense of fullness that he had never experienced before settled inside Wang Baoli. He felt eased and nourished. This spirit chi is different from the spirit chi found in the Federation and the Dao Palace. It seems to be more dynamic and of better quality. Wang Baoli licked his lips. He stared at the pool obscured by the mist and its milky white waters. He had no idea what the water was formed from, but it was obvious that it was some transformational liquid. There was spirit chi in the mist that had risen from the water, so the water itself must be extraordinary. Wang Baoli was slightly concerned about the corpses in the pool though. It didn't take him long before he cast his worries aside and walked into the mist. It might seem like a reckless action, but he had exercised full caution while doing so. He didn't step directly into the pool. Instead, he sat down outside, in the mist, and attempted to absorb the spirit chi within. Vast quantities of spirit chi entered his body. It began to emit sounds of cracking as an incredibly comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. It felt like being massaged by countless tiny hands, causing his exhaustion to melt away. Even his spirit felt comforted. He almost couldn't stop a moan from escaping his lips. Fortunately, he caught himself in time and reined himself in, preventing himself from making any strange noises. As his entire body relaxed and continued being nourished, his hair started to grow. His skin, flesh, and blood, as well as his bones, were transformed. He had resembled parched earth after his recent breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Now, it was as if rain had suddenly descended and nourished him. He was completely revitalized. He could feel his body growing stronger as vitality rushed inside him and nourished his body. His cultivation seemed to grow more powerful as well. The excitement inside Wang Baoli intensified as half an hour passed. His eyes shone brightly when he discovered that his cultivation had increased considerably. This must be some legendary, powerful spirit liquid. What a waste leaving it here. The elders' corpses can't absorb it anyway. Wang Baoli blinked. He stood up suddenly and cupped his fists towards the pool before him. Your humble disciple has intruded upon your rest rudely today. I was forced to do so and humbly request that the esteemed patriarchs do not fault my intrusion. The vast expanse Dao Palace is currently in an upheaval. I had no choice but to seek a breakthrough here and try to save the Dao Palace from danger with my increased cultivation. I seek your permission to bring the spirit liquid in this pool away with me so that it might help the vast expanse Dao Palace. Please give me a sign if you do not permit this. Wang Baoli had a serious expression on his face. He cupped his fists again and bowed after speaking, waiting there silently and obediently for a reply. A dozen or so seconds passed. Wang Baoli blinked and lifted his head, the expression on his face serious. He even looked slightly touched as he spoke again. The esteemed patriarchs are indeed righteous and just. I thank you for not objecting to my request. He felt incredibly consoled. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with him absorbing some of the spirit qi here. After all, he was an adopted disciple of the vast expanse Dao Palace and had little Missy with him. This was like home to him. Besides, it wasn't as if he hadn't asked first. The patriarchs didn't object to my request. It means they approve of me. Wang Baoli ignored the fact that they were unable to voice their objections and grew increasingly assured of his actions. He lifted his head and puffed his chest outward, then took a few steps forward, all the while continuing to absorb the spirit qi in the air. He kept absorbing spirit qi while advancing, stopping once in a while to digest the spirit qi he had absorbed. 4 hours passed. The mist in the air had grown significantly thinner. Nourished by the spirit qi he had absorbed, Wang Baoli's cultivation continued to grow after its initial stabilization. He was reaching the peak of the early-stage nascent soul realm. He steadily approached the pool as he continued advancing while absorbing spirit qi. Finally, he stood before the pool, excitement bright in his eyes. He stared at the water, hesitating for a moment before he muttered a few words of comfort to himself. Then, he formed a series of hand seals and pointed, retrieving a drop of milky liquid from the pool. The droplet exuded an enticing fragrance, almost tempting Wang Baoli to swallow it. He was quite the clean freak though and stopped himself from doing so. The devouring seed inside his body started to churn, causing an explosive suction force to erupt from his body, which traveled down to his finger and began sucking. The droplet of water vanished immediately. It turned into a white mist that entered Wang Baoli's finger and flowed through his entire body. There was an explosion in Wang Baoli's head. He shut his eyes. An incredible, unimaginably rich spirit qi erupted inside his body, flooding it like a tsunami. His nascent soul opened its eyes then. It sucked a breath in and began to absorb the spirit qi. A long while later, Wang Baoli opened his eyes, which were filled with intense excitement. Jackpot! He licked his lips. He assessed the increase in his level of cultivation and confirmed that the liquid had no adverse effect on his body. Then, without any hesitation, Wang Baoli immediately took a step forward and sat on the edge of the pool. He unleashed the full power of his devouring seed. A deafening rumbling resounded in his head, like a series of explosive thunder. Vast quantities of liquid rose from the pool and transformed into mist. They entered Wang Baoli's body through his pores, and he shuddered. His nascent soul was working overtime as it absorbed spirit qi hungrily. Waves of spirit energy rose and ebbed inside Wang Baoli, growing stronger with the passing of time. Blessed with the sudden and rich nourishment, his cultivation rose and reached the peak of the early-stage nascent soul realm. I can still go on. Come on. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened as he muttered to himself. He directed the devouring seed towards another round of mad absorption. His nascent soul emerged from his body and hovered above his head, forming a series of hand seals and drawing more liquid from the pool, increasing the rate of absorption. Mist rose and enveloped Wang Baoli in a thick blanket of spirit qi as he continued absorbing it, spiraling around him and seemingly transforming into an enormous vortex, the center of which sat Wang Baoli. He sat, oblivious, as one of the dried corpses on the lotus leaves in the middle of the pool suddenly stirred. Its eyelashes fluttered, and its eyes were on the verge of opening. Chapter 679, 3 Options. Chapter 679, 3 Options. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Spirit qi enveloped the area like a thick fog. Wang Baoli was busy absorbing the spirit qi and at a pivotal stage, trying to reach another milestone in his cultivation. He had no idea that one of the corpses was about to wake. This was a good thing. Anyone else in his place would be frightened out of their skin if they were to see the corpse open its eyes. If they were lucky, this would only cause a disruption in their cultivation. If they weren't, it might cause their spirit qi to spiral out of control. The corpse hadn't completely awakened, it had merely fluttered its eyelashes before it resumed its slumber. Wang Baoli was undisturbed as he continued sucking the spirit chi in the air madly, and his cultivation crept towards the next breakthrough. He intended to continue until his cultivation reached the mid-stage nascent soul realm. This would be considerably challenging for a typical cultivator who hadn't mastered his cultivation technique. Plenty of preparation would be required before he could embark on such an endeavor as well. Cultivation techniques were extremely important, regardless of which cultivation realm one was at. But Wang Baoli had a stellar nascent soul. This was where it showed itself to be uniquely different. Even without mastering any prerequisite cultivation techniques, he could push his cultivation towards greater heights just through the pure absorption of spirit chi. Because he didn't have any nascent soul realm cultivation techniques under his belt, any breakthrough in cultivation he experienced now couldn't be considered a true breakthrough. However, once he mastered the prerequisite cultivation techniques, he would be able to consolidate the gains in cultivation he had achieved without any adverse effects. Wang Baoli had no lack of cultivation techniques. His memories of the dark dream, the divine powers he had acquired in the vast expanse Tao Palace, and the gains he had gotten from the Eye of Infinite techniques meant that he had a very clear idea of how to proceed now that he was at the nascent soul realm. There was no need to trouble little Missy with questions. He had 7 to 8 plans formulated in his head, and each had their own pros and cons. He didn't make up his mind immediately since there were so many options to choose from. He wanted to study them in greater detail after he returned to the Federation. He would make up his mind after a careful assessment. A nascent soul realm cultivation technique could dictate a cultivator's future. The plans he had formulated all had incredible potential, and they could be grouped into 3 categories. The first plan placed a focus on the cultivation of his physical body, with his spirit chi holding a secondary, supplementary role. He would be able to physically carve out mountains from the earth and split the lands for rivers to flow through. He would be able to pluck stars out of the sky. If he chose this path, he would have 3 cultivation techniques to choose from. All of them were attractive options. The next plan would have him focusing on his divine powers. Through that, his awareness of and sensitivity to the universe's nomological laws would grow exponentially, which would speed up his cultivation progress. He could transform mere beings into soldiers, summon storms and command the winds. His unique stellar nascent soul meant that he would vastly surpass other cultivators at the same realm in terms of power, perhaps to the extent of overwhelming them with his commanding presence. There were also 3 cultivation techniques he could pick if he decided on this path. He would need to study them in more detail. The last plan caused Wang Baoli the most hesitation. It didn't focus on physical strength or one's sensitivity to the nomological laws. It only focused on one thing: killing. He would kill his way to the top. Should he pick this path, he would become a symbol of massacre and violence in the realm of the nascent souls. He would be the grim reaper of all living things. There was only one cultivation technique he could learn if he picked this path. It was the demonic eye art. It would allow him to form a seemingly tangible white eye that hovered around him, and became the physical manifestation of his cultivation technique. Its cultivation method was completely different from that required by other cultivation techniques. Its cultivator needed to do only one thing, and that was to kill. Each kill allowed him to create an eye, which would boost his level of cultivation. That, in essence, was the demonic eye. One could imagine the exponential increase in cultivation the cultivator would experience after massacring countless. He would be able to summon countless eyes. He would be surrounded by countless eyes. Each demonic eye had the ability to dispel spells and exuded an overpowering aura. The destructive force created from a demonic eye's self-destruction would be the equivalent of blowing up the person who had been killed, to create the demonic eye in the first place. This was a cultivation technique that was created for killing others. The more one killed, the more powerful one became, and the crazier one got. It wasn't found in the Eye of Infinite techniques or in any of the vast expanse Tao Palace's records. Even little Missy hadn't heard of it. This was something that Wang Baoli had read in the Dark Sect's records in his dark dream. Wang Baoli remembered distinctly reading about this in the Dark Sect's records. It was a lost mystic art that had originated from an extinct, ancient cultivation civilization. Only records of the nascent soul realm level of this mystic art survived. Anything beyond that had been lost. That was why it had been labeled as incomplete despite its incredible power. Let's not think about that first. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and set those thoughts aside. He focused on absorbing the spirit liquid in the pool. No matter which path he chose in the end, what mattered now was the absorption of the spirit chi in the pool and his reaching the mid-stage nascent soul realm. This would allow him to establish a sturdy foundation for whichever path he chose next. With that thought in mind, the devouring seed inside Wang Baoli increased its suction force. The tiny, fat nascent soul above his head pressed its tiny, fat hands together. They moved swiftly, a blur of movements as they formed a series of hand seals. He started sucking in vast quantities of spirit liquid like a gigantic whale. The spirit liquid continued its series of explosive eruptions inside his body, transforming into spirit chi that pushed his level of cultivation higher. Within 10 minutes, Wang Baoli's body started emitting sounds of cracking again. It was a sign that he had swallowed more than his body could bear. The spirit chi housed inside him had exceeded the limits of what an early-stage nascent soul realm cultivator could bear as well. He was now holding as much spirit chi as a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. His nascent soul was no longer a tiny fatty. It was a chubby, fleshy sphere. One could hardly tell that it was a nascent soul. Wang Baoli felt himself reach both his physical and spiritual limits. He couldn't catch his breath. However, he wasn't willing to just stop there. It took me so much effort to get in here. I can't just leave with that bit of spirit chi. Wang Baoli opened his eyes and stared at the pool before him. The bit that he had absorbed wasn't even 1/1000th of the pool's total volume. Determination flashed in his eyes. He wasn't going to go easy on himself now. Who cares if I get fat? I'm going to keep on draining the thing. He shouted inwardly, then took a deep breath. The devouring seed inside his body unleashed its full force again. An alarming volume of spirit chi surged into him once again, rushing through his body like a tsunami. With his nascent soul and physical body at their limits, Wang Baoli resorted to a familiar technique. He converted the spirit chi into spirit fat and stored the latter in his body. This might prove to be problematic for others, but it was a simple enough feat for Wang Baoli, who had his devouring seed. He could continue absorbing spirit chi until his body exploded. Wang Baoli's body ballooned. The waves of spirit energy emanating from his body grew increasingly powerful. Other nascent soul realm cultivators would have found it a shocking sight. The aura that he was exuding now would terrorize any ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator. Half an hour passed. Even breathing became increasingly difficult. He now looked almost like his nascent soul, a chubby, fleshy sphere, except bigger. His handsome face was nowhere in sight. People who knew him well wouldn't be able to recognize him at first sight. His will was willing, but his flesh weak. He had no choice but to stop. I have to stop now. If I keep this up, I won't even be able to get into the air. Wang Baoli opened his eyes with difficulty. He stared at his tummy, then at the pool. He gritted his teeth and sucked in a bit more spirit chi. Then, he finally forced himself to stop. He pulled out the puppets inside his storage bag. I might be done, but I still have my puppets. Determination flashed in his eyes. With a series of hand seals, he got the puppets into the pool and activated their spirit kernels. They became receptacles of the spirit liquid in the pool. He pulled out numerous bottles next, both big and small, and began filling them with spirit liquid. Even after doing that, there was still too much spirit liquid left untouched. Wang Baoli was faced with a dilemma and sank into deep thought. In the distance, on the lotus leaf, a corpse's eyelid suddenly twitched. It was the same corpse whose eyelashes had fluttered earlier. Its eyes opened narrowly, revealing faint white light within. Wang Baoli suddenly smacked his tummy then. How could I have forgotten the arch armor? Wang Baoli perked up instantly and hurriedly formed a series of hand seals. Streams of crimson meridians immediately emerged from his body and snaked around him, transforming into a red armor. Wang Baoli immediately unleashed the flame snatch. The flame snatch was a technique that relied on devouring, while the arch armor was an external vessel. They made a perfect match now, in the third palace, as they unleashed their combined powers. Vast quantities of spirit liquid rushed into the armor, transforming it drastically. More red meridians began to form and intertwine with one another in a thick blanket of meridians. The armor grew larger and taller. It was a gruesome sight to behold. The spirit chi brought the armor back from its former damaged state into a fully restored one. Its second stage of evolution, a skeletal structure, reappeared. Streaks of white could be seen amidst the mesh of red. They grew greater in number, exceeding its original number during Wang Baoli and Daoist Uran's battle, growing thicker and finally transforming into bone. Chapter 680 Li Wuchen is a jerk. Chapter 680 Li Wuchen is a jerk. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the pool, Wang Baoli resembled an overweight war god, fearsome like a beast and emanating bloodlust. On his right armored hand was the skeletal divine armament arm, whose power grew as it continued to be nourished by spirit chi. It had melded perfectly with Wang Baoli's armor. The power that it was exuding had far surpassed that of a nascent soul realm cultivator and was now at the soul conduit realm. One might imagine the power that Wang Baoli was capable of displaying should he unleash his full power. Should he meet Daoist Uran again, he would no longer have to rely on tricks to match the latter in battle. The water level in the pool finally seemed to have dipped slightly. The flame snatcher arch armor had gradually reached its limits, and absorbing any more spirit energy might just make it explode. That being said, Wang Baoli thought he could still attempt to do so. Just as he was about to continue, the corpse sitting atop the distant lotus leaf, whose eyes had been opened a sliver, opened its eyes fully. They were filled with confusion, haziness, and a white light. The corpse raised its right hand and flicked its finger lightly, and seemingly instinctively. An indescribable force exploded before Wang Baoli. He reeled back, dazed. Before he could react to the unexpected attack, his body was flung backward. He was thrown out of the pool, through the doors of the palace, and straight outside. What's going on? Wang Baoli's surprised shout continued to resonate in the halls before slowly fading away. The white light in the corpse's eyes dissipated at the same time, revealing a hint of clarity. It seemed as if it had only truly awakened then. The corpse surveyed its surroundings, seemingly dazed. It frowned a moment later after sensing the spirit energy around it. Li Wuchen's aura. No, there's an outsider as well, it muttered, then lowered its head and looked into the pool. After a long moment of silence, it shook his head. I've always suspected that rascal Li Wuchen was up to no good. I was right. What a greedy fellow, it muttered. Perhaps due to its recent awakening or serious injuries, which kept it from leaving, it didn't do anything else after that. It only shut its eyes and resumed its deep slumber. As for Wang Baoli, it was as if he had been chased out of the palace with an explosive, forceful attack. He couldn't stop his body from being flung outwards, no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he ended up 50,000 meters away from the palace, his head spinning and vision a blur. His body crashed into a mountain with a loud thud. It took him a while before he staggered out of the hole he had created in the side of the mountain. His hair was a mess, and he looked in a sorry state. He didn't suffer any serious injuries, but everywhere hurt. He grimaced and huffed angrily. What a miser! Didn't I ask for permission to take the water from the pool? No one objected then. Besides, I wasn't planning to take everything. I only absorbed a little bit. Wang Baoli recalled what happened in the palace and guessed correctly at what had occurred. Prior to his being driven out, he had seen one of the figures on the lotus leaves raise its hand. Those Dao Palace elders in the palace were likely still alive. Wang Baoli sighed and struggled to his feet. He stared at the top of his tummy, then turned his neck with some difficulty and looked around him. He was somewhere between the sword tip and the sword body. He stared in the direction of the palace longingly but decided to abandon all ideas after giving it some thought. So be it. So what if the palace doesn't want me around? There'll be some other place that welcomes my presence. I'm not hanging around here any longer. Back to the Federation, and my presidency. Wang Baoli muttered. He thought about the contributions he had made to the Federation and how he had destroyed Daoist Yuran, eliminating a threat to the Federation. That was an immense achievement. He had sent back so many cultivation techniques to the Federation as well. Little Duanmu had to make him the next president. It would be completely unreasonable if he didn't. Wang Baoli grew excited at that thought. Becoming the Federation president was something he had dreamed about his entire life. It had seemed a distant dream then, but now, it was something that was within reach. Wang Baoli perked up instantly. Even his pain faded away. He forgot the frustration and regret he had felt earlier and took to the air in search of an immortal platform. However, he had grown too fat. Spirit fat was particularly dense, as well, and therefore added greatly to his weight. The spirit fat Wang Baoli had on him had never exceeded 1/10 of what he had now. At the moment, his weight had reached startling heights. He looked like a mountain of flesh from afar. Any ordinary person who came across him would be terrified at first. They would think that they had just encountered some fearsome beast. Wang Baoli had only just ascended to the sky in high spirits when, in the next moment, he almost tumbled to the ground and landed on his head. He felt as if he were carrying a huge mountain on his back. It took him a great deal of effort before he righted himself. By then, he was covered in cold sweat. This won't do. I can't go back to the Federation now. I should return to the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island and try to lose some weight first. Wang Baoli breathed deeply. His weight was both a source of joy and grief. He recalled his family history of overweight ancestors and their premature deaths. He might be a cultivator now, but he was still concerned. Having made up his mind, Wang Baoli unleashed his full cultivation, pulled himself up, and dashed into the distance. He soon found an immortal platform. He transformed himself into a huge, bulging traveling mist, and began his journey across the sword body. Wang Baoli was unaware of Daoist Uran's resurrection at that moment. He was oblivious to the star-seeding Dao cultivator's presence inside the never-ending clan battleship. To his knowledge, Daoist Uran was dead, and the threat of war had been averted. That was why he had spent so much time in the three palaces, working hard for his breakthroughs in cultivation. That was why he had no idea that the Federation was currently engaged in a war with vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators who were under the never-ending clan's control. The war had broken out 1 month ago. Thankfully, Zhao Yameng had alerted the Federation in time. In addition, Duan Muke and Li Xingguan, as well as the other upper echelons of the Federation, had always treated the vast expanse Dao Palace as a potential threat and had planned accordingly. As a result, even though the war was taking a toll on the Federation, the fight that the Federation was putting up genuinely shocked Daoist Uran and the vast expanse Dao Palace. It shouldn't be surprising, though. The one thing that the Federation was skilled in was strategy and ambush. Their wisdom in war and tactics, the culmination of countless people's ideas and wisdom, was their strength. The 100 Seedling Plan was but a part of their setup. If that succeeded, they would see peaceful assimilation and coexistence. If it failed, however, they still had the Greater Mercury Array formation and anti-spirit bombs ready for deployment at any time. In fact, the Federation had run through numerous battle simulations. They had modified the simulations based on the information that Wang Baoli and the others had transmitted back to the Federation. Preparations for a potential war for their civilization's survival had been set in place many years ago, and 3 lines of defense had been set up. The first line of defense was Mercury. The second line of defense, Venus. The third, Mars. Should all 3 lines of defense fall, Earth would lose all hope of survival. No matter how flawless the Federation's plans were, there was always the risk of accidents occurring. The plan had numerous anti-spirit bombs buried underground on Mercury, the Federation's first line of defense. Mercury would be blown up as soon as the Federation sensed something was amiss. It would be a serious blow to the vast expanse Dao Palace that would also destroy the teleportation array formation. But Duan Muke had made a mistake. He had planned to wait for the vast expanse Dao Palace's military to arrive and to trigger the planet's explosion upon their arrival. He didn't only wish to destroy the teleportation array formation, he also wanted to deal a serious blow to the invading forces. However, the vast expanse Dao Palace's military had arrived too swiftly for him to take action. The power emanating from the never-ending clan battleship had overpowered Mercury's self-destruction. The Federation's plan had failed. They could only abandon their first line of defense and retreat to Venus, their second line of defense. The Federation had many years of preparation though. Even though the anti-spirit bombs had been overpowered during the attempt to blow up Mercury, the power that had been unleashed during their explosions had still managed to damage the never-ending clan battleship and shock Daoist Uran, and the vast expanse Tao Palace. The damage had been exacerbated by its prior damage and the destruction that had been caused by Wang Baoli. The vast expanse Tao Palace had to spend some time repairing the battleship. A brief window of uncertainty had thus emerged in the war. Chapter 681, Fishing? Chapter 681, Fishing? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Oblivious to the fact that war against the Federation had broken out, Wang Baoli continued traveling across the sword body. He flew speedily across the lands, passing spatial tiers, hexed regions, sudden changes in the landscape, as well as demons and beasts prowling the lands unharmed. Nothing seemed capable of stopping the traveling mist in its path as it crossed the vastness of the heavens and the earth swiftly. The traveling mist was so amazing that Wang Baoli began to regret the lost opportunity of displaying his majestic figure to the world. This is the last attempt at losing weight. Wang Baoli muttered to himself inside the traveling mist. His mind was made up. The first thing he was going to do when he returned to the Federation and became the Federation president was to make a declaration. He was going to redefine fatness as the new standard for beauty. Everyone will have to fatten themselves up. That's the only way to ensure that Earth progresses. It's the only way to strike fear into all extraterrestrial civilizations' hearts when they see us. The more he thought about it, the more the logic made sense. A huge figure was a strong visual impact, after all. I mean, when you place a huge mountain of flesh and a bean sprout next to one another, who are people gonna be more afraid of? Wang Baoli considered the scenario seriously and concluded that the former would be more terrifying. This strengthened his resolve. For humankind's survival, for the future of the civilization, and also to pick apart and solve the genetic mystery that caused the premature deaths of my ancestors. There might actually be some incredible secret hiding somewhere in there. Wang Baoli allowed his imagination to run wild while he approached the sword handle steadily. An hour passed. At his current speed, Wang Baoli believed that he would be able to leave the sword body in another hour. He began fantasizing about his future again, anticipation growing in his heart as he traveled. Then, suddenly, something caught his attention. The traveling mist stilled in mid-air. It shifted and revealed Wang Baoli's surprised face. I sense Soul Conduit Realm divine powers. His head tilted towards the northwest as he gazed into the distance. His eyes didn't manage to see anything amiss. However, since his cultivation had reached the nascent soul realm, his spiritual senses had improved exponentially. His senses were hinting that something was going on there. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He thought for a bit, then steered the traveling mist northwest. Darkness blanketed the region while hexes littered the lands in the northwest. Spatial tiers appeared in the sky randomly. In the heavens, a middle-aged woman, face pale and hair loosened and in a mess, was running for her life. She was seriously injured, and her fleeing at full speed didn't help with her wounds. Blood flowed freely from her lips. Behind her were numerous figures exuding an icy aura and giving chase. They came from all directions, surrounding the woman and leaving her nowhere to escape. The pursuers weren't Tao Palace cultivators. Their 3 heads and 6 arms clearly identified them as never-ending clan members. The woman was a familiar face that would be recognized immediately by any cultivator of the Tao Palace. She was one of the 4 Grand Supreme Elders of the vast expanse Tao Palace, Feng Churan. Zhao Yameng hadn't been the only one who had escaped when Wang Baoli had blown up his Thirach armor in the never-ending clan battleship, and disrupted the latter's teleportation interference. Feng Churan had escaped as well. Compared to Zhao Yameng, Feng Churan had clearly been identified as an important target by Daoist Uran. Even though the latter had chosen to go after Wang Baoli in a moment of anger, he hadn't forgotten to send never-ending clan members after Feng Churan as well. After his resurrection, Daoist Uran led Mieliezi and the never-ending clan battleship off of the ancient sword and towards the Federation. Regardless, his orders to pursue and kill Feng Churan had remained. Feng Churan had spent her time in hiding all this while, narrowly escaping death. If she wasn't at the Soul Conduit realm and didn't have a few unique lifesavers up her sleeve, she would have been killed a long time ago. Nevertheless, Feng Churan was now at the end of her rope. Her cultivation had fallen from the soul conduit realm to the nascent soul realm, and she had once again been discovered. She had no choice but to run. However, the severity of her injuries, the extent of her exhaustion, and the ceaseless, punishing guilt she felt had taken a toll on her. She was a dead cultivator walking. She had no hope, no future in sight, no possibility of surviving this. Her fate had been determined the moment she stepped onto the battleship. Is this the end for me? A tragic smile painted Feng Churan's lips. She spat out a mouthful of blood, no longer able to control the injuries wrecking her body. They continued to unleash havoc inside her. Her internal organs were bruised and bleeding, her meridians collapsed in multiple places. Life was slowly draining out of her. She felt only despair. Her vision was a blur as 3 never-ending clan cultivators flanked her on both sides. Icy glints flickered in their eyes as they charged towards her like arrows released from a bow. Another never-ending clan cultivator behind her did the same, unleashing a sudden burst of speed and rushing straight at her. In front of Feng Churan, slightly to her right, another never-ending clan cultivator dashed towards her as well. There were 5 of them, some with a cruel twist to their lips, some devoid of all emotion, and some excited. They had old, unhealed injuries and were only at the nascent soul realm. But it wasn't impossible for the 5 of them to take on a grievously injured Feng Churan. If they hadn't been worried about Feng Churan unleashing a final lethal attack before her death, they would have killed her some time ago. They had kept her alive for another reason. Daoisturan wanted her captured alive, if possible. Having Feng Churan under his control would be akin to having another soul conduit realm cultivator under his command. Besides, Feng Churan held an important position and status in the Dao Palace. She could help Daoisturan strengthen his hold over the Dao Palace. That was why Feng Churan was still alive now. Nevertheless, she was at her wit's end. She was like prey caught in a trap, powerless and hardly a threat at all. The 5 never-ending clan cultivators finally closed in for the kill. Thunder rumbled in the skies. A faint, glowing barrier materialized around Feng Churan as the 5 never-ending clan cultivators charged at her, blocking their spells and creating a backlash that drove her enemies back. They didn't suffer many injuries from the backlash. Feng Churan, on the other hand, spat out a mouthful of blood as she stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to maintain flight. The 5 never-ending clan cultivators rushed at Feng Churan instantly. 2 of them formed a series of hand seals and barked out a curse. Emijin. A sudden overpowering force, capable of trapping one's spirit, descended from the sky. The other 3 never-ending clan cultivators each whipped out a small mirror. The light reflected from the mirrors transformed into a large illusory web. They dashed towards Feng Churan and flung the web over her. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The 5 cultivators had coordinated their attacks flawlessly, and in her current state, Feng Churan was hardly a match for them. The glowing web fell over her in the next instant and bound her tightly within. Lightning crackled as it surged through the web, causing Feng Churan to spit out another mouthful of blood and pass out. Let's go! The 5 never-ending clan members didn't hesitate. They transformed into 5 rainbows immediately and dashed off into the distance. They intended to leave this place and report their successful capture. Just as they were about to depart, however, mist suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It seemed like an ordinary mist at first. Then, it seemed to recognize the 5 never-ending clan members for who they were. The mist began to shift. It grew in size suddenly, amidst a series of deafening rumbles, and transformed into an enormous face. It was Wang Baoli. He saw the 5 never-ending clan members as well as Feng Churan, unconscious and caught inside the web of light. The 5 never-ending clan members turned their eyes towards Wang Baoli as soon as he appeared. An intense light appeared in their eyes. They didn't leave. Instead, they stopped. A smile appeared on one cultivator's face, one tinged with cruelty and scorn. He put Feng Churan in his storage bag, then said something to his companions in the never-ending clan's language. You lost the bet. I said we didn't need to hurry to capture Feng Churan. If we continued chasing her for a while, it'd definitely draw out some other unlucky soul. Look, see what we managed to fish out. Wang Baoli's eyes shone brightly as he hovered in mid-air. He started reciting the sutra in his head before any of the never-ending clan members could reply to their companion. Then, as an immense power descended from the heavens, he said coolly, in the ancient dark sect's tongue, "Have you ever caught a shark?" As soon as he said that, the awesome power of the sutra shot down from the skies and flooded the area. The smoke that formed Wang Baoli's face roared and boiled, then rushed towards the 5 never-ending clan members with the force of a tsunami. Chapter 682, A Gigantic, Fearsome Monster. Chapter 682, A Gigantic, Fearsome Monster. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli recited the sutra in his head while saying something completely different out loud and unleashing an attack on his enemies. This was something he had done on numerous occasions. It had become a familiar dance. The power of the sutra descended from the heavens, striking fear and awe into the hearts of the 5 never-ending clan cultivators. Their minds went blank. Despite being battle-hardened warriors, they were still shocked by the sudden display of power. Only 2 of them managed to retreat in time. The other 3 cultivators had been too slow. In an instant, Wang Baoli arrived before them, accompanied by a stormy cloud of mist. A deafening thunder rose to the skies. The mist exploded, the resultant shock waves forcing blood from the 3 never-ending clan cultivators' mouths. The one who had spoken earlier had been caught right in the middle of the explosion. An enormous, fat hand reached out suddenly and grabbed him by his head. Wang Baoli materialized, pressed his palm heavily onto the never-ending clan cultivator's head, and shoved him landwards like he was dropping a lead ball from extreme heights. Everything happened rapidly. A thunderous boom erupted in the next moment as a huge crater appeared in the ground. It was where Wang Baoli had slammed the never-ending clan cultivator. The cultivator's pained scream was lost in the loudness of the crash. Alarm flashed across the faces of the other 4 never-ending clan members hovering in mid-air. Incredulity colored their faces as Wang Baoli slowly walked out from the crater. He was a towering mountain of flesh, fearsome-looking. He hardly resembled a human at all, looking more like a mad, crazed ancient beast. The power he emanated filled the air and struck terror in the hearts of the never-ending clan cultivators. What made the sight more terrifying was the countless blood-red meridians dancing in the air around the mountainous lump of flesh like tentacles. They intertwined together and transformed into a gruesome-looking armor as Wang Baoli stepped out from the crater, adding another layer of visual violence to his person. He looked like an enormous, overweight war god. Dragged along by his right hand was a corpse. All 3 of its heads had been blown apart, and a trail of blood painted the ground. The sight sent horror shivering up everyone's spines. "Which civilization are you from?" "This land belongs to the never-ending clan." There might have been some misunderstanding here. The 4 cultivators eyed the scene and hurried to speak while communicating hastily amongst themselves. "What is that monster? I've heard of some clan that's called the Giant Civilization or something like that. Everyone in that civilization is born as a lump of flesh that grows bigger in size as they progress in cultivation. They continue growing until they are large enough to devour an entire planet. This guy was just at the nascent soul realm earlier before he suddenly displayed a power that rivaled a soul conduit realm cultivator. Could he be from the Giant Civilization?" The 4 never-ending clan members' breathing quickened in their nervousness. The spirit energy that Wang Baoli had unleashed, as well as his unbelievably enormous frame, had them terrified beyond measure. Wang Baoli couldn't care less about what they said. He dragged the corpse out, his eyes flashing with an icy glint. Then, with a sudden explosion of speed, he rushed towards the never-ending clan cultivators in mid-air. It was like seeing an enormous meatball rolling towards oneself. Alarm flashed across his enemies' faces, and they retreated hurriedly. It was then that the sutra's power made a reappearance, descending from the heavens in a soundless explosion. The 4 cultivators shuddered, their senses stunned and minds dazed. Wang Baoli caught up to them, but instead of unleashing a punch, he charged straight into one of the cultivators with his mountain-like form. Thunderous booms resonated in the air. The power unleashed by both the Dharach armor and Wang Baoli's physical body culminated in a terrifying blow. It was like being hit by a small meteorite. The sound of bones shattering and screams of pain rang out. The cultivator who had suffered Wang Baoli's charge head-on failed to withstand the attack. His body blew up instantly, filling the air with blood. His nascent soul tried to escape, but it failed to evade Wang Baoli's devouring seed and flame snatch. The nascent soul struggled, but to no avail, to escape the sudden eruption of an immense suction force. It was dragged over to Wang Baoli. The flame snatch immediately consumed it like one would eat a snack. Wang Baoli burped, licked his lips, then turned towards the remaining 3 never-ending clan cultivators. They were trembling, their scalps prickling with numbness. They retreated immediately and without hesitation, then they split 3 ways and fled into the distance. Trying to escape? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He flung the headless corpse gripped in his right hand outward violently, hitting one of the never-ending clan cultivators running away to his right. His thoracic armor spasmed and came apart, transforming into crimson meridians that flew out and raced towards another never-ending clan cultivator. They caught up with him immediately. The cultivator roared and struggled, but it didn't matter. The meridians crawled over and encased him in armor. The thoracic armor had become his prison. His screams of fear were silenced instantly. Wang Baoli then dashed forward and reappeared in mid-air. He was going after the next never-ending clan cultivator. His battle capabilities had been reduced from the Soul Conduit realm without his thoracic armor. Regardless, his strong physical body, his nascent soul realm cultivation, and the vast stores of spirit chi inside him meant that he was still a lethal force to be reckoned with. He unleashed whatever spirit chi he held inside him without holding anything back. The never-ending clan cultivator only managed to hold his own for a few counts in the explosion of all that power. Wang Baoli pummeled him with 10 supernova punches and sent him spiraling to the ground, heavily injured and with blood spilling from his lips. With a wave of his hand, numerous puppets rushed out and trapped the fallen never-ending clan cultivator. To prevent the cultivator's nascent soul from escaping, Wang Baoli kicked him in his dantian. The kick sent waves of spirit energy into the cultivator, trapping his nascent soul. Everything happened within the blink of an eye. The surviving never-ending clan cultivator, who had escaped towards the right, had reeled back in shock as he witnessed Wang Baoli suppress his last 2 companions with ease. He dodged the corpse that Wang Baoli had flung at him and was about to run away at full speed. It was then that the headless corpse suddenly exploded. Numerous black strands shot out from the explosion of blood and flesh, gathered together, and formed the silhouette of a person. It was Wang Baoli's avatar. The avatar rushed out to stop the cultivator from escaping. Of course, that wasn't its primary objective. It had only one aim, and that was, to exchange places with Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli switched places with his avatar instantly. The switch happened too quickly. The final surviving never-ending clan cultivator, heart racing with fear, didn't even have the time to speed up before he was caught by Wang Baoli. Screams of terror pierced the air as Wang Baoli's vast spirit energy, as well as his sutra's power, crashed down. The never-ending clan cultivator's 2 heads were smashed instantly. He crashed to the ground and fainted. Out of 5 never-ending clan members, 2 were killed, another 2 were injured, and the last was sealed within a short period of time. Anyone who had witnessed the battle would have been shocked beyond measure. Wang Baoli would have been equally proud, but he wasn't in the mood for that now. Feng Churan had been hunted relentlessly, and the never-ending clan was running wild. This was not what he had expected. Maybe Daoisturan isn't the only mastermind behind this whole thing? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He grabbed the unconscious never-ending clan cultivator and, with a sudden step, reappeared next to the never-ending clan cultivator who had been bound by his puppets. The never-ending clan cultivator's dantian had suffered serious injuries. His cultivation had been dealt a heavy blow, and his nascent soul was trapped and unable to escape. He was also bound tightly by numerous puppets. All he could do was watch as Wang Baoli walked over. Venom filled his eyes as he spoke with a hoarse voice. "I don't care who you are. You've just offended the never-ending clan. You talk too much," Wang Baoli said casually. His left hand pressed abruptly onto the head of the talking never-ending clan cultivator, unleashing the soul-searching spell. He hadn't been able to wield it effectively in the past, but it had become easier now that he was at the nascent soul realm. The never-ending clan cultivator shuddered violently and released a pained scream. The expression on Wang Baoli's face darkened immediately after. A dozen counts later, he suddenly lifted his head, his breathing quickened. He looked incredulous. He turned towards the unconscious never-ending clan cultivator and performed the soul-searching spell again. He still couldn't believe the information he had gotten from his second attempt. He flew over to where his Tharach armor was and grabbed the never-ending clan cultivator trapped inside the armor. He unleashed the soul-searching spell again. The answer he got from all three attempts was the same. Daoisturan wasn't dead. The vast expanse Dao Palace and the Federation were in the midst of all-out war. Chapter 683, Return. Chapter 683, Return. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. On the ancient sword, with skies dark and scarred with spatial tears and lands littered with hexed regions, Wang Baoli stood, a dark, stormy expression on his face. He couldn't understand how Daoisturan had resurrected from the fatal attack. Was it an avatar? Wang Baoli fell silent as doubt colored his eyes. An icy glint flickered within as waves of cultivation surged out from his person. They were tinged with violence. There's not much time left. Wang Baoli shut his eyes, took a few breaths, then opened them again. Without hesitation, he pulled open the storage bags belonging to the never-ending clan members and found Feng Churan, who had been sealed and stored away inside. Feng Churan was unconscious and heavily injured, her vitality and spirit energy entirely spent. The cause of it all wasn't only her injuries but also because she hadn't had any time to heal herself. As a result, her injuries had gotten worse, and her cultivation had fallen to the nascent soul realm. Feng Churan had stood on Wang Baoli's side and protected him. Her attitude towards the Federation was another reason why Wang Baoli had to save her. Despite the anxiety wrecking him at the moment, he forced himself to calm down. He pulled out a bottle and poured out the spirit liquid inside. With a series of hand seals, he directed the spirit liquid into Feng Churan's body. The spirit liquid was no ordinary liquid, and a single bottle produced incredible results. Feng Churan's deathly pale complexion gained a rosy blush as she absorbed the liquid. She shuddered and awakened. Her pupils contracted when she saw Wang Baoli. She was finally convinced of Wang Baoli's identity after his explanation. She wasn't surprised at Wang Baoli's breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Regardless, she was still startled when she noticed the never-ending clan corpses around them. She could somehow sense the unconventional nature of Wang Baoli's breakthrough. However, now wasn't the time to ask for details. They didn't waste any time at all. After a brief exchange of information, they immediately took flight and headed for the vast expanse Dao Palace at the sword handle. The teleportation array formation in the Dao Palace was the only means of leaving the ancient sword. They were aware of the danger they might be walking into when they reappeared on the other side of the array formation, on Mercury. Regardless, they were left with no other option to return to the Federation. Baoli, the spirit liquid in this bottle is extraordinary. Its richness surpasses anything I've seen, even when the Dao Palace was in its full glory. It is your destiny to have come by such a bottle. Don't waste it on me. Hold on to this. When we return to the Federation, you, Feng Churan, managed to control the extent of her injuries with the help of the spirit liquid that Wang Baoli had given her earlier. She handed the bottle back to Wang Baoli. She knew the state of her injuries, and it was almost impossible for her to recover fully at the moment. The bottle of spirit liquid could only help her maintain her cultivation at the nascent soul realm. The spirit liquid was extremely valuable. It would be of more use to Wang Baoli. After all, it was clear from the never-ending clan corpses around them that Wang Baoli was currently more powerful than she was. Elder Churan, how much of this spirit liquid do you need in order for you to restore yourself to the soul conduit realm? Wang Baoli didn't reach out for the bottle and instead questioned her as they raced across the sky. Feng Churan froze. Disbelief and hope rose inside her when she heard what Wang Baoli had asked. Light brightened her eyes, and her breathing quickened slightly. 5 bottles, 3 will do too. Without saying anything, Wang Baoli lifted his right hand and gave his storage bag a smack. He pulled out 6 bottles and threw them all over to Feng Churan. Every one of those bottles was filled to the brim with spirit liquid. Their sudden appearance filled the surrounding air with a rich spirit qi. Feng Churan stared at the bottles. She could feel the richness of the spirit liquid in them, which sent her reeling back in shock. Incredulous, she raised her right hand and put the bottles away. Then, she gave a solemn-looking Wang Baoli an unfathomable look. "Baoli, give me 2 weeks. 2 weeks is too long. Elder Turan, are you able to restore your soul conduit realm cultivation within 3 days?" Wang Baoli flipped his right hand over and pulled another 24 bottles out of the hundreds of bottles in his storage bag. He handed those to Feng Turan. "Yes." Feng Turan's eyes widened as she gasped. Her eyes shone brightly. She suddenly thought of something after her hasty reply. She lifted her right hand and handed a storage bracelet to Wang Baoli. "This is yours, isn't it? I've been keeping it for you since the battleship left." Wang Baoli cheered up at the sight of the storage bracelet. It was indeed his. He had left it with his avatar earlier, and it had been lost after his avatar's destruction. He had stored most of his dharmic armaments and treasures inside. He had been caught in a fierce battle with Daoist Yuran then and had passed out. After that, he had gone through a series of breakthroughs. There hadn't been any time to mourn the loss of the bracelet then. Wang Baoli had intended to search for it after things had settled down, but now, it had returned to him. Wang Baoli assessed the inventory after receiving the bracelet, then nodded at Feng Turan. Without any delay, they immediately sped into the distance. They were quite a distance away from the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island. It should have taken them 2 weeks to reach the island if they journeyed at a normal pace. However, with Wang Baoli's knowledge of the immortal platform, long distances and traveling time were no longer a problem. He led Feng Turan away and quickly found them an immortal platform. They melded with the traveling mist and raced towards the main island on the sword handle. Feng Turan was no stranger to the immortal platform. However, she didn't have the access rights to activate one, nor the knowledge to operate one. Even during the Dao Palace's glory days, the immortal platform could only be used by personal disciples. Feng Turan had witnessed Wang Baoli operating the immortal platform with the ease of the experienced, and while she knew he was a true adopted disciple, that didn't prevent doubts from rising in her mind. She could tell that Wang Baoli had achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. He must have come across some unimaginably rare opportunity. It likely involved the vast expanse Dao Palace's patriarchs, who appeared to be in slumber. Wang Baoli was keeping quiet about everything, though. Feng Turan had her guesses, but she kept them to herself. She knew that Wang Baoli's only concern now was in returning to the Federation. He was more anxious about this than she was, and he was certainly more anxious about the ongoing war than she was. If he wasn't saying anything, then it simply meant that the opportunity he had come across and any information he had acquired were of no use to the war. That was indeed the case. Wang Baoli had only just found out that Daoist Yuran still lived. He had wanted to return to the Third Palace and try to request the patriarchs to come out of their slumber and aid the war effort. However, he had decided against doing that in the end. No one could guarantee that anything good would come out of the endeavor. There was a great chance that summoning tigers to drive away wolves might lead to a backlash. They might themselves be devoured by tigers in the end. The current Federation lacked both a strong foundation as well as experience as a cultivation civilization. Ideally, they would resolve the current problem themselves and grow stronger with this experience. Furthermore, should an adverse fate appear insurmountable, Wang Baoli would rather choose to rely on his senior brother instead of the vast expanse Dao Palace elders, whose loyalties remained uncertain. The vast expanse Dao Palace is an outsider, after all. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. He remained on guard even against Feng Turan. He had hidden his caution very well, though. It remained undiscovered as he and Feng Turan raced towards the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island. Time passed in a blur. 2 days went by. The environment and weather in the sword handle were a lot less hostile than that in the sword body. The traveling mist speed picked up considerably. Wang Baoli and Feng Turan finally arrived at the main vast expanse Dao Palace Island after 2 days. By then, Feng Turan's cultivation had been mostly restored. The main island was nearly emptied of people, only a few cultivators remaining on the island. There were only a few never-ending clan members left to stand guard as a precautionary measure. They were no match for Wang Baoli and Feng Turan at all. The pair immediately unleashed an attack without mercy. The entire battle took only half an hour. The 7 to 8 never-ending clan members left on the island were killed. Wang Baoli and Feng Churan's return remained a secret, no alarm was sounded, and no news was leaked. Wang Baoli and Feng Churan went to the teleportation array formation. They inspected the array formation, ensured that everything was in order, and activated the teleportation. Light roared to life and rose to the heavens. The earth rumbled. Wang Baoli and Feng Churan exchanged a look. Elder Churan, we should stay together instead of splitting up after we reappear. Follow my lead, we'll fight our way out. Can't we wait another day? I just need 1 day to fully restore my cultivation. I'm barely at the Soul Conduit realm now. Feng Churan was silent for a few moments before she asked Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli didn't speak. Instead, he turned towards Feng Churan and bowed deeply. Feng Churan looked at Wang Baoli. She could sense the weight on his shoulders. She sighed and didn't say a single word, simply activating her cultivation. A Soul Conduit realm cultivation erupted from her person as she stepped into the teleportation array formation. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. Blood-red meridians materialized over his body, crackling as they morphed into the crimson Darach armor. A towering figure, fearsome and emanating battle lust, reappeared. He took a step into the teleportation array formation. The teleportation array formation activated instantly. Blinding light roared to the skies as ring-like waves of spirit energy surged outwards. The heavens and earth shook. Winds howled and the clouds boiled. Then, the two of them vanished. Chapter 684, Dugu Lin's Decision. Chapter 684, Dugu Lin's Decision. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The Federation, Mercury. Mercury was one of the planets in the solar system with a very thin atmosphere. As a result, light shone directly on the planet with only a slight degree of deflection and dissipation. Therefore, Mercury's skies weren't as blue as the skies of Earth. It was completely pitch black, aside from the light from the sun and other stars. It was akin to a street lamp in the middle of the night. The lamp itself was a bright, luminous entity, casting a bright light over whichever spot it shone on, but that didn't mean that the sky wasn't still dark. There had been plenty of artificial lighting on the former Mercury. As the designated location for the construction of the array formation, the Federation had made a series of complex and complicated modifications to the planet. It had an artificial sun and the protection of the solar system array formation. Mercury had gradually developed into a Federation base throughout the years. Now, however, the former base was nothing but ruins. All artificial lighting, aside from the sun, had been completely destroyed. Remnants of war littered the lands. Deep ravines split the lands in several places, and no Federation cultivator was to be found. The planet had become the base of the vast expanse Tao Palace's military, which was under Daoist Uran's command. Anti-spirit bombs had been dug out from the ground, and array formations had been set up. Mercury had been swiftly and simply rebuilt. Besides ruins and ravines, its most obvious new additions were gigantic, fleshy lumps. Each fleshy lump spanned 1,000 feet. They resembled tumors growing off Mercury, wriggling and spasming as if there was something inside them struggling to get out. They exuded waves of spirit energy and formed something that resembled a web that was cast over the surface of the planet. Meanwhile, black hump-like entities surrounded Mercury in space. They were the vast expanse Tao Palace's galactic battleships, which were capable of space travel. They had been stored away after the ancient sword had been sealed, but Daoist Uran had ordered their activation after declaring war on the Federation. The battleships clustered together. There were at least 100,000 of them. While some of them surrounded Mercury, others formed teams of battleships and sped through space. Compared to the battleships, what truly shook the stars and struck fear into the hearts of vast expanse Tao Palace cultivators was the great never-ending clan battleship. The fearsome battleship, which was formed from 3 gigantic discs, floated in Mercury's skies. In the center of the battleship, where the main sacrificial altar stood, a beam of light spanning tens of thousands of feet was joined to heaven and earth. Thunderous booms continued to erupt. Mercury trembled as if its energy was being sucked out of it. The never-ending clan battleship, on the other hand, glowed with a radiant light. It seemed to be healing. The light within the beam shone on the ground, making it so that no one could clearly see what was going on inside. Waves of spirit energy continued to surge outward, flooding the land within 100,000 feet in all directions and preventing anyone from trespassing. The sight of the never-ending clan battleship, the beam of light, and the quaking earth was indeed an oppressive one. The war had gone on for more than a month, and in that time, the Federation had suffered consecutive losses. For instance, Mercury's complete self-destruction being thwarted. Nevertheless, the preparation and retaliation the Federation had displayed, especially when a portion of their anti-spirit bombs had blown up, had dealt a heavy blow to the vast expanse Tau Palace cultivators' confidence. Their attitude towards the Federation had changed significantly. Of course, some of them had realized that something wasn't right. But, with the powerful Mieliezi and the fearsome never-ending clan battleship around, those who had such suspicions had either been killed or chosen to remain silent and follow their orders. Dugu Lin was one of them. Increasingly more vast expanse Tao Palace disciples appeared to accept the reality of war. They appeared to have found some measure of self-worth in fighting the war. They felt pleasure in their growing strength as they killed and pillaged. Besides the terrifying anti-spirit bombs, the Federation cultivators that they had come across were weak and easily defeated. Arson, rape, and pillaging, everything seemed allowed. The evil and lust that had been hidden deep inside everyone had been awakened. The war that had gone on for more than a month had stirred the flames of evil, which burned increasingly brightly and fiercely. Daoist Yuran had contributed to the situation as well. His work had been in the details. These details were in the reward system for battle credits and its exchange for treasures. He had opened up the vast expanse Tao Palace's stores and put up numerous never-ending clan treasures for exchange. This had created a compelling incentive for vast expanse Tao Palace cultivators. It didn't matter if what they were doing was right or wrong. Someone was giving the orders, which meant that they could push all responsibility to that person as well. Besides, their enemy wasn't one of them. They didn't need to be bothered by their greed. There was no need to spare their enemies' lives. That was why Daoist Yuran no longer needed to fan the flames of war or deceive his followers at this point. What he needed to focus on was restoring the never-ending clan battleship to its full functionality by making use of all the resources that were spoils of war. When Wang Baoli self-destructed his Thirach armor, he had created a series of chain reactions. The pool and the enormous passage had been destroyed, and their destruction had severely damaged the battleship. When overpowering the anti-spirit bomb's explosions, a similar thing had happened. As a result, Daoist Yuran hadn't gone after the Federation when it had retreated from Mercury. Instead, he had seized the window of opportunity to repair the battleship. He had instructed Mieliezi to handle all other affairs until he could get the battleship restored to a certain extent. Mieliezi was under his full control, with his own will completely suppressed. He carried out Daoist Yuran's orders unquestionably and perfectly. The other never-ending clan members, who were disguised as Tao Palace cultivators, had also assumed positions of leadership. They led their teams into the battlefield and successfully got the war going. Mercury hadn't only become the vast expanse Tao Palace's base, it had also become the place where the vast expanse Tao Palace was gathering its forces to prepare for its next assault on Venus. While the war efforts were ongoing, on the northwestern side of the base, a dozen or so Tao Palace cultivators sat in meditation outside the teleportation array formation that was connected to the ancient sword. They were mostly at the core formation realm. The exception was a cultivator sitting further away from the rest, suited in black armor. He was at the nascent soul realm. They were the cultivators responsible for guarding the teleportation array formation. The black-armored cultivator had his eyes shut. The rest, on the other hand, sat close to one another, seemingly deep in meditation but actually conversing in hushed voices. Many of them had looks of envy and resentment in their eyes. I heard that someone managed to accumulate enough battle credits to exchange for a soul formation pill yesterday. There have been 37 people who have gotten soul formation pills this month. I wonder when our time will come. When will we manage to get enough battle credits to exchange for one as well? I saw Chen Luzi a few days ago. He managed to get his hands on a couple of alchemical cauldrons. From the looks of it, they seem to be of superior grade. Damn it. We're stuck here playing guards all day instead of being out there killing lowly Federation cultivators. There's no way we can accumulate battle credits this way. We can only watch as others continue to progress. The lowly cultivators from the Federation are such easy kills too. It's almost like getting battle credits for free. The Dao Palace cultivators conversed softly amongst themselves. They didn't seem bothered that the black-armored cultivator might overhear their conversation. It was as if they wanted him to know their dissatisfaction. This would have been a rare sight in the former Dao Palace. In the current climate, though, it was a common occurrence. Their words did indeed fall into the ears of the black-armored cultivator. His shut eyes gradually slid open, and a dark light glimmered within. If Wang Baoli were here right at this moment, he would immediately recognize the black-armored cultivator. It was Mie Liez's most valued disciple, Du Lin. Du Lin could hear his subordinates talking, but he didn't say anything. He knew some part of what was going on around here, but he was powerless to do anything. He had grown quiet and spoken increasingly less during this period. Since he was still technically Mie Liez's disciple, no one had questioned his decision to stay away from the front line. He had been able to avoid all trouble and choose, instead, to be assigned the responsibility of guarding the teleportation array formation. His former subordinates had raised their doubts multiple times. He had also noticed most of them privately killing for battle credits. He knew that soon, everyone in the vast expanse Dao Palace would lose sight of all good and evil. The war would turn them blind towards what was right and wrong, and they would learn to seek only their own self-interests. Elder Churan, have you really fallen? Are the patriarchs of old still around? Will they be able to awaken in time to save the sect? And Wang Baoli, is there really no way to change the vast expanse Dao Palace's fate of being invaded from the inside? Bitterness filled Du Lin's heart. He lowered his head slowly. Then, suddenly, something flashed in his eyes. He turned towards the array formation. A beam of light appeared inside the array formation. It was faint at first, but grew brighter immediately, erupting and transforming into a sea of light that flooded the entire array formation. Du Lin thought he saw something, and his eyes widened with incredulity. His subordinates noticed the commotion inside the teleportation array formation and quickly ran over. The teleportation array formation hadn't been used at all for the past month, so the Dao Palace cultivators were curious about the incoming arrivals. It was a challenge for them to discern the identities of the people rapidly materializing in the light, though, because of their lower levels of cultivation. Du Lin, on the other hand, widened his eyes then narrowed them immediately. Thoughts seemed to pass through his head. He suddenly shouted. Nascent Soul Realm elders who stationed themselves at the Dao Palace have arrived. Weren't you all talking about going to the front line to kill Federation cultivators in exchange for battle credits? Quickly, go extend your greetings and find an opportunity to present your request. I will not stop you if they agree to take you with them. Temptation shot through the core formation realm cultivators. Two of them had more wits and hesitated, falling behind the rest, who had hastened towards the edge of the array formation after hearing what Du Lin said. They faced the two figures, one large and one small, materializing rapidly inside the array formation and cupped their fists respectfully. Greetings. They weren't given the time to finish their greeting. It seemed like they had hardly spoken the first word before a red light suddenly erupted inside the array formation. Crimson meridians shot out like arrows and exploded all around the array formation. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The Dao Palace cultivators, who had their heads lowered in greeting, had no time to dodge the attack or sound the alarm. The meridians pierced straight through their foreheads. They didn't even have the luxury to scream. The dozen or so cultivators died instantly. The two cultivators who had lagged behind reeled back in shock. They tried to retreat, but it was too late. Du Lin's eyes flashed as he unleashed some form of mystic technique. The two cultivators shuddered, then froze. Two red meridians charged out from the teleportation array formation and shot through their foreheads. Du Lin didn't spare a single glance at the corpses around him. Instead, he studied the familiar red meridians that he had fought against and slowly got to his feet. He had pulled out the jade slip that would alert the others with his right hand. His fingers paused between activating the jade slip and just holding onto it. There was an intense light in his eyes. He stared at the two figures who had fully materialized inside the teleportation array formation and said slowly. Disciple Du Lin greets Elder Wang and Elder Churan. Chapter 685, Mercury Attacks. Chapter 685, Mercury Attacks. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Du Lin was an extremely intelligent man. He knew that the never-ending clan currently held the upper hand in the war. Daoist Yuran had exploited the greed inherent in the Dao Palace disciples' nature, and they were now following him almost willingly into war. The best option for him was to join them and fight for resources in this war that would allow him to build his cultivation. However, he simply couldn't get himself to cross that final hurdle. It wasn't for the sake of the Federation or the sect, it was for his master. He couldn't do it because of his master. Opinions of his master generally skewed towards the negative. His temperament was inconsistent, and he was vicious. But still, Du Lin couldn't forget the care his master had given him, the time and energy he had poured into grooming him, and everything he had done for him. There was only one way to save his master. Daoist Yuran had to be killed. That was why Du Lin had been severely shaken when he sensed Feng Churan appearing in the teleportation array formation. He had hesitated then. He had no idea if Feng Churan had become like his master, a puppet. He dared not risk it. Then, an enormous, fat figure had appeared next to Feng Churan. Alongside it had been those familiar red tentacle-like meridians. He had recognized Wang Baoli then. That was when Du Lin had clenched his jaw and made a decision. As a precautionary measure, he had first misled the others into approaching the array formation. Then, he had pulled out the jade slip that would sound the alarm. He had spoken calmly, his eyes shining brightly as he watched the two figures, one large and one small, step out slowly from the mist. Feng Churan had a fierce look in her eyes, while Wang Baoli's thoughts appeared indiscernible. However, he was flooded with a myriad of emotions. Both of them surveyed the area as soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array formation. After being sure that Du Lin was the only person still alive and standing, and that the rest had all been killed, they turned towards Du Lin again. Their eyes stared at the jade slip in his hand. Fellow Daoist Du Lin, it's been a while. Wang Baoli had his Thirarch armor on. Red meridians swayed in the wind around the armor. As he spoke, his helmet shifted away and revealed his face. Du Lin narrowed his eyes as he studied Wang Baoli, then Feng Churan. Finally, assured that Feng Churan's eyes weren't dazed and lost but instead bright and clear, he released a sigh of relief. He immediately spoke. The Federation has retreated to Venus. The never-ending clan battleship lacks resources for repair, so it is unable to be deployed for the time being. Daoist Yuran is inside the battleship, guarding it. Based on my observations, he won't be able to split his attention between the battleship and other matters as long as the battleship remains damaged. My master, Mieliezi, is being controlled. However, I've observed him for some time. He has shown signs of losing focus sometimes. It seems that his spirit is not completely destroyed. Your humble disciple is willing to remain here. I will spy on the enemy and provide both elders with military information. I only request that you save my master when the time comes. Please leave immediately. The never-ending clan will sweep the area with their spiritual senses every 30 minutes. There's not much time left, Du Lin said urgently. Then, he cupped his fists and bowed towards Wang Baoli and Feng Churan. Before Wang Baoli or Feng Churan could speak, Du Lin raised his left hand and hit himself hard on the chest. There was a heavy thud. He shuddered, then spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a brutal blow. He almost destroyed his own meridians. The injury was so severe that he staggered back and passed out instantly. The jade slip held tightly in his hand was now proof he had been seriously injured and lost consciousness before he could sound the alarm. Elder Churan, let's go. Wang Baoli spared the unconscious Du Lin a long, unfathomable look before he turned and raced towards the heavens. Beside him, Feng Churan hesitated, then said softly. There must be many other disciples like Du Lin still left in the Dao Palace. We could expose the truth and activate all Dao Palace cultivators. This might be more effective than escaping to the Federation. If there are really cultivators who seek the truth in the Dao Palace, do you think they're really so stupid that they haven't found the answer for themselves yet? Wang Baoli said softly, an icy glint flickering in his eyes. Feng Churan opened her mouth, ready to retort. Wang Baoli shook his head. Elder Churan, I read this autobiography once. There was a line inside that went something like this: once the gates of greed are opened, they can never be shut again. Wang Baoli flew out and raced towards the skies as he spoke, his speed picking up. Feng Churan fell silent. She looked around her, a torrent of emotions flashing across her eyes. Then, she sighed softly and went after Wang Baoli. They transformed into twin rainbows that dashed into the dark heavens. They were fast. Regardless, Mercury was now the never-ending clan's base. No matter how high their level of cultivation and how swift they were, they couldn't avoid eventual discovery. They hadn't even breached Mercury's array formation before Daoist Ran, meditating in the never-ending clan battleship, discovered their presence. Inside the battleship, the third level, which had been destroyed by Wang Baoli when he had blown himself up, had been restored to a great extent. The blood and flesh passageway, as well as the pool, looked no different than they had prior to the explosion. Only one thing had changed: the former battle robes no longer sat in the center of the pool. They had been replaced by Daoist Ran. Daoist Ran's eyes had been shut, and his breathing even, as he had meditated. Having sensed something amiss, his breathing quickened. Then, his eyes opened. Wang Baoli. Feng Churan. A ghostly light flickered inside Daoist Ran's eyes. He had no idea that he had died and been resurrected. There was hatred in his words, but it was mainly due to the battleship's damage at Wang Baoli's hand. Summoning all Dao Palace disciples. Wang Baoli has conspired against Elder Feng Churan. Elder Feng Churan has fallen under his influence. Unleash your full power to kill Wang Baoli and rescue Elder Feng Churan. His voice resounded everywhere, creating a loud buzz that resonated in the battleship. His will extended through the battleship, into Mercury's array formation. It blanketed the entire planet. Every Dao Palace cultivator on the planet trembled when they heard his commands. The planet's array formation activated fully and locked onto Wang Baoli and Feng Churan's location. Daoist Ran, who was unable to leave the never-ending clan battleship, narrowed his eyes and barked out another order. Mia Liezi, capture Feng Churan, and kill Wang Baoli. His orders erupted in Mia Liezi's mind, echoing endlessly as he sat deep in meditation in the main building of the base. Mia Liezi was inside a pitch-black secret chamber. He lifted his head slowly after receiving Daoist Ran's orders. There was a dazed expression on his face. He stood up and took a step forward, disappearing from the secret chamber and reappearing in mid-air. With the aid of the Greater Mercury Array formation, he locked onto Wang Baoli and Feng Churan's location. The cultivation inside his body churned, unleashing waves of Soul Conduit Realm Spirit Chi. The air around him warped and contorted out of shape. He took another step forward, ripping space itself apart and rushing towards his target. Wang Baoli and Feng Churan had been speeding through Mercury's skies and were about to break through its atmosphere and enter space. However, they shuddered suddenly as they felt a sudden power surging towards them and blanketing them. An invisible force seemed to have descended upon them, trying to imprison them. It was slowing them down and trying to prevent them from escaping. We've been discovered. This is the Dao Palace's regional array formation. It's immensely powerful. I need 30 minutes to dispel it. Alarm flashed across Feng Churan's face. As soon as she said that, Wang Baoli lifted his right hand without saying a word. He looked like a war god with his Thirach armor on. He had repeatedly been trying to reach Li Xingwen and the others via his voice transmission ring this whole time. However, it was clear that his voice transmission ring wasn't going to work while he remained on Mercury. He had to exit its atmosphere. He gave up on trying the voice transmission ring again. He roared as he raised his right hand, and his cultivation erupted from his person. His nascent soul shook and released waves of spirit energy more powerful than what he had displayed on the ancient sword. He had felt a change over his nascent soul when he had stepped out of the teleportation array formation. It had felt as if the heavens and earth themselves had lent their powers to him. The planet beneath his feet had rejoiced upon his arrival. He hadn't had the time to study the sensation in detail then, but now, as the planet's array formation descended upon them, Wang Baoli unleashed his nascent soul. The result was a seeming resonance between his nascent soul and the planet. His spirit chi erupted and rose to the skies. It was given another boost by the Dharach armor before flowing into his right arm, where the divine armament was. An overwhelming power that shook the entire planet surged outwards in waves of spirit energy instantly. It erupted and transformed into a tornado that seemed to connect the sky and the land. The heavens rumbled as Wang Baoli roared. Dispel! The divine armament arm swung forward in a slash. The heavens and earth shifted. The winds howled, and the clouds rolled back. The regional Dao Palace array formation, which had overpowered Wang Baoli and Feng Churan earlier, was forced to reveal its illusory, spiderweb-like form. It seemed unable to withstand the sudden incredible power that Wang Baoli had unleashed. Layer by layer, it was ripped apart, breaking down and collapsing instantly. Chapter 686, Battling Mieliezi again. Chapter 686, Battling Mieliezi again. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The array formation set up by the Dao Palace cultivators stretched across Mercury's black skies like a spider web. It looked like the honeycombs of a beehive. Wang Baoli and Feng Churan both looked like mere ants next to the vast web. However, such ant-like creatures had just unleashed an incredible power that had shaken the heavens and earth. The skies and the land rumbled as the stellar nascent soul inside Wang Baoli opened its eyes. The planet seemed to tremble, then it released a sudden light that boosted Wang Baoli's power. A tear appeared in the Dao Palace array formation with his slash. It expanded, spreading across the skies like a gaping mouth. Rumblings louder than thunder crashed all around them. Wang Baoli, brimming with power, charged out of the tear. He was followed by Feng Churan, whose pupils had contracted in shock. The power that Wang Baoli had just displayed sent her reeling back despite her being prepared for it. What's the cause behind such a transformation? Her breathing quickened. She couldn't understand it at all. Wang Baoli had displayed incredible, unbelievable power after appearing on Mercury. She knew this wasn't the time to think about it too deeply, though. She immediately caught up with Wang Baoli and slipped out from the tear in the array formation. They were going to leave Mercury and head for space. Wang Baoli pulled out his voice transmission ring then and sent a voice transmission to Li Xingwen. "Old man, your Baoli is back. I brought your wife with me as well." Alarm flashed across Wang Baoli's face as soon as he said that. A similar expression appeared on Feng Churan's face. Below them, in the spiderweb-like array formation, space was distorting itself. Loud thunderous booms erupted all around it, and the array formation seemed to blur. In the next moment, it was transformed entirely. An enormous face appeared in the center of the array formation. It spanned 100,000 feet and had a dazed expression and lost eyes that stared at Wang Baoli and Feng Churan. Its aura could overpower a nascent soul realm cultivator. This was the power of a soul conduit realm cultivator. Mieliezi. Wang Baoli's face darkened, and a myriad of emotions flickered in Feng Churan's eyes. Mieliezi's face burst out of the array formation with unexpected speed. The illusory, enormous face lunged at Wang Baoli and Feng Churan. The size of the face might not be as vast as the great land beneath them, but it was still as big as a really large island. And it was fast, very fast. It was going to hit them at any time. Wang Baoli's eyes glimmered, and he sucked in a deep breath. Mercury shuddered as he took that breath. It was as if he had sucked in some strange power with that single breath. His stellar nascent soul loosened its limbs and unleashed its full power. Starlight flooded its body and overflowed. At that moment, Wang Baoli seemed to have transformed into a star. "Get out of my way," he roared. He raised his armored right hand, his cultivation flowing into his divine armament arm. Augmented by the power of a planet, it smashed its fist into the huge face. The punch shook the heavens and earth. It seemed to have the force of a star behind it, whose starlight was now infused into Wang Baoli. It was as if a planet had hurtled onto the expressionless face of Mieliezi and crashed into it. Deafening booms rumbled across Mercury, and Mieliezi's illusory face started to shatter. The cracks started from the spot that Wang Baoli's fist had landed on. They spread and finally split the face into parts with a loud crack. Then, they exploded. A figure was flung outwards thousands of feet away. It was expressionless and breathing quickly. It was Mieliezi. Wang Baoli's punch showed that he was a real threat. Wang Baoli wasn't doing that well. His cultivation was only at the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Even boosted by his Thirach armor and a planet, it still couldn't compete with a true cultivator at the soul conduit realm. He grunted. He might not be spitting blood out of his mouth, and his organs might not be churning at the moment, but nevertheless, he had still been driven back by the shock waves from the collision. Feng Churan was about to seize the chance to attack while both of them were driven apart. It was then that Mier Liezi narrowed his eyes and shouted suddenly. Dao Palace cultivators, to your positions. Form an array formation to welcome the return of Elder Churan. Lightning laced the skies instantly as every Dao Palace cultivator on the planet unleashed their full cultivation. Mercury's array formation had 1,000 focal points, each of them guarded by 100 cultivators. There were 100,000 cultivators currently guarding and running the array formation, and their power surged into the array formation with Mier Liezi's orders. The planetary array formation flared with a blinding light, and countless dandelion-like lights appeared, gathering together and transforming into a glowing man that towered 1,000 feet. It seemed to be the materialized form of the array formation. One could even call it the materialization of the combined consciousness of 100,000 Dao Palace cultivators. It stretched its arms out and lifted its head, roaring and immediately charging at Feng Churan, who was trying to get near Mier Liezi. Daoist Yuran is a surviving never-ending clan member who's controlling Mier Liezi's mind. I understand that you find it difficult what I'm telling you, but should you believe the wrong side, you will be aiding evil with its plans. Stand down and stop fighting. You can still choose to not help either one of us. Feng Churan said. Her eyes were clear and filled with anxiety, drastically different from Mier Liezi's lost and dazed look. The glowing man, formed from the consciousness of 100,000 cultivators, froze momentarily and lowered its head. It seemed to be mirroring the apprehension that had emerged amongst the 100,000 controlling the array formation. It was then that Daoist Yuran's voice, boosted by the power of the array formation, resonated in the air. Let's welcome Elder Churan's return. Participants in the process will be awarded 300 battle credits, and those who succeed will be awarded 10,000 battle credits. Those words rumbled in the air. The glowing man shuddered, then lifted its head, its eyes shining with intense light. The desire to earn battle credits seemed to have won over many of the 100,000 minds that steered the glowing man. It started charging at Feng Churan again. It surged forward, breaking the sound barrier and emanating a power that rivaled a soul conduit realm cultivator as it crashed into Feng Churan. Wang Baoli threw a glance at Feng Churan, who was being forced to fight the glowing man. He saw the sorrow in her eyes. Even so, she was not using any offensive or lethal attacks. She was still only trying to defend herself. Wang Baoli frowned as anxiety raged inside him. He needed to leave Mercury as soon as possible. Any delay might allow never-ending clan members more opportunities to join forces with the other Dao Palace cultivators. When that happened, escape might no longer be possible. In fact, death might be the only option left for him. Elder Churan, we need to get out of here, fast. Wang Baoli shouted. Mier Liezi had approached then, his full cultivation unleashed as he rushed at Wang Baoli like a shooting star. Wang Baoli didn't have the luxury to remind Feng Churan of their situation anymore. He raised his right hand and formed a series of hand seals. His storage bracelet trembled, and a black pike flew out and surged towards Mier Liezi with a force that could slice through the air itself. A mirror of himself also materialized and separated from his person. He had summoned his avatar. His avatar rushed head-on towards the heavens. His real form, on the other hand, tightened its fist. The power of his stellar nascent soul and his Thirach armor gathered in his fist. His supernova punch followed swiftly behind his dharmic armament, both headed for Mier Liezi. The two opponents collided. The black pike was an incredible artifact that had been given a boost of power by Wang Baoli's inherent strength. It was a black beam of light that seemed capable of tearing through space with its sharpness. The power that it exuded was that of a 9th-grade dharmic armament. In the face of such power, even Mier Liezi was slightly intimidated. His pupils contracted. Wang Baoli's supernova combined his cultivation and his physical strength. It was augmented by the endless spirit chi housed in the spirit fat in Wang Baoli's body. Wang Baoli was like a literal walking spirit stone. Eat that. I have plenty more spirit energy to spare. Wang Baoli roared. He unleashed 10 punches consecutively. His fists looked large, 1,000 feet wide, as they hit the air, and the incredible force of those hits rushed at Mieliezi. The punches exploded in the air, the explosions resonating loudly in the sky. The two cultivators began to battle it out. The black pike got the first hit in. Wang Baoli gritted his teeth and triggered its self-destruction without hesitation. Thunderous booms rumbled in the air. The force of the dharmic armament's explosion surged outwards, forming a shock wave that combined with Wang Baoli's supernova punches and resulted in incredible power. Wang Baoli had given everything he had in those supernova punches. Mieliezi shuddered violently and was driven back by the fierce attack. Wang Baoli yelled as Mieliezi retreated in evasion. Feng Churan, why aren't you moving? Wang Baoli turned as he spoke, then unleashed 10 supernovas at the glowing man engaged in battle with Feng Churan. The assault sent the heavens quaking. Winds lashed out while clouds rolled back. Under Wang Baoli's control, the attack drove the glowing man back while giving Feng Churan a helpful boost. A resolute look appeared in Feng Churan's eyes. She unleashed her power, and with a hard shove, sped up and shot towards the heavens. Wang Baoli's breathing quickened, and he switched places with his avatar, who had reached the edge of the sky, instantly. He gave Mieliezi and the glowing man no chance to come after them. A vicious light flashed across the avatar's eyes. Without sparing a second thought, it self-destructed. Chapter 687, A Sea of Stars. Chapter 687, A Sea of Stars. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The avatar's self-destruction caused an incredible force that blew a hole in space. A sizable vortex appeared in the heavens, sucking everything towards it. Despite his soul conduit realm cultivation, Mieliezi had to slow down his pursuit in the face of the consecutive explosions caused by the Black Pike and Wang Baoli's avatar. The shock waves from the self-destructions not only affected a wide area but the surrounding space as well. Short-distance teleportation couldn't be performed. He had no choice but to physically retreat to avoid injury. The glowing man had been the culmination of 100,000 minds. That might have given it the power of a soul conduit realm cultivator, but it was still formed from numerous minds. The explosion had also affected it. It barely evaded the attack. As it shuddered from residual shock waves, there were at least 20,000 cultivators within the 1,000-eye array formation on Mercury that spat out blood from their mouths concurrently. There were even many who died on the spot, their bodies exploding. The terrifying backlash created a pause in the pursuit, earning Wang Baoli precious time to escape. He didn't get a lot of time, though. After dodging the explosion of Wang Baoli's avatar, Mieliezi continued the chase yet again. Daoisturan remained inside the never-ending clan battleship, unable to leave and join the battle. However, his eyes never left the battlefield. Wang Baoli, Feng Churan, you have nowhere to run. Daoisturan narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand. A jade slip appeared in his palm, and he immediately barked out an order. The order wasn't for the vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators on Mercury but for his fellow never-ending clan members, who had awakened and were hidden inside the host bodies of vast expanse Dao Palace cultivators. Most of them were in space now, leading numerous Dao Palace cultivators inside Dao Palace space cruisers spread across space. They were preparing for the next battle with the Federation. The never-ending clan cultivators' eyes flashed with an icy light when they received Daoisturan's orders. The space cruisers floating outside Mercury quickly acted and surrounded the planet, preventing anyone from leaving. While that was happening, a large group, upper echelons of the Federation, were gathered in a base on Venus, behind the planet's line of defense. They were cultivators from the 4 Dao colleges, the Senate, the Trilunarist Corporation, the 5-Generation Sky Clan, and many other powerful political forces. They were there by order of Du and Muke and Li Xingguan. These cultivators had shared in the Federation's power and wealth. Now that the Federation was in danger, they were to fight and defend it. The expressions on their faces were grave. They gathered in the command center, their eyes fixed on a large screen before them. The screen projected a clear map of the solar system. The solar system array formation put in place meant that the map was being updated in real time. Mercury's image on the map looked blurry, though. the fall of the planet to the enemy forces, and the interference from the planet's array formation prevented them from receiving any information from the planet. The area around the planet had been pitch black up until 30 minutes ago. It was then that a blurry image began to replace the initial blankness. Something seemed to have weakened the interference in the area. Something has happened to Mercury's array formation. An unknown force seems to have inflicted some damage to it. Based on the data we've gathered from the solar system array formation, the Dow Palace space cruisers outside Mercury appear to have modified their formation. We've received reports from the front line that the Dow Palace battleships stationed at the outer regions are withdrawing. They seem to be setting up some sort of blockade. Based on all the information we have, it seems reasonable to conclude that something has happened in the Dow Palace. Someone is attempting an escape. Based on the adjustments to the enemy battleship's formation, we can ascertain that this unknown person is trying to escape from Mercury and enter space. Cultivators from the department in charge of the Federation's military strategies, skilled in the art of war, stood before the large screen in the base and shared their findings with everyone. They explained their conclusions, which were based on the information that had been gathered in that half an hour. A look of surprise flashed past everyone's faces as they absorbed the information. They didn't have time to discuss the matter. Li Xingwen, who had been standing next to Du and Muke, who had a faintly stormy expression on his face, coughed. Both of them stood before the crowd. As everyone can see, this is the situation that we are in now. Time is of the essence. I would like you to listen to this voice transmission. As he said that, Li Xingwen turned on his voice transmission ring and played Wang Baoli's message out loud. "Old man, your Baoli is back. I brought your wife with me as well." The voice was filled with excitement and warmth. It resonated in the great hall where numerous upper echelons of the Federation were. Their eyes widened. Some of them even gasped out in shock. Wang Baoli? The guy who became the Grand Supreme Elder of the Dow Palace? He's still alive? The wife he's speaking of? A myriad of emotions surged through the crowd when they finally identified the voice as Wang Baoli's. They were quickly drawn to what Wang Baoli said at the end, and they soon realized whom he was referring to as Li Xingwen's wife. Grand Supreme Elder Feng Churan of the Dow Palace. Li Xingwen didn't seem embarrassed by the gasps of shock. He seemed rather smug, in fact. Du and Muke's face still looked stormy. He had been surprised to find out that Li Xingwen had received Wang Baoli's voice transmission. But Li Xingwen had then mentioned the secession of his presidency. That had caused Du and Muke endless exasperation. His head throbbed at the thought. Even the war hadn't caused him so much grief. "All right, my fellow Taoists. I propose that we bring Wang Baoli and Feng Churan to safety immediately. I know you might be wondering if they are truly who they claim to be. Based on the information we have gotten, Mie Liezi is currently being controlled. There is also the matter of never-ending clan members hiding themselves in host bodies. However, we cannot simply abandon these two because of our suspicions. I propose that we secure them first, then assess what to do next." Li Xingwen said decisively. He might have put it across as a proposal, but the determination in his eyes was clear for all to see. "I concur. I have my doubts, but Wang Baoli has done a lot for the Federation. It doesn't matter that this might be a trap, we still have to try." The Federation was currently in the midst of a war that was going to dictate their fate, and the ugliness of human nature was exposed when war was concerned. Nevertheless, having a common enemy was enough to unite everyone and let them set aside their past conflicts. Even the five-generation Sky clan agreed with Li Xingwen's decision. Du and Muke quickly issued an order using his power as the Federation president, deploying fleets of Federation cruisers. The line of defense on Venus was activated. It seemed like the Federation was going on the offensive. The solar system array formation was fully activated as well, creating waves of interference that reached Mercury. The result was a disturbance that hindered the Dow Palace and never-ending clan cultivators and prevented them from setting up a blockade. As the military was deployed, Li Xingwen secretly led his own team towards Mercury. He made use of the solar system's array formation and rushed there at top speed. The team included the Giant Tree and Sect Lord Shu of the Galactic Dusk Sect. There were also numerous core formation realm cultivators from various other political forces. On their own, they might not be a match for the enemy, but they had Federation technology on their side. Their joint study of technology and spirit energy had resulted in many methods to augment their powers. Amongst their arsenal of weapons was the anti-spirit bomb. The Federation's military made their move on Venus while Li Xingwen started on his secret extraction. Meanwhile, in the skies above Mercury, Wang Baoli and Feng Churan were busy running and trying to escape while battling the planet itself as it tried to drag them back to land. Wang Baoli's heart was still aching because of the loss of his black pike. He didn't feel a similar heartache for his avatar, though. The former was a unique artifact while the latter was something that had been formed from the vast stores of spirit fat housed inside his body. The avatar had simply been an expenditure of spirit energy. In fact, one problem had been plaguing Wang Baoli ever since he had exchanged places with his avatar and tried to escape to space. The explosive force from blowing up my avatar seems rather powerful. Why don't I use this method to attack the never-ending clan battleship? I could kill Daoist Yuran again. I'll end the war on my own. I'll be a hero. The idea was extremely tempting. Wang Baoli's heart raced at the thought of it. He quickly abandoned it, though. Daoist Yuran's resurrection was surrounded by unknowns. Feng Churan, due to her personality, wasn't someone he could exactly rely on. Besides, he remembered the never-ending clan members he had found inside the battleship, asleep and healing. The power that they had emanated clearly hinted at how strong they were. There was very little chance of him surviving and emerging as the hero for this occasion. There was a greater chance of him martyring himself. Besides, he shouldn't be using this trick so flagrantly. He wasn't a one-trick pony. That might work against him. He decided against playing the hero. Besides, this isn't a good habit to cultivate. I might get used to it and accidentally self-destruct my real form instead. Wang Baoli shuddered at the thought. He picked up speed once more, getting closer to leaving Mercury and entering space. The heaviness pulling him disappeared in the next instant. He leaped and rose thousands of feet. An unimaginable feeling seeped out from his stellar nascent soul. A cultivator who had reached the core formation realm was able to survive temporarily in space. One of the nascent soul realm might not be able to exist in space like planets, but they could still cast spells and fly without difficulty. However, he couldn't keep that up for long. A cultivator who had reached the soul conduit realm, on the other hand, had no such concerns. Anything could be solved as long as one had sufficient spirit chi. Of course, these were restrictions that bound the ordinary cultivator. Wang Baoli was different. His body shuddered violently as soon as he stepped out of Mercury's atmosphere and entered space. The stellar nascent soul inside his body felt strange. It was as if he had fallen into an ocean of stars, and the stellar nascent soul was but one fish in the great ocean. I've always thought myself special, destined to become the Federation president and lead the Federation to conquer the rest of the galaxy. Seems like my nascent soul is proof of my uniqueness. The special nature of his stellar nascent soul cheered Wang Baoli up. He threw a look at Feng Churan, who had also entered space, then turned towards the distant stars. With a burst of speed, he raced into the distance. Chapter 688, Grand Matron? Chapter 688, Grand Matron? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Dao Palace battleships hovered outside Mercury. They seemed to have sensed Wang Baoli and Feng Churan. The battleships shifted and turned towards the two, their intention to trap the duo clear. Wang Baoli had the advantage of speed and agility, though. He was currently brimming with confidence. He saw his destiny in the sea of planets. This feeling of a fish returning to the great ocean brought him an unimaginable sense of pride. With his hands behind his back, he turned towards Feng Churan, who was trailing behind him. He said nonchalantly, "Elder Churan, I'm going to speed up from now on. I have my arch armor and an extremely powerful physical body. The speed that I can unleash is something even I find unbelievable. My home lies in the stars, after all. Don't push yourself too hard if you can't catch up. Just let me know at once." He was about to race off when an odd look appeared on Feng Churan's face. With a wave of her right hand, a white light shot out from her storage bag. The dazzling white light paused next to Feng Churan, expanding and transforming into an enormous sword that spanned 1,000 feet long. It might be shaped like a weapon, but the waves of spirit energy it was giving off, as well as its structure, clearly indicated that it was a small battleship. In fact, a shuttle might be a more precise term. Its exterior shimmered with light, creating distortions in the space around it. It was like a beast, longing to race into the distance and whose desire was being thwarted temporarily with a rope around its neck. It kept struggling. Once the rope that bound it was loosened, it would rise and charge forward, disappearing without a trace. Wang Baoli was stunned momentarily at the sight of the shuttle. Feng Churan strolled forward calmly and boarded the white shuttle. She then turned her head casually and looked at the dazed Wang Baoli. She didn't say anything, but her eyes said it all. She seemed confounded by why Wang Baoli was choosing to expend so much effort in flying when there was a perfectly serviceable shuttle he could use. If you have any strange preferences and wish to fly on your own, well, you could. Feng Churan stared deeply into Wang Baoli's eyes as she conveyed her very considerate reply. Wang Baoli fell silent. He stared at the shuttle. It was obviously an extraordinary artifact. Then, he lowered his head and stared at his own 2 legs. He was stumped, momentarily. Even an idiot could tell the difference between traveling via shuttle and via his own 2 legs. However, he had made such a grand statement earlier. It would be embarrassing to take it all back now. He was of half a mind to continue the act. Then, he noticed Dao Palace cruisers approaching all around them. Several cultivators had even rushed out from the cruisers. Mercury was beneath their feet. A gigantic vortex approached from the direction of the planet as well, which must be near Liezi. The expression on Wang Baoli's face turned serious. Elder Churan, unfortunately, the Federation is now facing an invasion by evil forces. As your junior, I regret not being able to escort you as we traverse space on foot and tour the stars in the Federation. So be it. I will make it up to you once we chase these evil men from our lands. Well, let's hurry up and leave. Wang Baoli coughed as he raised his foot and stepped onto the shuttle. He stood next to Feng Churan, ignoring the strange look she was giving him. The expression on his face was that of the unperturbed. He didn't seem the slightest bit embarrassed. It was obvious that Wang Baoli was great at convincing himself. Feng Churan was his senior and Li Xingwen's wife-to-be. He should be addressing her as Grand Matron. There wasn't anything wrong with giving way when in the presence of his Grand Matron. That was called respecting one's elders. Having counseled himself mentally, Wang Baoli suddenly realized how perfectly he had conducted himself. Feng Churan spared a glance at Wang Baoli. His complete lack of shame didn't upset her. In fact, it was endearing. She began to view him as the young man that he was. He's still a child. She laughed, startled. She formed a series of hand seals with her right hand, causing white light to bathe the shuttle and flood the area around them like starlight. It began moving in the next moment. It unleashed an unimaginable speed and surged forward, slicing through space like a knife through butter. It raced into the distance before the battleships and cultivators around them could close in and before the vortex on Mercury that was near Liezi could approach. The shuttle was a lot faster than a Soul Conduit Realm cultivator. It ranked amongst the top treasures in the Dao Palace. Feng Churan was the Grand Supreme Elder and had witnessed the rise and fall of the sect. The shuttle had been placed in her possession and might be viewed as part of her personal inventory. The speed it unleashed brought Feng Churan and Wang Baoli right through the blockade set up by the enemy battleships. Wang Baoli's heart raced as he sensed the speed they were traveling at. An array formation cloaked the shuttle, forming a barrier that prevented the shuttle's passengers from feeling any discomfort due to the extreme speed. There was no need for voice transmissions, he could speak freely. He turned and stared at the shrinking Mercury, and curiosity lit up his eyes. This is quite impressive. Wang Baoli squatted and touched the shuttle's exterior. His knowledge in Dharmic armaments told him that this shuttle was possibly at least a 9th grade Dharmic armament. It might even be of a higher grade. It might not be a divine armament, but it was likely almost as powerful as one. He lifted his head and turned towards Feng Churan. Elder Churan, could I borrow the shuttle for study later? Feng Churan's eyebrow rose. She was about to speak when Wang Baoli's voice transmission ring started vibrating. Li Xingwen's voice, filled with concern and anxiety, rang out. You little rascal, still not dead? You holding up all right? Wang Baoli felt a surge of warmth upon hearing Li Xingwen's voice. He set his voice transmission to play through the speaker, then spoke at his voice transmission ring. I thank the Grandmaster for his concern. Please, do not worry. Baoli will carry out his duties as you have commanded. I'll deliver the Grand Matron to safety on Venus even if it kills me. There was a clear pause on Li Xingwen's end. He spoke again after a few seconds of silence, his voice gentle. Baoli, you've done a good job. Your Grand Matron means everything to me. I haven't been eating or sleeping this entire time, worrying myself sick over your Grand Matron's safety. Feng Churan's breathing grew uneven when she heard those words ringing out from the voice transmission ring. A myriad of emotions flashed across her eyes, and a strange look settled on her face. Wang Baoli couldn't help but approve of the old fellow. Those were indeed the quick reflexes of someone who had once been the president of the Federation. He had guessed correctly from Wang Baoli addressing Feng Churan as Grand Matron that the voice transmission had been put on speaker. Baoli, I'm on the way. You have to protect your Grand Matron and be careful of the never-ending clan. Baoli, I'm going to owe you a huge favor for this. Li Xingwen's voice was filled with agitation, anticipation, and his desire to see Feng Churan as soon as possible. He didn't have a chance to express those feelings fully. Wang Baoli was feeling increasingly awkward when Feng Churan finally coughed. She couldn't take it any longer either. Li Xingwen. Churan. The sound of a chair being overturned rang out from the voice transmission ring. It was followed by Li Xingwen's voice. He was beside himself with emotion. Li Xingwen, you. How are you doing, Churan? Are you tired? Have you been hurt anywhere? Do you feel any discomfort? Don't worry, I'll take care of you after you arrive in the Federation. I'll make sure those who made you suffer pay for it, even if it kills me. Feng Churan was rendered speechless by Li Xingwen's passionate declaration. She had lived through war. It had aged her. Love had become a foreign, distant thing. His declaration had shaken her deeply, causing her face to flush ever so faintly. Wang Baoli coughed softly. Li Xingwen was behaving like a lovesick fool. That didn't stop him from eavesdropping, though. Li Xingwen knew Wang Baoli very well. He immediately told Wang Baoli to hand the voice transmission ring to Feng Churan. Wang Baoli had no choice but to obey. With the voice transmission ring in hand, Feng Churan quickly deactivated the speaker mode, switching to private voice transmissions instead. Wang Baoli had no idea what Li Xingwen said, but Feng Churan's face seemed a lot redder to Wang Baoli's curious eyes when she finally ended the conversation with Li Xingwen. The look in her eyes was no longer as lost. Faith and confidence had replaced it. Something stirred inside Wang Baoli. He opened his mouth and tried the new string of words on for size. Grand Matron Churan? Feng Churan raised her head and glared at Wang Baoli. She didn't reject the new form of address, though. Instead, she adjusted the direction the shuttle was heading, then spoke hurriedly, as if nothing had happened. Your Grandmaster has shared the route with me. Based on this route, it should take us about 2 days to reach the destination and meet up with them. After that, the expression on Wang Baoli's face suddenly shifted. He lifted his head suddenly. A bright, red light appeared above them and transformed into a sea of red that enveloped their shuttle instantly. Beyond the sea of red, space distorted itself as an entire fleet of Dao Palace battleships appeared. There were more than 10,000 of them. Each one was shooting out a bright red light. That was what had created the sea of red and trapped Wang Baoli and Feng Churan's shuttle. The worst had yet to come. Wang Baoli and Feng Churan shook with alarm as 4 distinct spirit energy signatures erupted from the mass of Dao Palace battleships, radiating Soul Conduit realm cultivations. Chapter 689, Trapped. Chapter 689, Trapped. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The 4 Soul Conduit realm cultivations erupted. The sea of red surged outwards and flooded towards the shuttle like giant waves, blanketing it in an instant. The vast Red Sea seemed to have transformed into a gigantic hand. The hand grabbed the shuttle from beneath as it unleashed a sudden burst of speed in its attempt to dash out of the blockade. Then, the Red Sea started showing signs of solidifying. It was as if it was going to freeze itself and turn to ice. It was going to freeze the shuttle alongside it, as well as the entire region of space. As this was happening, a terrifying force began to spread throughout the Red Sea and head towards the shuttle. The shuttle shook violently, sending Feng Churan and Wang Baoli shuddering as they stood inside. Alarm flashed across their faces. They could see the shuttle creaking under the pressure exerted on it, and it was showing signs of cracking. Sooner or later, it was going to be crushed into bits. The shuttle might be an extremely high-grade artifact, but it could hardly withstand the joint force of 10,000 battleships. There was a great chance it was going to shatter and cave in any time now. Self-destruct the shuttle, Wang Baoli said, the expression on his face solemn. There was no time to say anything more. He yelled, then leapt into the air. Countless red meridians emerged and grew outwards. The Dharach armor wove itself around his humongous body once again, and the fat war god made another appearance. Wang Baoli unleashed his full cultivation, readied his defenses, and prepared to charge. Hesitation flashed across Feng Churan's eyes. Her indecisive nature didn't change the fact that she was still a powerful cultivator at the Soul Conduit realm, who had experienced war and battle. Her conversation with Li Xingwen might have helped as well. She only hesitated a moment before determination lit her eyes. Her hands came together in a flurry of hand seals, and she pressed her palms onto the shuttle. The 4 Soul Conduit realm cultivations had been rapidly approaching the shuttle from 4 different directions. Before they could surround the shuttle that was struggling in the Red Sea, the shuttle suddenly released a glaring light. It was a light that outshone the other stars in space, threatening to blind everyone. It seemed to have transformed itself into a small sun, burning itself up rapidly before it finally exploded. A violent shock wave exploded in space, like a sudden avalanche. It was like a sudden collapse of the sky, the caving in of the earth. Waves of spirit energy surged outwards like a tsunami, the fierce rippling of energy visible to the naked eye. It brimmed with the threat of violence and death and tore the Red Sea apart in an instant. It was like the ignition of a bomb in a glacier. The damage was compounded by the power and high-grade materials of the shuttle. The result was an explosive force that surpassed an ordinary explosion. The Sea of Red, which had been in the midst of turning itself to ice, shuddered and shattered instantly, parting under the force of the shuttle's explosion. The force stopped the 4 Soul Conduit realm cultivators in their tracks as well. They were forced to change course in order to avoid the backlash. The battleships couldn't shift away as quickly and had to face the shock waves head-on. The battlefield was plunged into chaos following the shuttle's self-destruction. It was then that Wang Baoli and Feng Churan made a dash for it. Feng Churan had guided the explosion such that a great portion of the shock waves had been directed outwards. As a result, both her and Wang Baoli had been relatively unharmed by the explosion. She had the protection of her Soul Conduit realm cultivation, and Wang Baoli had his Dharach armor. Having braced themselves against the residual shock waves, they had recovered slightly and immediately unleashed their full speed, riding on the explosive force caused by the shuttle's self-destruction. Exploiting the collapse in the enemy battleship formation, they shot forward, like arrows released from a bow, and charged out. Their speed, given a boost by the explosion, made them mere blurry images in one's eyes. They broke through the Red Sea, stirring ripples in space itself as they emerged on the other side of the 10,000-strong battleship army. Witnessing their escape were the cultivators on the battleships, who were still in disarray as they tried to recover from the explosion, as well as the 4 Soul Conduit realm cultivators. They experienced varying degrees of shock as they watched the escape happen under their noses. The chances of slipping through the blockade were so slim, nobody had thought it could actually happen. Someone had to make the snap decision of blowing up the shuttle as soon as the blockade was formed. The decision might have seemed simple, but few could have done so within a moment. The key that had made the escape successful had been the speed of this reaction, the blowing up of the shuttle. But what of it? The 4 Soul Conduit realm cultivators who had been driven away by the shuttle's explosion were all former nascent Soul Realm elders of the Dao Palace. Amongst them was Kai Lin. He belonged to Feng Churan's faction and had tensions with Wang Baoli. He was clearly a changed person, host to a never-ending clan parasite. His cultivation was given a natural boost to the Soul Conduit realm. He narrowed his eyes and stared in the direction that Wang Baoli and Feng Churan had escaped in. He clearly wasn't in a hurry to give chase. Instead, he sneered. He wasn't the only one. Mirroring his sneer were the other 3 former nascent Soul Realm elders of the Tao Palace. They had all risen to the Soul Conduit realm after becoming hosts to never-ending clan parasites. Their stares pierced into distant space, in the direction Wang Baoli and Feng Churan were headed, where the cold, black abyss suddenly began to distort and warp. Alarm flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes. Feng Churan's pupils contracted. They tried changing course, but it was too late by then. The spatial distortion ahead of them suddenly transformed into an enormous vortex. It resembled a black hole, a passageway leading to the unknown. Its endless spinning seemed to unlock a door in space. 2 large clouds of red mist burst out from its center. Both spanned thousands of feet wide. They quickly raced towards Wang Baoli and Feng Churan as soon as they appeared, radiating power that threatened to overwhelm and seal Wang Baoli's and Feng Churan's. The 2 had no chance of escape. The red mist approached swiftly. Feng Churan staggered back, her face pale. She smacked her storage bag and pulled out a bell. White runes rippled out from the bell in waves as she shook it fiercely. The runes clustered together, spreading out across thousands of feet. They tried to smack the mist away and gain time for Feng Churan and Wang Baoli to escape. The gigantic hand that was formed from runes passed straight through the mysterious and bizarre red mist though. The mist enveloped a shocked Feng Churan and swallowed her whole, trapping her within. Wang Baoli didn't hesitate at all. His body blurred into multiple images, which separated as his avatar stepped away from his body. It froze, weighed down by the overwhelming force of the red mist, and stood next to Wang Baoli. There was no time for him to employ his usual methods, which involved him switching places with his avatar. The only purpose for the avatar this time was to blow itself up. The avatar charged into the approaching red mist as soon as it had separated from Wang Baoli. Then, just as the red mist was about to swallow Wang Baoli whole as well, it self-destructed. The explosive force was immense. It swept across space like a sudden hurricane, sending the red mist shuddering and slowing it down for an instant. Wang Baoli used that chance to beat a hasty retreat. His heart was racing, and alarm bells sounded loudly in his head. He could see another cloud of red mist emerging from the vortex, which caused his scalp to prickle. The Tao Palace and the never-ending clan were clearly well prepared. Just as he was about to make his escape, Kai Lin and the other 3 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators closed in, ready to strike. Waves of spirit energy surged through space, sending storms and strong winds across the abyss. Wang Baoli had started reciting the sutra, but it didn't matter. He had his Arch armor, as well as a planet within the vicinity giving him strength, but it was all useless. He was still no match for 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators. His armor shook violently as he was flung backwards, blood spilling from his lips. 2 clouds of red mist rushed at him and swallowed him whole. In the heavens, there were 2 clouds of red mist, one larger than the other, spinning and churning. It was a terrifying sight. Summoning all Tao Palace cultivators. The Grand Supreme Elder has decreed. Activate the array formation and target the traitor Wang Baoli. You are to destroy his very spirit. Cleanse Grand Supreme Elder Feng Churan of the spell controlling her mind so that she may regain her senses. Kai Lin's voice traveled into the minds of every Tao Palace cultivator inside every battleship in the area. They trembled and sat down hastily, unleashing their full cultivation. Red light erupted from every battleship once again, enveloping the mists and transforming the area into a sea of red. Chapter 690, Demonic Eye Art. Chapter 690, Demonic Eye Art. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Not far from Mercury, tens of thousands of battleships gathered. The region was awash in a red sea. Tens of thousands of cultivators channeled their cultivation into the sea of red and began the refinement process. One could call it refinement. That, or a unique form of array formation being guided by Kai Lin and the other Soul Conduit Realm cultivators. The array formation was an extremely malicious form of never-ending clan mystic art. Its name was Soul Infusion Destruction. The entire process could be explained as a special refinement method being employed to channel hordes of souls forcibly into human vessels. The continual refinement of the human vessels would transform them into something akin to human bombs. The array formation helped to modify and augment the effects. The explosive force that resulted from blowing up a human bomb wouldn't be the cumulative strength of all cultivation and souls fed into the array formation, it would be exponential. It was monstrous. The more souls it consumed, the higher the cultivation that was channeled into it, and the more powerful the eventual explosion. The vast hordes of Tao Palace cultivators aboard their battleships were clearly unaware that they were mere instruments, which were serving their souls for consumption. As their cultivation continued to flow into the array formation, their souls would also slowly fuse with the array formation. They would gradually become a part of the array formation without even knowing it. This was part of Daoist Durant's plan all along. Beyond the Red Sea, scattered across the vast space, countless Tao Palace battleships lay concealed within spatial distortions. Aboard those battleships were many Tao Palace cultivators, who had been summoned to the Red Sea to await instructions without knowing what was going to happen to them. They were also part of Daoist Durant's plan. One had to admit that Daoist Durant was indeed a genius. Despite him being unable to leave the never-ending clan battleship while it was still undergoing repairs, he had drawn up a plan for the destruction of the Federation's second line of defense on Venus. He had done so within a short period of time, amidst a flurry of unexpected events, and had based it all on Wang Baoli and Feng Churan's reappearance. It was a simple plan that involved attacking the weakest link and drawing out the rest of his enemy's forces. Wang Baoli and Feng Churan were bait meant to lure the Federation to their rescue. It didn't matter how many came, they would all be destroyed. Based on Daoist Durant's assessment, he believed that there was a great chance that the Federation would pretend to mount a fierce attack just so they could carry out the rescue. Then, they would retreat when given the opportunity. When that happens, and they arrive, it'll be the perfect time to unleash the explosive power of the Soul Infusion destruction. We will destroy the Federation's main forces. Venus, the key to the solar system array formation, will fall with ease. My only fear is that too few people will turn up. But even if that happens, we still have 2 Soul Conduit realm vessels that will prove effective weapons when attacking Venus. Daoist Durant sat inside the never-ending clan battleship stationed on Mercury. His eyes were mere slits, concealing the anticipatory light within as he smiled faintly and murmured to himself. The Federation was at a disadvantage when it came to their level of cultivation as well as their knowledge in such mystic arts. Even if they had the solar system array formation, it would be difficult for them to detect Daoist Durant's soul infusion destruction. That was why he hadn't made any changes to his plan. The Federation army had made a show of its deployment, leaving Venus and approaching Mercury. Li Xingwen, who had led a sizable team with him, had left in advance. He hurried to the meeting place he had set up with Feng Churan. Every action that the Federation took had been deliberated and run through by its immensely resourceful think tank. They had simulated how the war was going to turn out based on every piece of information they had got their hands on. Despite them being unaware of the malicious trap that had been set for them, they had considered the possibility of an ambush. Their plans had provided for ways to circumvent it. Of course, no one knew how effective these contingency plans would be. Daoist Durant's plans and the Federation's rescue efforts began to unfold concurrently. In the center of the storm, where the Red Sea lay, were 2 clouds of red mist. They were being refined into human vessels. Wang Baoli was inside one of them. He was facing a difficult decision, an occasion that had rarely happened to him. He had no idea how Feng Churan was doing at this moment, but he was well aware of his Thirach armor and his physical body's capabilities. They were being eroded away rapidly as he was trapped inside the mist. It was likely that Feng Churan wasn't going to last much longer than he was. In fact, she might not last as long as he would. The red mist was extremely bizarre. It had the ability to seal and trap them, as well as erosive properties. It was indescribably cold and eerie. Wang Baoli couldn't free himself no matter how hard he struggled. He felt like a fly, and the red mist was a gigantic hand that was clutching him within its closed fist. There was no way for him to escape, and even moving was proving a challenge. He could only watch as the mist slowly ate away at his Thirach armor. Once the Thirach armor was completely eroded away, he could imagine his physical flesh, his nascent soul, and his spirit, having lost the protection of the armor, being next. The spirit fat on me will only gain me a little bit of time. Wang Baoli's heart sank. He couldn't sense what was going on outside and had no idea if he was still trapped in the spot that he had been caught in. Unease continued to fill his heart. If the never-ending clan is trying to use Phone Churan and me as bait. Wang Baoli's pupils contracted. His heart became filled with anxiety. He tried struggling to free himself again, but to no avail. He became increasingly frustrated, and danger started to loom increasingly heavier over his head. He knew that if the situation remained unchanged, there was little chance of him walking out of this alive. The only way is to keep creating and blowing up my avatars. Rather than staying trapped here and waiting to get killed, I might as well see if I can blow up enough things and force my way out of this thing. My only worry is that I'll still have to fight the 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators after that. That's going to be a tough battle. Wait, there's still Liezi. He has definitely caught up by now. Wang Baoli was torn. It was unfortunate that they were nowhere near Mars. Given the choice, he might risk it all to summon his dark artifact. I don't care anymore. Violence flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes. He gritted his teeth and prepared to summon his avatar so that he could blow it up. Just as his avatar appeared and was about to self-destruct, he suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the rumbling mist ahead of him. A face had flashed past in the mist. It had vanished instantly, but Wang Baoli had seen the greed and brutality that had been on its face. It was as if the face had found Wang Baoli an appetizing treat and had wanted a bite. That is... Wang Baoli's heart raced. He abandoned the idea of blowing up his avatars and scanned the surrounding mist carefully, his eyes wide. Soon, he saw a face again. It was a different face, one with a lost expression. Wang Baoli's eyes burned brightly at the sight. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he continued waiting. Slowly, more faces appeared. Some of them were male, others female. Some looked violent, some lost. Some of the faces were awash with greed, others perversion. Wisps of soul appeared alongside these faces, gathering together and spreading around Wang Baoli. This is like receiving a pillow for a gift when you're just beginning to feel drowsy. Wang Baoli blinked before a wild joy began flooding his heart. Dead spirits were the thing that he was least afraid of. As a dark child, seeing these souls was like seeing servants wandering all around him. He was overjoyed by their appearance, and he began to reassess his situation carefully. I have no idea why they're here, but as long as there are souls hidden inside this mist and there is a sufficient number of them, I should be able to use the dark art to free myself. There's no need to blow my avatars up anymore. I can use the souls as my weapons too, but after freeing myself, even if I have the souls at my disposal, I'll still have to face 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators, face an army of battleships and cultivators, and save Phone Churan. That's almost an impossible task. Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes. Unless I can become very powerful, very quickly. Power, isn't that just the means to kill? That's why, the demonic eye art. Madness flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes. By choosing the path of the demonic eye art, he was sending himself down the road to more killing and more death in order to gain more power. He hadn't wanted to go down this path unless he had no other choice. A nascent soul realm mystic art was the bridge between one's foundational cultivation and their ascent. It was the key that could determine where they would land in the future. There's not going to be a future if I don't survive the present. Wang Baoli was a man of decisiveness. The veins in his eyes gradually turned red, and determination colored his eyes as he muttered to himself. He didn't hesitate any longer. His hands might have been rendered immobile, but he could still chant the words to the demonic eye art in his head. A creepy black eye soon appeared behind him. The eye was shut. Its form materialized gradually, emanating a black aura that tainted the space around it. It spread outwards and enveloped the area, and a cold, evil aura slowly flowed out from Wang Baoli. Chapter 691, The Dark Demonic Eye. Chapter 691, The Dark Demonic Eye. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli had first read about the demonic eye art in his dark dream. It was a strange and bizarre mystic art that had originated from an ancient civilization that was now extinct. Its records stopped at its nascent soul realm techniques. The dark sect wouldn't have paid it much mind because of that, but its incredibly destructive power had resulted in it being listed as one of the 3 most powerful nascent soul realm mystic arts that the dark sect had ever come across. In fact, when practiced alongside the dark art, it would display a power that would make it the most powerful mystic art the sect had ever seen at the nascent soul realm. It had only been abandoned as a practical mystic art because it was incomplete. The mystic art focused on killing. There were 5 levels to it. Each new level brought a transformation to the cultivator's cultivation, as well as his physical strength and speed. The latter 2 would be doubled at every level. Theoretically speaking, a cultivator who reached the 3rd level would be 8 times as strong and fast as when they had first started on the mystic art. That would increase to 32 times when they reached the 5th level of the mystic art. The first level was meant for one at the early stage nascent soul realm, the second, the mid-stage nascent soul realm. The 3rd level was for one at the late stage nascent soul realm, and the 4th, the perfected nascent soul realm. One's cultivation would be incredible at this stage. Then, there was the final stage of the mystic art, the 5th level. There was the conventional way of rising through the levels, through normal training, and a shortcut. The latter involved killing. The more one killed, the more powerful one got, and the crazier one became. In fact, killing was the true way of practicing this mystic art. The record stated that at the early stages of practicing this mystic art, the cultivator would be able to summon a white eye outside his body. That was for ordinary cultivators, though. If one practiced the dark art before practicing this mystic art, the eye that was summoned would be a black-colored dark demonic eye. Like the cold, eerie-looking eye that had materialized behind Wang Baoli. There was only one now. But with every person he killed, he would be able to draw their god spirit out from their corpse, which would then transform into the next demonic eye. Each demonic eye could dispel spells. Its destruction would unleash an incredible force. It would be equivalent to blowing up the person whose god spirit had been drained to create the demonic eye in the first place. It seems like a perfect match for the dark art. In fact, it seems to also work well with the flame snatch. Wang Baoli sat deep in meditation, his eyes shut as he practiced the demonic eye art. Thoughts flooded his mind. He thought of his flame snatch. Flame snatch was another mystic art that focused on killing others. The key to practicing it was absorbing the blood and flesh of living creatures. Through such a process, one's physical body would grow stronger, and his cultivation would increase. Wang Baoli had adapted it so that his Thirach armor became the main vessel, the receptacle for whatever the flame snatch absorbed. That had resulted in the fusion between the flame snatch and his Thirach armor, and the creation of an external artifact that was separate from his body. It had its limits. There are limits to the flame snatch, but not to the demonic eye, Wang Baoli muttered to himself. His mind seemed to have settled on something, and a calm fell over his mind as he removed his Thirach armor. The mountain of flesh that was his body was instantly exposed to the mist. He looked like an enormous, ancient beast, emanating waves of power that would strike terror into one's heart. Waves of mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivation emanated from his body. He was nearly at the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Vast stores of spirit energy rested in the spirit fat in his body. It would form the foundation for Wang Baoli's venture into the demonic eye art. As his cultivation progressed, the black eye hovering behind him grew more distinct. It exuded a coldness that grew increasingly chilly. Simultaneously, his body began to shrink in size. Vast amounts of spirit fat transformed instantly into spirit chi, surging into the demonic eye behind him. This wasn't a simple, straightforward absorption. In the past, Wang Baoli had only cultivation but had no cultivation technique. Now though, he had decided on the cultivation technique that was going to determine his path of cultivation. The demonic eye art was activated. His body seemed to break down into its basic particles, which restructured and refined themselves as he pushed himself on the path of the demonic eye art. Wang Baoli's size shrunk by half in an instant. He had reached the first level of the demonic eye art. His cultivation had finally, truly reached the early stage nascent soul realm. He wasn't done yet. The demonic eye art continued its work on him. His body continued to shrink in size. Soon, he had shrunk to the size of an ordinary person again, and he had also reached the second level of the demonic eye art. Explosions erupted in his mind, rumbling like thunder. The demonic eye standing behind him had grown more distinct, appearing real. It would strike terror into the hearts of those who saw it. Wang Baoli's progress with the demonic eye art didn't stop there. He had accumulated an immense store of spirit chi in the final Great Palace. The spirit fat stored in his body might have been depleted, but there was still a wealth of spirit chi in his meridians fueling his hike towards the third level of the demonic eye art. It only took him 10 counts. The cultivation inside Wang Baoli's body finally stopped churning. It had fully melded with the demonic eye art, sending the demonic eye art from the second level to the third. The late-stage nascent soul realm. Wang Baoli shuddered violently. A powerful aura, stronger and more concentrated than anything he had ever possessed before, erupted from his body. It was a power that threatened to overwhelm everything in sight. The ghoulish faces that continued to appear in the red mist around him began to respond to the eruptions. Their expressions shifted. There was respect, fear, and awe on their faces, and they started to retreat. They could feel the icy chill surging from Wang Baoli and the creepy black eye guarding his back. It drove fear into them like a stake. The wisps of spirit energy that were colored by the dark art, which continued to emanate from Wang Baoli as he continued his cultivation, made them afraid as well. They dared not draw near. If given the choice, most of the souls would keep their distance from Wang Baoli. Regardless, the red mist was their prison, trapping them within as their numbers grew, preventing their escape. The only way out seemed to be through Wang Baoli. They could either consume him or be consumed by him. The souls became increasingly torn. The will of the soul infusion destruction continued to coerce, compel, and draw them. The souls that gathered within the red mist began to struggle and grow mad. Their frustration and anger grew. The entire red mist began to rumble and boil with emotions. Daoist Yuran hadn't anticipated this series of events. Kai Lin and the other never-ending clan Soul Conduit Realm cultivators, as well as the Dao Palace cultivators currently deep in meditation aboard their battleships, whose souls were continuously being drained by the array formation, were all unaware of the monster they were breeding. However, the tumultuous state of the mist that Wang Baoli was trapped within was obvious when compared with the mist holding Feng Churan prisoner. It wasn't something that could escape the eyes of Kai Lin and the others. The red mist that Feng Churan was trapped within was too calm when compared to Wang Baoli's. No one could tell what was going on inside. Even so, they could still sense waves of strange spirit energy escaping from the red mist. The stark difference in the red mist's appearances drew their attention, but without the ability to investigate what was truly going on inside, Kai Lin and the others could only frown and watch. The red mist not only imprisoned their captives, it also kept the captors out and unable to discern what was happening inside. Maybe it's because of Wang Baoli's special circumstances, Kai Lin and his fellow clan members eyed one another. They continued to feel uneasy after a series of voice transmissions. Finally, they decided to seek Daoist Yuran's views on the matter. They were about to do just that. It was then that inside the red mist, Wang Baoli, who had sat in meditation and had just recovered fully, suddenly opened his eyes. The faces surrounding him in the mist suddenly shuddered violently. They seemed on the verge of screaming, but they had held back their screams out of fear. They trembled, their expressions filled with awe. It was as if a single word from Wang Baoli could dictate their death. Wang Baoli's cold eyes swept across the souls around him. He raised his right hand slowly, an icy glint flashing across his eyes. Then, his hand lowered, and his finger pointed forward. He didn't speak. Regardless, his will was transmitted into every soul inside the mist through his gestures alone. They trembled and turned around abruptly. They were like soldiers who had just received their orders, suddenly making a mad charge outwards. The red mist spasmed and rumbled violently. It expanded outwards without stop, seeming as if it might explode at any moment. Countless faces could be seen howling and struggling inside the mist, madness distorting their expressions. Alarm flashed across Kai Lin's and the others' faces when they saw that. They felt danger instinctively rumbling in their gut. Before they could take a closer look, an unimaginable force erupted. It was a tsunami, threatening to pull everything under its waves, and, like a volcanic eruption, threatening to split the lands apart. The red mist could no longer contain the crazed souls. Its outer layers began to disintegrate, surging outwards like furious waves and sweeping into everything. The 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators bore the brunt of the attack. They couldn't escape, and they found the backlash hitting them straight in their faces as they shuddered violently and retreated repeatedly. The battleships around them were like children's toys, swept along and flung into distant space. Chaos reigned momentarily. Alarm colored Kai Lin's and the other cultivators' faces. The souls that had escaped from the red mist and charged out turned back towards the red mist then. They stared straight into the mist, lowered their heads, and fell on their knees. It was a mind-boggling sight. A tall, slim person emerged from the depths of the mist, and a head full of long hair flowed down his back as he walked out slowly. It was Wang Baoli. "Thanks to you, I've decided on the path of cultivation I'm going to embark on." A chilly voice, one laced with ice, erupted in everyone's minds. It seemed capable of freezing everything in sight. The distinct shape of a pitch-black eye materialized behind Wang Baoli. It was a terrifying sight. Chapter 692, Slaying a Soul Conduit Realm Cultivator. Chapter 692, Slaying a Soul Conduit Realm Cultivator. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli. A strange black eye and Wang Baoli's strange, terrifying figure sent alarm flashing across the Soul Conduit Realm cultivators' faces. Incredulity lit their eyes. They hadn't expected Wang Baoli to free himself from the red mist. The sight of countless souls falling to their knees and prostrating themselves before Wang Baoli, as if they were in the presence of a king, was both shocking and unbelievable. Regardless, they were experienced, battle-worn never-ending clan cultivators. Their initial shock didn't stop them from eyeing one another immediately, then unleashing a sudden burst of speed, transforming into 4 blurs that charged towards Wang Baoli. They didn't hesitate. They immediately unleashed their most powerful attacks. With a wave of his hand, Kai Lin summoned a grey daoist robe. It hovered above his head, seemingly filled out by an invisible person, exuding an aura of death as it lunged at Wang Baoli. The other 3 cultivators had their own trump cards. One of them formed a series of hand seals, and his body blurred into dual images. One transformed into a huge black lizard that then fused with the other. The fused body opened its huge gaping mouth. Wafts of bad breath drifted out. He exuded incredible power that surged upwards and threatened to tear everything apart. Another waved both his hands and then ripped his body apart, revealing 3 heads and 6 arms. He clearly wasn't bothered about exposing his true identity. He was going to overpower Wang Baoli with his strong physical body. The trump card of the final cultivator was the strangest and most bizarre. With a single step, he split himself into multiple replicas. They came from all directions, each glowing with a bright blue light that was clearly poisonous. Wang Baoli watched dispassionately as his 4 opponents charged at him with murderous intent. He lifted his right hand and waved suddenly. The souls that had prostrated themselves before him suddenly lifted their heads. Their mouths opened, and screams that were soundless yet pierced one's senses were unleashed from their gaping mouths. The souls rushed towards the 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators fearlessly. They were swift and many. They surged towards the 4 cultivators like an ocean of souls. They might be much weaker than the cultivators, to the extent that their vast numbers couldn't turn the tides in their favor, but they were still useful in gaining more time for Wang Baoli. Waves of spirit energy rippled across space momentarily. An emotionless Wang Baoli spared not a single glance for the 4 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators, who were momentarily trapped by the ocean of souls. Instead, he approached the mist-holding Feng Churan prisoner, appearing next to the mist instantly and pressing his right palm on its outer layer. In an instant, the souls that remained inside the mist or had wormed their way into Feng Churan shuddered violently. They felt a fearsome will casting a terrifying shadow over them. It was cold and harsh, and it spoke only one word. Scram. The single word almost blasted the souls into pieces. They fled instantly, charging outwards. The red mist couldn't withstand the vast hordes of souls struggling to rush out simultaneously. It exploded instantly. Masses of souls spilled out, revealing a barely breathing Feng Churan. Feng Churan was a powerful Soul Conduit Realm cultivator. Even though she had been trapped for an extended period of time and had suffered a long period of refinement, her mind was still clear. Her pupils contracted when she saw who had rescued her. She recognized Wang Baoli, albeit vaguely. Her eyes were uncontrollably drawn towards the black, shut eye hovering behind him. The sight seemed to send her into a daze. It was like staring into a black hole that was spinning continuously. She felt as if her soul was being pulled out from her body. Startled, she bit the tip of her tongue. The pain cleared her mind. She was quietly shocked. She had no idea what the black eye was, but she could tell that Wang Baoli hadn't activated whatever powers the black eye contained. Regardless, it had managed to cause her momentary loss of focus. The terrifying power the black eye held must be unimaginable. Wang Baoli, you. Grand Mistress Turan, the souls can only hold back the 4 soul conduit realm cultivators for a short moment. That's not enough time for us to escape. Are you able to take on 1 soul conduit realm cultivator? With a wave of his right hand, Wang Baoli threw out multiple pill bottles. His voice was calm. It was different from the chill emanating from his person, as well as the terrifying aura the black eye hovering behind him was giving off. Even his voice in her head was cold. Yes. She took the bottles and drank them in a single gulp. Then, she nodded fiercely and swept her gaze sideways. In the next moment, she was on her way to one of the trapped soul conduit realm cultivators. She immediately started attacking as the souls continued to trap the soul conduit realm cultivator within their midst. Alarm flashed across the soul conduit realm cultivator's face when he saw Feng Turan unleashing her attack. They immediately engaged in fierce battle. Incredible waves of spirit energy surged from their clashes. There were 3 other soul conduit realm cultivators left. Wang Baoli's eyes flickered as they swept past the 3 trapped cultivators, finally pausing on Kai Lin. We have to make this quick, Wang Baoli muttered to himself. He turned towards Kai Lin with a single step. With the fall of his foot, red meridians emerged from his body and wove themselves around him, materializing into the Dharach armor. His form might have slimmed down, which meant that the armor no longer looked as enormous as it had before, but the violent aura that it exuded didn't lessen. The black eye behind Wang Baoli added to the armor's fearsome appearance. He had transformed into a demonic god. He took a second step and appeared next to Kai Lin, raising his left hand and punching. Behind the punch was the power of the supernova, the Dharach armor, his stellar nascent soul, and the demonic eye art. The accumulated power momentarily surpassed the limits of what an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator should possess. In fact, it wasn't power that a nascent soul realm cultivator could contain. However, Wang Baoli had an incredibly resilient physical body and his Dharach armor serving as a vessel for his power. That allowed him to unleash power that was beyond what a nascent soul realm cultivator was allowed to possess. It was a punch that could rival one unleashed by a soul conduit realm cultivator, one that not only matched a punch by a soul conduit realm cultivator at the early stage but surpassed it entirely. It was like receiving a punch given by a true mid-stage soul conduit realm cultivator. Alarm colored Kai Lin's face. He howled, raised both arms, and with a sudden wave, summoned the grey Daoist robe that had been hovering above his head before him. The grey Daoist robe flew down and stood before him, prepared to stop Wang Baoli's attack. He prepared to make a hasty retreat as well, smacking his forehead with a force that exposed his intention to tear his host body apart and reveal his true never-ending clan form. Read more chapters at Ellis Novel. It was the right move. He acted swiftly, but it was still too late. Just as the grey Daoist robe flew ahead of Kai Lin and the latter threw himself back, a white light flickered in Wang Baoli's eyes. The demonic eye behind him, which had been shut all along, suddenly blinked open. The cosmos shuddered. Silence descended. Space and time and all living things came to a standstill. Kai Lin was one of them. He froze, as if the thread connecting his body and spirit had just been snipped, and as if all thoughts had suddenly fled his mind. He stood immobile as Wang Baoli stepped around the grey Daoist robe and passed Kai Lin in a single swift moment. The right arm of the Dharach armor flared with the light of the divine armament. It was too late to retaliate or dodge the attack, too late for his never-ending clan form to escape from his host body. The divine armament arm slashed forward in a sweep, ending the battle. Blood splattered as Kai Lin's head flew into the air. As his head parted from his body, the latter instantly shriveled up, its blood and flesh drained immediately by the Dharach armor. Kai Lin's soul was devoured by the black eye in the same instant. Behind Wang Baoli, next to the first black eye, appeared another, a second shot the size of a fist. So, it's that simple, killing a soul conduit realm cultivator. Wang Baoli shut his eyes. He could sense another separate cultivation inside his body. His demonic eye art was growing more powerful, inching slowly and steadily towards the fourth level of the cultivation technique. The expression on his face was calm. There was no joy nor sorrow. This was the price one paid for practicing the demonic eye art. He no longer felt anything when killing others. In fact, a faint and indescribable hunger began to unfurl inside him. It was urging him to continue killing. Interesting. Does the demonic eye art possess its own will? Is it trying to control me? Wang Baoli assessed the waves of hunger inside him, then turned towards the second soul conduit realm cultivator who was currently trapped. An icy glint flashed across his eyes as he made his way towards the soul conduit realm cultivator. Chapter 693, The Demonic Eyes Explode. Chapter 693, The Demonic Eyes Explode. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Having reached the nascent soul realm on a physical level, Wang Baoli was better able to unleash the potential speed a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator was capable of. The speed he had originally been capable of had already surpassed that of his peers. With the additional boost from his Thirach armor, he was now as fast as a soul conduit realm cultivator. This augmented speed received an extra boost from the power unleashed by his stellar nascent soul, allowing him to be even faster than an early-stage soul conduit realm cultivator. With the final push from the strange demonic eye art, his speed was utterly shocking. If one were merely hurrying from one place to another, such speed might not be as useful as teleportation. However, it possessed an advantage that teleportation lacked. The process of acceleration allowed one to accumulate power. The principle for such accumulation had long been established and proven by the Federation thousands of years ago. Power was the result of strength multiplied by speed. Wang Baoli's physical strength and the boost provided by his Thirach armor, when combined with his extraordinary speed, resulted in an incredible power that now rushed towards the second trapped never-ending clan soul conduit realm cultivator like a meteor. It rumbled and thundered in its charge, passing through the vast hordes of souls in an instant. The second never-ending clan cultivator stood shocked, his pupils contracted, as Wang Baoli smashed into him with the overwhelming power of a meteor. The never-ending clan cultivator let loose a loud howl. As the overpowering threat of death loomed over him, alarm bells rang loudly in his head. He raised both of his arms abruptly, and 4 additional arms burst out from his sides. 6 arms, 2 tightened their hands into fists, another 2 had their palms open, and the last 2 came together to form a series of hand seals, shifted to defend as he tried his best to stop Wang Baoli. Thunder crashed, and the skies rumbled. Energy shock waves surged and flooded the area, spirit energy rippled through space like vast waves, and masses of souls shrieked and retreated. The never-ending clan cultivator spat blood out of his mouth as he too was forced back. Shock filled his face and incredulity colored his eyes as he attempted to escape. It was too late. Wang Baoli approached with the speed of a shooting star, and the demonic eyes hovering at his back opened once again. Power that rendered all living things immobile was unleashed once more. Wang Baoli could hear a distinct roar inside him, urging him to kill. The never-ending clan cultivator who had been madly retreating stumbled to a standstill as soon as the demonic eye fluttered open. A dazed cloud fell over his eyes. The black eye behind Wang Baoli stared. Its gaze seemed to have transformed into a physical prison that trapped the never-ending clan cultivator, holding him still in the middle of space. Read more chapters at Elisnovel. He could have struggled. In fact, given sufficient time, the never-ending clan cultivator might have been able to free himself with ease, but he was now trapped in a fierce battle for his life. Every second was precious. The price he paid for that moment of immobility was heavy. Wang Baoli approached instantly. Without even activating his divine armament, he lifted his right hand and pressed his open palm on the never-ending clan cultivator's head. He unleashed Flame Snatch. The never-ending clan cultivator's body shriveled up amidst thunderous booms. It shrank and collapsed into itself, like a ball suddenly squeezed of all air. He wasn't done yet, he also unleashed the demonic eye art. The never-ending clan cultivator's soul was ripped out of his body instantly. It transformed into a sliver of white light that shot straight into the demonic eye. A third eye materialized next to Wang Baoli. The never-ending clan cultivator, drained of his flesh and blood and rid of his soul, turned to dust instantly, becoming grey specks that drifted into space. The third never-ending clan cultivator, surrounded and trapped by souls, and the fourth, engaged in fierce battle with Feng Churan, saw the entire thing. Alarm and shock flooded them. They were beset by an incredible, indescribable feeling. The emotions that Wang Baoli inspired in them at that moment were simply beyond description. The power he was displaying was simply overwhelming. He had slain 2 Soul Conduit Realm cultivators within a short period of time. The feat itself would have struck fear into the heart of any Soul Conduit Realm cultivator. What made Wang Baoli more terrifying was his appearance and the mystic techniques he was wielding. Hovering behind Wang Baoli at the moment were 1 huge and 2 smaller black eyes. They shifted and wriggled in a strange manner, as if they were ingesting something. The sight of these eyeballs made one's hair stand on end. The sensation was akin to coming upon an immense, horrible monster. What cultivation technique is that? Such a spell seems to have an effect on the laws of Tao themselves. He's playing with Dharmic Tao. That's something only one who's at least at the planet realm is capable of. How is he able to wield such power? Overwhelmed with shock and terror, the surviving never-ending clan cultivators had lost all appetite for battle. Their only thought was to escape. Unfortunately, one of them was currently trapped in a fight with Feng Churan, while the other was surrounded by souls commanded by Wang Baoli. There was no way they could escape within a short period of time. Anxiety filled their hearts. As the 2 cultivators lost themselves in terror, Feng Churan was also trying to rein in her shock. There was no doubt that she had been continuously surprised every time Wang Baoli revealed something new and extraordinary. The latest reveal had inspired true awe. The awe she felt was not towards Wang Baoli, it was towards the black eyes guarding his back. They exuded absolute evil, a malice that made everything around them pale in comparison. Having devoured the second never-ending clan cultivator, Wang Baoli seemed to exhibit no distinct changes. He seemed as he always was. However, he could feel distinctly inside himself a consciousness that seemed to have formed from the demonic eye art. It was growing swiftly as he killed. It seemed that the more he killed, the stronger and more powerful it became. That's quite strange. No one mentioned this in the books that I've read in the Dark Dream, about the demonic eye art developing a mind of its own. Wang Baoli shook his head. He had no time to think about that now. The demonic eye art developing a mind of its own posed a danger, but the never-ending clan cultivators before him now were an immediate threat. What's the point of worrying about the future if you can't even survive the present? Wang Baoli narrowed his eyes, an icy flint flashing within. He took a step forward and raced straight towards the third never-ending clan Soul Conduit Realm cultivator, who was currently surrounded and trapped by souls. Only mere moments had passed since Wang Baoli had devoured the first never-ending clan cultivator, with a brief interruption when Wang Baoli thought about the potential threat presented by the demonic eye art, one that no one else was privy to. He was approaching his third never-ending clan cultivator now. The latter howled furiously, the terror flooding his mind, threatening to cause his complete mental breakdown. He knew that he wasn't Wang Baoli's match. He watched as the black eyes that appeared to embody the power of the Dharmic Tao itself approach. He knew that he was going to end up like his fellow dead comrades, not merely destroyed in body and spirit but consumed entirely. Compared to the latter, the former seemed infinitely comparable, especially when death was inevitable. The third never-ending clan cultivator laughed madly, a crazed look bright in his eyes. Just as Wang Baoli came near, he blew up. His Tao Palace host body was torn apart, revealing the true 3-headed, 6-armed form of a never-ending clan member. I'm the only one who gets to decide my own death. A self-destructive power filled his newly revealed form and activated instantly. Just as the self-destructive force expanded outwards and began to rip his body apart, the 3 black eyes behind Wang Baoli opened. Wang Baoli's will echoed in the air and in the mind of the Soul Conduit Realm cultivator, whose soul was already in the midst of disintegration. You're wrong. Those were the last words the never-ending clan cultivator heard. The waves of self-destructive energy came to a standstill in the next moment, as if frozen immobile by a seemingly tangible gaze. Wang Baoli stepped past the never-ending clan cultivator, pulling along with him the mutilated flesh and blood body as well as a partially destroyed soul. The three black eyes behind Wang Baoli fluttered shut. Quiet momentarily descended. It was then that a fourth eye appeared behind him. A furious roar erupted in the heavens instantly. Wang Baoli! It was a familiar voice. It was Daoist Yuran. Wang Baoli had acted swiftly, but his extermination of the three Soul Conduit realm cultivators had still been discovered by Daoist Yuran. Furious but unable to leave the battleship, Daoist Yuran nevertheless chose to attack. His attack didn't come from himself but through the fearsome never-ending clan battleship. His furious roar thundered in space, followed by a red beam of light, 10,000 feet wide, blasted from Mercury. It shot through space, blasting numerous black holes in its wake, and appeared next to Wang Baoli and Feng Churan in an instant. It was swift and powerful, its speed and power as pure as light itself and equally blinding. It exuded destruction and power that almost rivaled one at the perfected Soul Conduit realm, threatening to overpower them instantly. The sudden arrival of the immense threat didn't cause Wang Baoli to lose his calm. Without hesitation, he turned, his eyes bright with madness, and pressed his hands together in a series of hand seals. Then, he turned his hands outwards, towards the approaching beam of light and its waves of spirit energy, which were rippling outward and burning his hair. Demonic eyes, explode. Chapter 694, Nowhere to Run. Chapter 694, Nowhere to Run. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. 4 eyes, 1 large and 3 smaller, hovered behind Wang Baoli. Except for his original demonic eye, the other 3 black eyes raced away from Wang Baoli and appeared before him, between him and the approaching beam of light, and opened simultaneously. There was something different this time when the eyes opened. Besides the immobilizing effect of their gaze, an aura that exuded destruction surged from the black eyes. Before the beam of light could flood them, these black eyes blew themselves up. Waves of spirit energy surged outwards violently, creating an immense shock wave that might not rival the singular attack from the great never-ending clan battleship, but still managed to scatter the concentrated beam. The beam of light diffused into a fainter, glowing blanket of light instead, its original force weakened. The weakened attack still managed to drive Wang Baoli back thousands of feet, causing his organs to churn under his Thirach armor. However, no blood was spilled. Feng Churan, on the other hand, seemed worse for wear. She hadn't yet fully recovered from her earlier injuries. She recently had her soul devoured and mind taken over. Under the cast of light, blood dripped from her lips as she tried her best to retreat. The never-ending clan cultivator, whom she had been engaging in battle, seized the opportunity and unleashed a spell. He melted into the light and escaped. That wasn't the end of it. Daoist Yuran was clearly furious over his oversight. He found the casualty count unacceptable. The hate he felt towards Wang Baoli intensified and had reached a point where he had to kill Wang Baoli. After all, this time, he was the one who had initiated the attack. He was the one who had picked up a boulder and dropped it on his own foot. If he hadn't decided to use Wang Baoli and Feng Churan as bait to lure the Federation fleet to him, he wouldn't have initiated the Soul Infusion destruction, and Wang Baoli wouldn't have had the chance to exploit the Soul Infusion destruction, causing him such great casualties and such a humiliating defeat. Wang Baoli, I must kill you. Daoist Yuran sat inside the great never-ending clan battleship resting on Mercury, his hair loose and disheveled, and a red glow lighting his eyes. Before him was a pool of water, and within the pool, a body. It was lined with cracks, as if pieced together from numerous parts. This was what Wang Baoli had blown up earlier, the core of the great never-ending clan battleship, the battle robes. Daoist Yuran was trying to fuse with the battle robes as he repaired the battleship. There was no way he could leave. Regardless, his desire to kill Wang Baoli was overwhelming. He might not be able to leave the battleship, but that didn't stop him from making other arrangements. The light beam earlier was one of them. As Wang Baoli fought against the beam of light, Daoist Yuran sent out new orders. They were received by the Dao Palace cultivators hidden in space, who were ready to ambush the Federation. They were all waiting for their orders. They had hidden themselves and were isolated from the battlefield. They had no idea what was going on outside. Upon receiving the latest orders, alarm flashed across the faces of the leading Never-Ending Clan cultivators inside the battleships. They immediately sent their orders. The battleships revealed themselves instantly, turning towards the battlefield a short distance away from them, where Wang Baoli was currently located. They spread themselves out into a fan-shaped formation and charged towards the battlefield. In order to guarantee Wang Baoli's death, after making a series of orders, Daoist gritted his teeth and pressed his right palm on the torn and tattered battle robes before him. No one knew what spell he cast, but the battle robe's shut eyes suddenly opened. Its eyes shone with hate for Wang Baoli. The glow within mirrored Daoist eyes. It was as if it were an exact copy of Daoist. Wang Baoli. The battle robe spoke. It lifted the index finger of its right hand with great difficulty, then pointed it at the surface of the pool. The finger dipped in the water lightly. The battleship, which had been formed from shards of heavenly Tao, suddenly shuddered. Black ripples of energy traveled across the entire battleship, gathering at the central, primary altar. Black light continued to gather as waves of spirit energy spread into space. The speed at which Mercury was being mined of its stellar source seemed to quicken. The battleship seemed to be gathering its strength. At the same time, a wisp of spirit energy drifted into space and locked onto Wang Baoli's location. Something shifted in Wang Baoli's expression. His demonic eye and his Arch armor seemed not to sense anything amiss. His stellar nascent soul, however, opened its eyes at that instant. A strong sense of dread and danger erupted from the nascent soul, flooding Wang Baoli's senses. Something's wrong. The heart-racing sensation that beset Wang Baoli compelled him to unleash a sudden burst of speed without hesitation. He raced into the distance. Feng Churan hadn't sensed danger at all, but she had seen the serious look in Wang Baoli's eyes. She didn't speak. Instead, she set all her doubts aside and chased after Wang Baoli. The entire region had fallen under Daoist grasp, however. There was almost nowhere they could escape to. The battleships that had hidden themselves for ambush revealed their forms under Daoist orders. Their fan-shaped formation allowed the battleships to be spread across a vast area. No matter where Wang Baoli tried to escape, he would still run into a few battleships. A dozen battleships soon discovered his tracks. The battleships set up array formations swiftly. This was followed by hordes of Tao Palace cultivators, as well as never-ending clan members hiding in the host bodies of Tao Palace cultivators, surging out from the battleships and charging towards Wang Baoli. The never-ending clan members amongst them hadn't witnessed Wang Baoli's terrifying battle prowess firsthand. Regardless, they had been able to figure something out on their own, based on the orders given by Daoist. The Tao Palace cultivators were blinded by their greed for battle credits. All of them wanted to kill Wang Baoli in exchange for rich rewards. They weren't fools, though. Quite a few of them had realized that something wasn't right. The enormous black eye hovering at Wang Baoli's back was terrifying enough to give anyone the creeps. That was why they appeared to approach steadily, but in reality, no one wanted to be the first to die on the battlefield. What they planned to do was to hold Wang Baoli back and keep him under control. It seemed like a relatively safe method that would earn them battle credits. It was, indeed, a good strategy. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to work on Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli was beset with anxiety. A sense of danger crept steadily inward, eating at his soul. The murderous look in his eyes intensified. His gut was screaming at him. If he were to be slowed down here and now, he was going to die. His fate would be sealed. Maybe the only way out isn't to escape, but to kill them all. Wang Baoli was a decisive character. Once the thought entered his head, he immediately narrowed his eyes and shifted his feet. In the face of the approaching battleships, their brightly flaring array formations, and armies of flying cultivators, Wang Baoli didn't run away. Instead, he picked up his pace and charged towards them. The Arch armor. Wang Baoli roared inwardly. The armor on his body shifted. Numerous red meridians burst out and danced around his body, transforming Wang Baoli into a fearsome-looking beast. He ignored the beams of light emitted by the battleship's array formations, allowing them to race towards him and land around him. They stirred violent ripples of spirit energy around him, but the shock waves were all stopped by his red meridians. The beams of light cut down his meridians but couldn't touch him, and where the meridians were destroyed, more meridians emerged to take their place. Wang Baoli looked like a war chariot, invincible, infallible, and powerful beyond measure. Demonic Eye. Red meridians continued to be blasted into bits, to turn to dust, to reform and resurrect. Behind Wang Baoli, the black demonic eye fluttered but didn't open. The mind behind the eyelid seemed to shiver with excitement. It sent thoughts of murder and carnage into Wang Baoli's mind. Its urge to kill was so powerful that it seemed to distort the fabric of space around the black eye. Feng Churan trembled. Wang Baoli seemed like a complete stranger at that moment. More terrified were the Dao Palace and never-ending clan cultivators, who had flown out from the battleships and been intent on stopping her and Wang Baoli from escaping. What is that? He's Wang Baoli? That's impossible. There's something not right with him. Shocked and alarmed, the Dao Palace cultivators attempted to retreat but were a step too late. As Wang Baoli rushed at them, the demonic eye behind him opened without warning. A pitch-black eye and its pitch-black pupil. It gave one a bizarre feeling. It was as if they were staring into an actual eye. One that exuded malice, madness, and a lust for blood. One whose gaze seemed almost tangible, that caught and rendered all living things immobile. A shiver rippled through the starlit space. The cultivators stood dazed as Wang Baoli charged into their midst. Concealed underneath the Dharach armor, Wang Baoli's lips dripped with blood. He had overreached and tried to cast his control over too many cultivators. It had resulted in a backlash from the demonic eye. Let the backlash come. I need more demonic eyes to counter the approaching threat. Murder flashed across Wang Baoli's eyes as he attacked. Chapter 695, Spirit Immortal Hand. Chapter 695, Spirit Immortal Hand. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Since he had started his journey of cultivation, Wang Baoli had survived numerous encounters with death. He had crossed paths with the giant tree, escaped with his life during the lunar incident, survived a short stay inside the dark artifact on Mars, and, of course, there was his time on the ancient sword. Those incidents might have seemed like smooth sailing, but in reality, a single misstep would have left him dead. He would be bones and ashes now. The massacre had begun from the time of the first cruiser's attack. At present, he could no longer remember how many cultivators, who were dying to meet their end, he had cut down. Other cultivators doing the same might gradually grow cold, emotionally speaking. Wang Baoli wasn't like others. Deep in his bones was a vicious, harsh streak that made him merciless towards himself. Such mercilessness allowed him to show no mercy towards the enemy as well. However, whether intentionally or unintentionally, his chubby appearance and the habits he had cultivated since he was a child had given him the appearance of someone who was cheerful and happy-go-lucky. This was the wolf skin that Wang Baoli had learned to wear since he was a child. This facade had been thinned considerably under the demonic IART's influence. Having flung aside his happy-go-lucky and earnest appearance, Wang Baoli's true character was now fully exposed. A massacre was unleashed instantly. With cultivation at the late-stage nascent soul realm, the resilience of the flame-snatched Dharach armor, the augmented power from the stellar nascent soul, and the added strange power of the demonic art, the result was a demonic, godlike entity that was Wang Baoli. Thunderous booms transformed into waves of spirit energy that rippled across the battlefield. The cultivators who were trapped by the demonic eye's gaze suffered a moment of immobility and paid for that with their lives. The countless crimson meridians that emerged from Wang Baoli's Dharach armor danced like red snakes in the air, skewering the living around him as he charged forward. His speed ensured that a brief bump from him would result in the other party being smashed into a pulp and mowed down instantly. The flame snatch continued its mad absorption. Under its frenzied draining, the Dharach armor grew more fearsome by the moment. White strands of bone increased in startling numbers and thickened into bones that protruded from the armor and turned into spikes. As the massacre continued, excitement, delight, and a lust for more seemed to emerge from the consciousness resting within the demonic art. It devoured one soul after another greedily, transforming each devoured soul into another black eye hovering at Wang Baoli's back. Even when the immobilizing effect of the demonic eye passed and the surrounding cultivators regained control of themselves, there was still no escape. What awaited them was an inevitable death. Truly. Wang Baoli had now become the source of all terror, shock, and despair, amongst other equally horrid emotions. Such devastating feelings spread across the battlefield like wildfire, casting a looming shadow over everyone. They lost all ability to organize themselves into some semblance of an effective force and mount a joint attack. This was, in fact, one of the reasons Wang Baoli had chosen to initiate an attack. He needed the shock and the deaths. He knew how the Dao Palace cultivators he faced thought and acted. He knew that any hesitation on his part would flame their lust for battle. What awaited him then would be the joint attack of a 10,000-strong force. He might have the ability to kill a Soul Conduit Realm cultivator with ease, but he knew his own limits. On his own, he wouldn't be a match for such a combined, organized attack. Ants might be small, but with enough of them, they could terrorize the king of all beasts. Instilling fear and shock was of utmost importance at this moment. The black eyes conjured by the demonic eye art might be able to exert an influence over the masses every time they opened and shut, but there was still a limit to that influence. As the backlash on him increased, the effect on the enemy decreased. That gave the Dao Palace cultivators around him temporary respite. As the never-ending clan cultivators continued to bark out orders and incite the Dao Palace cultivators with battle credits, the masses began to organize themselves amidst their battle frenzy and lust. Before some semblance of an organized force could emerge, Wang Baoli greeted them with a silently chanted scripture. The power of the scripture took the demonic IART's place, descending from above and striking terror into the Dao Palace cultivators' hearts. Another round of massacre unfolded. Wang Baoli had spiraled into a kind of madness. Being locked in by the troops from Mercury had sent chills deep into his bones. The sense of danger that he was in now made him feel cold. He felt as if his life was not his own. Luckily, as he continued to cut down his enemies, and as the demonic eyes hovering at his back grew in numbers, this chilly sense of death lightened, fading slightly with every additional demonic eye. Not enough, it's still not enough. Wang Baoli's eyes were red. He seemed to have forgotten where he was. The strong, looming sense of danger forced him to seek warmth instinctively, one that would drive the cold away indefinitely. In his mind, everyone standing before him were targets. Kill! Wang Baoli took a step forward, appearing next to a never-ending clan cultivator. The latter, shocked, tried to withdraw and shift away. Wang Baoli didn't even spare him a glance. He rushed into the never-ending clan cultivator. With a loud slam, the never-ending clan cultivator was flung into the distance. Like an ordinary human colliding with an airplane, his bones were crushed instantly and his spirit destroyed. Kill! Wang Baoli didn't stop. He leaped and gritted his teeth as the force of hundreds of dharmic treasures pummeled into him from all directions. The Dharach armor trembled, then the divine armament on his right arm unleashed a blinding light as it slashed forward. A huge, glowing sphere of lightning appeared then exploded, transforming into a net that cast itself across 10,000 feet and burned everything trapped under it. The deaths reaped from such methods were many, but the energy it consumed was equally significant. Even with the flame snatch rapidly absorbing new energy, it was hardly sustainable in the long run. There were simply too many Dao Palace cultivators. The difficulty was intensified by the never-ending clan members in the Dao Palace cultivators' midst. Their pointed attacks aimed at overpowering him, as well as Daoist Durant's orders, ensured that the Dao Palace cultivators continued to hold their ground firmly on the battlefield. They were waiting for Wang Baoli to show a moment of weakness. They were like a coiled spring pressed into itself under growing pressure. As soon as Wang Baoli showed a moment of weakness, they would unleash the pent-up energy within them. Of course, coils had their limits as well. If the stress became too great, there wouldn't be a window of opportunity for them to unleash their power. In fact, they might even be crushed instantly. 15 minutes passed in the roar of violence. The coil finally shattered. The battlefield was in utter chaos. The cultivators could no longer take it. There were signs of them caving. No one knew who the first one to retreat with horror on his face was, but others followed. The battlefield resembled a retreating tide as cultivators withdrew and the army showed signs of internal collapse. I don't want the battle credits anymore. This guy's not human. I still have the great Tao ahead of me and many other things I want to accomplish. I'm not going to be the pebble destined to be crushed under some other person's boot. The breakdown of the army was a blow to the troops that followed after, and chaos descended on the battlefield. The sight sent shivers down Feng Churan's spine. She stared at Wang Baoli, then at the Dao Palace cultivators who surrounded them. Her heart brimmed with indescribable emotions. In the end, she could only sigh. As the cultivators scattered, Wang Baoli emerged from the center of the battlefield, which was a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. The crimson Darach armor remained a terrifying sight to behold. More terrifying was what lay behind him. Adrift in space were tens of thousands of black eyes. They were all closed, shifting and spasming while distorting the surrounding fabric of space. They hovered behind Wang Baoli as he stood atop and was surrounded by countless corpses. It was as if a demon god had descended upon them all. That's barely enough. It's still not enough. Wang Baoli was heaving, mentally exhausted and physically weakened, hardly able to stand on his own 2 feet. The continuous energy flowing from his Darach armor and the will of the demonic Ayat, however, forced him to straddle the space between utter exhaustion and heightened excitement. His eyes reddened, and he shifted his feet, ready to kill again. It was then that, suddenly, a strange sound emitted from Mercury and resonated in space. The great never-ending clan battleship on Mercury, and the black lightning bolts that had gathered, suddenly unleashed their power. The countless black lightning bolts were no longer beams of light 10,000 feet wide. They expanded to 100,000 feet in width. What had been beams of light gathered and materialized into a gigantic black hand formed from lightning. The gigantic hand swept across the cosmos, bringing along with it power that surpassed that of a soul conduit realm cultivator. It was a terrifying power that seemed to rival that of a spirit immortal realm cultivator. It appeared on the battlefield suddenly and surged towards Wang Baoli in a sudden grab. The gigantic hand might seem insignificant when compared to the vastness of space. However, it was as vast as the heavens when placed on the battlefield. It appeared ready to gather Wang Baoli and the surrounding stars, crush them in its fist, and bury them alive. Chapter 696, Escape from Danger. Chapter 696, Escape from Danger. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli might be able to hold his own against a soul conduit realm cultivator at the early and mid-stages after a series of boosts from his artifacts and mystic arts, but when it came to a soul conduit realm cultivator with a mastery over late-stage soul conduit realm level mystic techniques, the challenges he would face in battle would be tremendous. A single misstep would result in grievous injury, much like his past fight against Daoist Yuran. With his late-stage nascent soul realm cultivation, even after multiple augmentations from his various artifacts and techniques, the power he could display would only reach the late-stage soul conduit realm. Besides, there were limits to what his Darach armor was capable of. His stellar nascent soul was bound by even more rules, and his demonic Ayat had its own set of dangers. The price he had to pay for such boosts were considerable. There were ways for him to become even more powerful with his current level of cultivation. He could either unleash the power of his scabbard, or he could rely on the unique feature of his stellar nascent soul and find a planet that could provide him an endless and increasing source of power. The former was an impossible feat for him currently. As for the latter, there was no planet in sight. The current attack from the never-ending clan battleship was of a power that surpassed that of a late-stage soul conduit realm cultivator. Instead, it was the power of a perfected soul conduit realm cultivator and matched the power of a cultivator at the true spirit immortal realm. The extent of that power made Wang Baoli tremble. Every muscle and nerve in his body was screaming. They were telling Wang Baoli that he had to escape, that he had to run immediately. All of his senses were screaming danger at him. The alarm was like waves of danger rushing at him, a tsunami that threatened to pull him under. I would lose psychologically if I retreat. That would be the end of me. Madness colored Wang Baoli's eyes. He stared unblinkingly at the approaching gigantic black hand, a massive form that blocked a great part of space, and sent a quick voice transmission to Feng Churan, who was on her way to help him. Feng Churan paused in her tracks when she heard what he had to say. It was then that the gigantic black hand swooped at him with its overpowering aura and made a grab for him. Its aura rushed at him before the physical hand arrived. It seemed to contain the power to erode and burn everything away. Wang Baoli's robes withered away, and the Darach armor showed signs of dissolution. Wang Baoli stood his ground against the waves of spirit energy rushing at him. His eyes reddened as his hands came together in a flurry of hand seals then flung outwards at the approaching gigantic hand. Demonic eyes, explode! The howl that emerged from Wang Baoli was tinged with grim determination, madness, as well as brutality. Tens of thousands of black eyes filling the heavens behind him, alongside his own demonic eye, went from shut to open in an instant. The concrete gaze that shone from these thousands of eyes rippled across the cosmos, holding the approaching gigantic black hand in a momentary grip. Unfortunately, the levels of cultivation separating Wang Baoli and Daoist Yuran were too many. The gigantic black hand wrestled itself free from the Medusa-like gaze instantly and continued its approach. The collective attack was not without its effects. By the time that the gigantic hand had freed itself, the tens of thousands of black eyes behind Wang Baoli had disappeared and reappeared before him. They blew up simultaneously, the destruction transforming into a black hurricane that was the embodiment of destruction and evil. It howled and collided into the gigantic black hand. The thunderous howl that resonated in space seemed to overwhelm the cosmic laws themselves as its echoes traveled outward, farther into space. The demonic eyes smashed into the gigantic hand, exploded, and created shock waves that collided with the gigantic hand repeatedly. The gigantic black hand was flooded with repeated waves of spirit energy. It shuddered under the endless attacks, growing more indistinct with each blow. The waves of spirit energy that resulted from their collision smashed into the Dao Palace cultivators in the vicinity. Many had barely enjoyed a moment of delight at the black hand's appearance before they were swept away from the residual shock waves in the next instant, their bodies torn apart and their spirits crushed. Wang Baoli cared nothing for their deaths, however. His hands flew into a series of hand seals as he wielded the power of his Thirach armor and allowed it to fuel the flame snatch without stopping. He had observed the extraordinary power displayed by his demonic eyes. Regardless, there weren't enough of them. They continued to explode and flood the gigantic hand with the destructive force of their explosions. The gigantic hand's form gradually grew indistinct. Its size had shrunk. Regardless, its core remained. When the last of the demonic eyes finally disappeared, the gigantic black hand, now half its original size, continued its charge towards Wang Baoli, its palm outstretched. It was swift and exuded the murderous intent of Daoist Yuran. It approached and was about to make a grab for Wang Baoli. It was then that the madness in Wang Baoli's eyes brightened. His hair whipped in the stillness of space as Wang Baoli howled like a demonic god and unleashed the full power of the Thirach armor. An incredible, overwhelming force erupted from Wang Baoli's person, from his massive meridians and his Thirach armor, and from his divine armament arm, which was raised and sweeping towards the gigantic black hand in a violent slash. As the blade fell, the stellar nascent soul inside Wang Baoli's body opened its eyes. Starlight glittered within, and a star appeared to also be spinning inside the stellar nascent soul. It unleashed its full power, becoming a relentless engine that was giving its all to fuel Wang Baoli in this battle. The gigantic black hand and Wang Baoli clashed in a cacophony of thunderous booms. The black hand stilled, momentarily held back by Wang Baoli. Its 5 fingers continued to close in though, trapping Wang Baoli within its palm that abruptly tightened into a fist. It was an incomplete fist. Wang Baoli stood in the center like a stubborn rock. No matter how much force the gigantic hand exerted, it couldn't crush him. The slash from Wang Baoli's divine armament had landed true, the damage it created further weakening the gigantic hand. The latter's form gradually blurred, growing increasingly indistinct. Regardless, it would take some time before the divine armament could fully pierce through the palm. It seemed like a stalemate had been reached. Wang Baoli's red face said otherwise. The sensation of being grabbed by the gigantic hand had been akin to being slammed into by a speeding cruiser. His organs were spasming, and there was a loud buzzing in his ears that was drowning out everything else. The power that the gigantic hand was exerting on him seemed capable of crushing everything. His life wasn't going to be snuffed out like a flame. He was going to be crushed to bits and then buried alive. His Thirach armor was creaking under the gigantic hand's pressure. It seemed on the verge of giving out. The stores of blood and flesh that had been accumulated by the flame snatch were being channeled to the armor's continuous repair. Regardless, cracks continued to appear, lining the armor. His stellar nascent soul was trembling, as if forced to its limits. The fight wasn't going to boil down to strength or power, it was going to boil down to resilience. The person to outlast the other would emerge the winner. As the two continued their fight to the death, Feng Churan stood a distance away. Her face was pale, and anxiety shone brightly in her eyes. She didn't join the battle immediately but was instead biding her time and awaiting the right opportunity. She knew that if she were to join the fight now, whatever aid she could provide Wang Baoli against the gigantic Black Hand would be minimal. She knew what she had to do. If Wang Baoli won the fight, she would protect him as both of them escaped the battlefield. If he lost, she was to rescue him in the nick of time. That was the contingency plan that Wang Baoli had shared during his voice transmission. Moments trickled by. The gigantic Black Hand continued to tighten itself into a fist. It seemed to be gradually gaining the upper hand. Wang Baoli appeared to be losing the fight against the increasing pressure. The Virach armor began to creak loudly. The surrounding Dao Palace cultivators grew alert and tense, whereas Feng Churan was wrecked by anxiety. She could no longer wait by the sidelines. She was prepared to rush forward and help Wang Baoli. To hell with the consequences. Then, something that resembled the sound of the universe ripping itself apart came screaming from distant space. It materialized into countless waves of energy that rippled outward. In an instant, a vast fleet of Federation battleships appeared in the wake of the energy ripples. They had made use of the solar system array formation, teleporting through the abyss, leaping through space, and arriving at the battlefield. Layers of array formations flared up and gathered upon their landing. The light of spells swept outwards like a furious flood and rained down on the battlefield like a relentless storm. Alarm flashed across the Dao Palace cultivators' faces as they hurriedly evaded the attacks and mounted a hasty defense. A voice, augmented spiritually, boomed from within the Federation battleships and thundered across space. "Do not fear, Churan. I'm here to save you." More than 100 large spheres of light flared up inside the Federation battleships as soon as Li Xingwen's voice rang out. Inside each sphere of light was a strange crystalline stone that emanated incredible power. Another 10 spheres of red light flared into being, capturing the attention of everyone on the battlefield. These stones were the Federation's trump card, the anti-spirit bomb. The blue-colored bombs rivaled a nascent Soul Realm cultivator's power, while the red-colored bombs were a recent upgrade. Due to certain restrictions, the latter couldn't be manufactured on a large scale. Regardless, any of the second-generation anti-spirit bombs was more powerful than a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. Its power could match a Soul Conduit Realm cultivator. There were fewer of these second-generation anti-spirit bombs. Only those with the highest access rights could deploy them. Li Xingwen had brought nearly half of all existing second-generation bombs with him. He had seen the danger Wang Baoli had been in and deployed all of them without hesitation. The 100 spheres of light rushed towards the gigantic Black Hand instantly, approaching and blasting the latter with relentless force. The gigantic Black Hand was a force to be reckoned with. Regardless, it had been weakened earlier by Wang Baoli's demonic eyes and his subsequent attacks at full force. It was to the point where its materialized form was blurring and growing indistinct. Trapped in a corner, it was unable to avoid the anti-spirit bombs. It suffered a frontal assault from the 100 bombs. The blue-colored bombs were still manageable, but the combined explosion of the red-colored bombs managed to reach the hand's core. Feng Churan's eyes flashed as she spotted an opportunity to attack. She unleashed her artifacts and her mystic techniques relentlessly. The attacks from the outside helped ease the pressure on Wang Baoli. The tide gradually turned to his favor. Now! An exhausted Wang Baoli roared. The near-withered stellar nascent soul inside him suddenly opened its eyes. It released the last of its energy, which darted into Wang Baoli's divine armament. Wang Baoli was transformed into a shooting star, the divine armament the tip of his blade as he surged forward in a sudden charge. He rushed forward with the force of floodwater bursting a dam open. The gigantic Black Hand could no longer hold its form. It shuddered, then began to break apart. Wang Baoli's divine armament pierced clean through the back of the hand, resulting in the hand's explosion. Violent shock waves surged outwards with the force of a tsunami. Wang Baoli darted out from the disintegrating Black Hand, freed at last. Chapter 697, Drawing the Snake Out from its Hole. Chapter 697, Drawing the Snake Out from its Hole. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli could no longer hold back the full extent of his injuries. As soon as he broke free from the gigantic black hand, his injuries became fully exposed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. More blood began to trickle out from the gaps in his thoracic armor, which drifted into space and formed streams of blood. The thoracic armor could no longer maintain its form as well. It shattered and transformed into mutilated strands of meridians that retreated into Wang Baoli's body. Comment. He hadn't initiated the thoracic collapse, which meant that even though the armor was severely damaged, he could still restore it to full functionality by nourishing it with sufficient spirit chi. However, the terrible state it was in was a testament to the difficult battle Wang Baoli had just survived. Wang Baoli had just lost the protection of his thoracic armor. His vision began to blur after he had broken free. He was at the end of his rope and had expended all his energy. However, the threat hadn't been completely eliminated despite him having wrestled himself free. As soon as he had broken free of the collapsing gigantic black hand, a cloud of mist had materialized into a seal inside the disintegrating hand and flown out. It charged towards Wang Baoli, ready to imprint itself on the latter. It exuded the aura of all things dead and dying, the power to end all living creatures and erode away life itself. Should it reach Wang Baoli, with his current weakened state, there was no way he was going to survive the seal. Wang Baoli was in no position to evade the attack. His thoracic armor had vanished, and his demonic eye's form had grown blurry with weakness. It eventually transformed into a mark inked into Wang Baoli's forehead, like a third eye. The only hope Wang Baoli had against the approaching seal was his final words to Feng Churan over his voice transmission. If any accident had befallen Feng Churan over the course of his battle, he could only rely on his scabbard to unleash its power and save him from death. Feng Churan didn't disappoint Wang Baoli. She had been watching the battle closely. As soon as Wang Baoli had dashed out, she rushed towards him. She appeared next to him in an instant, grabbed him, and spun around. Then, her left hand formed a series of hand seals and raised into the air. Her soul conduit realm cultivation erupted. She risked backlash and injuring herself again as she pressed her left palm into the air, towards the approaching seal. Her face paled instantly. A white bottle materialized before her palm and collided with the seal. The bottle shattered amidst a thunderous boom. The black seal's approach was halted by its explosion. It finally lost the power to pursue Wang Baoli, giving Feng Churan sufficient time to escape. She turned and took Wang Baoli with her, transforming into an arc of rainbow that rushed away from the battlefield. With the coordinated aid provided by Li Xingwen and the Federation fleet, she finally approached and landed on one of the Federation battleships. Li Xingwen rushed over, anxiety clear on his face, as soon as they landed. He hadn't had time to take a look at Feng Churan, who was staggering and still suffering a backlash from her injuries. Instead, he took Wang Baoli from Feng Churan's arms. Staring at the pale-faced Wang Baoli, who was weakened to the point where he couldn't even open his eyes, and sensing the drained state he was in, like a candle on its last inch of wax, Li Xingwen's heart stuttered painfully. "You little rascal!" Grandmaster, a dazed Wang Baoli seemed to have heard Li Xingwen's voice, so he struggled to open his eyes. He saw Li Xingwen, then noticed Feng Churan, who was standing beside Li Xingwen. His eyes seemed to clear slightly, and a grin appeared on his face. "Your disciple did as he was told. I brought the Grand Matron back safely." He didn't finish speaking the words he wanted to say. Wang Baoli couldn't stay awake any longer. After seeing familiar faces from the Federation, his heart finally eased into long-awaited relief. His head tilted to one side as he passed out. Li Xingwen sighed secretly at the thought of Wang Baoli still trying to gain Feng Churan's favor when he was in such a terrible state. He lifted his head and looked at Feng Churan. Her face was pale. She seemed to feel the same sudden sense of relief. She spat out a mouthful of blood that she had been holding in, then sat down immediately. Unable to move any further, she began her healing process. Li Xingwen stared at Feng Churan and Wang Baoli, then lifted his head and looked at the stars beyond. He gazed at the Dao Palace fleet and the Dao Palace cultivators, clearly thrown off course and into chaos after the anti-spirit bombs had blown the gigantic Black Hand apart. He took a deep breath. They were too near Mercury. The mission objective was to rescue Wang Baoli and Feng Churan, and the objective had been achieved. There was no need to start another incident. He gritted his teeth and stopped himself from acting on impulse, which was crying for him to turn the battleship around and pursue the enemy. Instead, he barked out an order to retreat. As the fleet retreated, Li Xingwen sent orders for the deployment of another 100 anti-spirit bombs. They hovered in space, threatening to blow up at any second. The Dao Palace cultivators stared at those glowing spheres, their pupils contracting in alarm. Their hesitation intensified. Somewhere on Mercury, Daoisturan had fallen silent. Sending out the gigantic hand had consumed a great portion of his energy. Replicating the attack would affect the overall recovery of the Death Dao battleship. The anti-spirit bombs had left an impact as well. He narrowed his eyes. After assessing the situation, he clamped down on his murderous thoughts and didn't pursue the fleeing Federation fleet. The Federation fleet retreated slowly, making use of the vortexes conjured by the solar system array formation to leap through space. The battlefield descended into a deathly silence with their departure. A long while passed. Then, the Dao Palace fleet and their cultivators finally dispersed soundlessly. Having made a safe retreat, Li Xingwen immediately sent down orders for a defense array formation to be temporarily set up around Feng Churan, as she continued her healing. He also made arrangements for a trustworthy cultivator to guard her. He personally brought Wang Baoli to the secret chamber, where he made full use of the solar system array formation, and the Federation's vast resources to set up a conducive environment that would optimize Wang Baoli's recovery. Li Xingwen finally released a sigh of relief when he was assured that Wang Baoli had only passed out and wasn't in critical condition. He extended his spiritual senses and stood guard over the two injured cultivators. Time passed steadily. The Federation fleet traversed vast regions of space as it headed for Venus. Several hours into the journey, Wang Baoli's eyes finally fluttered open. A bone-deep exhaustion and multiple sharp pains all over his body made Wang Baoli grind his teeth. He struggled to sit, then panted heavily as he surveyed his surroundings. He was in a secret chamber and could sense rich spirit chi flooding the room. His memories of the recent battle returned to him. His spiritual senses extended outwards as he scanned the area without anyone's discovery. He saw everything that was going on in the battleship, including Feng Churan, who was deep in healing, and Li Xingwen, who was outside watching over them. Wang Baoli was finally able to release a true sigh of relief. It seems like I didn't die. I even managed to get back to the Federation safely. Wang Baoli rubbed his tummy, which had lost all former softness. As his heart eased into a sense of relief, he pulled out a bag of snacks from his storage bracelet without thinking and began munching loudly. He began to inspect his injuries. Seems quite serious. The damage to the thorax armor's quite significant too. Nothing to be worried about though. 10 bottles of spirit liquid, maybe 20 bottles. That should be enough for me to recover fully. Wang Baoli continued snacking. He didn't begin healing immediately. Instead, he did some calculations, then pulled out a bottle of ice spirit water and finished the entire bottle. After that, he narrowed his eyes and lifted his hand to touch the image of the black eye inked onto his forehead. Memories of the earlier battle, which had nearly got him killed, flashed across his mind. The power of the demonic eye art seems more terrifying than I imagined it to be. The combined force of 10,000 demonic eyes is enough to destroy half a gigantic black hand and halve its power. Wang Baoli didn't immediately extend his senses towards the imprint on his forehead. An imperceptible light flickered in his eyes. He placed his snacks to one side, then pulled out a bottle filled with spirit liquid from his storage bracelet. He placed it under his nose and took a deep sniff. The bottle shuddered. The spirit liquid inside the bottle transformed into a thick spirit mist instantly, entering Wang Baoli through his nose, mouth, eyes, and ears. The mist shook inside Wang Baoli's body, then expanded and filled his entire body. It began healing his injuries. The bottle was soon depleted. Wang Baoli pulled out a second, then a third bottle. 30 minutes later, more than 30 emptied bottles had accumulated next to Wang Baoli. It was then that he opened his eyes. They still showed signs of exhaustion, but the injuries that had lined his body had recovered fully. His thorax armor had also been restored to its full functionality after being nourished by the spirit liquid, its damaged parts repaired completely. The store of energy accumulated by the flame snatch had to be replenished by draining more blood and flesh though, as Wang Baoli didn't waste his spirit liquid on the flame snatch. Having accomplished the series of restorative actions, Wang Baoli took a deep breath and prepared to rest his eyes and mind. His tired spirit required rest. Based on his calculations, when he next woke up, the battleship should be just about to land on Venus. He hadn't seen Zhao Yameng or any other familiar faces on the battleship. However, when he had last scanned the battleship, he had caught snippets of information from casually chatting cultivators. That had given him a greater understanding of the current situation. He had also found out that Zhao Yameng and the others had returned to the Federation safely. They hadn't joined the current mission because they had been assigned other missions. They're going to find out that I've suddenly become so powerful. That's going to inspire some strong feelings of adoration. I have to think about how I'm going to present my humble, modest self. Brimming with anticipation, Wang Baoli's eyes slowly fluttered shut. Tension seemed to ease from his body. However, an icy light continued to dwell somewhere deep inside him. As soon as his eyes shut, the imprint of the demonic eye inked on his forehead suddenly shifted. It seemed to have suddenly come alive. The black eye seemed to possess its own mind. It opened. The consciousness dwelling within erupted instantly. Wang Baoli's current state appeared to be its best chance to seize control. Chapter 698, Who's the Devil? Chapter 698, Who's the Devil? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. It seems like another idiot to me. One that got hooked so easily. Wang Baoli's eyelids twitched. He opened his eyes, revealing an icy glimmer deep within. His lips twitched upwards into a cold smile. Wang Baoli had multiple ways to soothe his exhausted mind. He was, after all, a master of dharmic armaments. Refining dharmic armaments required great mental strength and focus. He might not be able to fully utilize the fruit he had obtained from the hyacinthus tree on the ancient sword, or his many other mystic techniques in battle, but using them to speed up the recovery of his mind and spirit outside battle was still something within his means. He hadn't done so earlier and had concentrated purely on healing his physical body, because he had wanted to test the consciousness that he had discovered hidden within the demonic eye art. He hadn't had time to examine it earlier during the chaos of battle and their escape. That didn't mean that he didn't care. He had been keeping a close eye on it all along. That was why he had left the healing of his exhausted mind to last and why he had pretended to relax. He wanted to know if this consciousness would show any signs of movement or change. Upon sensing its sudden eruption, Wang Baoli pulled out the dried hyacinthus tree fruit with a wave of his hand, as well as a few pills that he swallowed immediately. With his other hand, he formed a series of hand seals and initiated a few tricks he remembered. They helped soothe his mental exhaustion and stabilize his mind, transforming it into a mental stronghold. Then, with bright, curious eyes, he extended his senses deep into himself, towards the frenzied consciousness of the demonic eye art that was unleashing mad spikes of power. The mode of its appearance seems to indicate that it's a spiritual companion of sorts. It didn't surface during my fight with the gigantic black hand. That means this consciousness possesses a certain degree of intelligence. It knew that if I were endangered due to its sudden interference, it would also face the risk of destruction. But a simple bait managed to lure it out. It seems like it's not that smart, after all. Maybe it relies on pure instinct? Wang Baoli muttered to himself. The look in his eyes sharpened, and a black, mist-like entity began to cloud the sharpness in his eyes, threatening to color his eyes fully black. Or maybe it only has one trick up its sleeve, which is to cloud my mind with bloodlust and a hunger for death during battle. Wang Baoli was slightly disappointed. He dissected the agitation that was rising within him currently, and the thoughts of murder that had started to surface in his mind. The sensation was akin to a drug addict suffering a relapse. If he didn't obey those instincts to kill, those impulses would consume him. Is that all it's got? What a waste of my efforts. Wang Baoli shook his head. Black mist clouded his eyes, giving him an almost supernatural appearance. But he was extremely clear-headed. His mind seemed separated from his body, his observations neutral and devoid of emotion. He observed for a while longer, realized that this consciousness that had risen from the demonic art had no other tricks up its sleeve, and then lost interest completely. He was about to silence it when this companion consciousness appeared to be dissatisfied with only spreading murderous thoughts in Wang Baoli's head. It began to reach for his nascent soul. That was a pleasant surprise for Wang Baoli. He paused in the middle of his hand seals and continued his observation. The companion consciousness was like thin black strands that gathered inside Wang Baoli's body, unaware that he was awake and watching. It crept further inward, like a serpent, as it headed for his nascent soul. So its target is the nascent soul? Or maybe after it extends to the nascent soul, it's going to infect or devour my spirit, which is housed inside the nascent soul. The look on Wang Baoli's face turned serious when he realized where the consciousness was headed. When a cultivator achieved the nascent soul realm, his spirit would transform into a divine soul that would then be housed within his nascent soul. Once he reached the soul conduit realm, the divine soul would transform into a god soul. The divine soul held incredible importance to a nascent soul realm cultivator and required the latter's careful protection. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed as he studied his nascent soul. Within hid his scabbard as well as the dark fire. The latter had formed when he had become a dark child and was proof that he was from the dark sect. Within the dark fire was his divine soul. Just to be safe, Wang Baoli quietly activated the dark art and released a sliver of dark energy through the dark fire housed inside his nascent soul. He intended to direct the dark energy towards the consciousness and test the latter's strength. It was but a mere wisp of dark energy. As soon as it appeared, the black strands of consciousness that had been trying to approach Wang Baoli's nascent soul shuddered violently. It was as if it had suddenly discovered the presence of a terrifying entity. It shook and cowered, appearing on the verge of disintegration. Wang Baoli received a fright. He hurriedly weakened the wisp of dark energy to 1/10 of its original power. That saved the demonic IART's consciousness from annihilation and gave it a fighting chance as it clashed with the dark energy. Wang Baoli released a breath of relief at the sight of the fight. He continued observing, at first curiously, then with an increasingly odd expression on his face. The fight between the two entities had grown intense. The consciousness seemed to have used its full force in order to hold its own against Wang Baoli's dark energy. Then, having realized the tenacity of its current host, it slowed down its encroachment of Wang Baoli's nascent soul, retreating rapidly and hiding. It even silenced its murderous desires. That's amazing. Wang Baoli coughed. There was no way he was going to admit that he was blowing things out of proportion. He started consoling himself as he muttered with a serious look on his face, "It seems to harbor some form of strong will, a kind of madness. It's as if it were emperor of this heaven and earth. It possesses a degree of intelligence and resembles a virus, or at least, a kind of possession that's been recorded in the Tao Palace archives." Wang Baoli thought long and hard about what he had just seen. It was the embodiment of the devil. Wang Baoli found the term extremely appropriate. What a terrifying devil. To think that it's able to stand its ground against a tiny sliver of my dark energy, one that's been weakened 10 times, and hold its own. Not a simple feat at all. Wang Baoli rubbed his chin. He gazed inward, at his nascent soul, and tried to put himself in the shoes of this terrifying devil. He considered how difficult it must be to infect his soul. If I were that devil, I'd have to first defend myself against the power of the dark art. I'd start from 1/1000th of its full power, then gradually advance to being able to hold my own against the full power of the dark art. Then, I'd be able to approach the nascent soul. I'd be able to see a stellar nascent soul, which is unique and completely different from all other nascent souls. At that point, I'd have to work very hard to become more powerful, trying again and again to infiltrate the stellar nascent soul. If I was unlucky, I might cross paths with a strange scabbard. Then, that would likely be the end of me. Of course, maybe luck would be on my side. I'd manage to avoid the scabbard and enter the nascent soul. I could relax then and ready myself for a sumptuous meal. When I'm just about to possess and infect the soul, I would see a ball of fire. The dark fire. The spirit energy that it exudes is the exact same as the creature that I'd first encountered while outside the nascent soul. Then, I'd have to work very, very hard, grit my teeth, and fight the dark fire. When I finally see the host soul, I would realize that it possesses the unique traits of a dark child and power many times stronger than that of a dark fire. So, I'd have to work like mad. If luck was on my side, I'd overcome the dark child. Finally, just as I think I could finally possess and infect the host's soul, I would discover, my God, a devouring seed lurking in a corner, watching and waiting greedily for its turn. Wang Baoli coughed again at that thought. He decided he should stop trying to pretend to be the devil. He turned his thoughts towards the origin of this entity. There's something very strange about this. I don't doubt the power of the demonic eye art. It's an extremely evil mystic art. So why isn't this devil as strong? Wang Baoli fell into a contemplative silence. After a long while, he finally arrived at two possible conclusions. The first possibility was that the cultivation technique and the consciousness might seem to be one and the same, but they were, in fact, completely separate entities. The second possibility was that his very presence was many times more evil and more perverse than the demonic eye art. The second possibility is out of the question. Wang Baoli tapped his nose lightly. He extended his senses and felt for the devil hidden inside the demonic eye art. He thought for a bit and decided not to destroy it immediately. Instead, a wild idea popped into his head. Should I rear another devil for kicks? Wang Baoli itched with temptation at that thought. It was then that he realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. What did I forget? Wang Baoli muttered to himself and wondered. His eyes widened suddenly. The donkey! Wang Baoli smacked his forehead. He hurriedly pulled open his storage bracelet and rummaged inside. He finally found the donkey he had forgotten. It was skin and bones and barely breathing. The donkey kicked its four feeble legs subconsciously after being pulled out of storage. It had been starved to the point where even breathing was becoming a chore. It remained in a daze for some time. Then, tears started to stream from its half-opened eyes, which glimmered with an intense, almost unbearable resentment. Son. Chapter 699, We Will Get Even. Chapter 699, We Will Get Even. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The solar system array formation was activated once the battleship carrying Wang Baoli and Feng Churan entered the Venusian outer atmosphere. A series of checks confirmed that neither of them hid never-ending clan parasites. Li Xingwen conducted his own special inspection as well, verifying that they were indeed not under an external force's control. Their battleship was finally allowed entrance and landed at the Venusian aerial port. The entire aerial port was placed under martial law. The interior of the port was placed under lockdown, and the defenses around the port were ironclad. Masses of cultivators stood guard, alert and curious. They were commandeered by Duan Muke himself. Countless eyes stared as the battleship slowly landed. The doors of the battleship swung open. All eyes turned towards the open doors, and a low voice thundered in the air. Salute! Every cultivator and staff member on the ground, including the various leaders of the respective political entities, raised their right hand and performed the Federation military salute. Duan Muke was one of them. The salute was directed at Wang Baoli. They had all heard the reports from Zhao Yameng and Sect Lord Shu. Wang Baoli himself had personally escorted Feng Churan back to the Federation. The contributions he had made to the Federation were beyond parallel. The reports had revealed how Wang Baoli had risked his life to send Zhao Yameng and the others to safety. That had been how the Federation was alerted to the incoming danger. Wang Baoli's subsequent return with Feng Churan had been a boost of confidence to the currently disadvantaged Federation. When the Federation's 100 seedling plan had first been initiated, Duan Muke had advertised Wang Baoli's name as well. Wang Baoli's reputation and his contributions to the Federation had been made known to the entire Federation. Even Duan Muke had no idea what position he was to award Wang Baoli now. Regardless, this was a salute that Wang Baoli clearly deserved. However, just as everyone stood at attention and extended their salute, ready to receive the new arrivals, an excited bray pierced the air and echoed in the port. The sight that greeted everyone when the battleship doors opened made their eyes widen. The expression on their faces was that of surprise, and Duan Muke was clearly startled. The first people to step out of the battleship were Li Xingwen and the giant tree. Their appearances were ordinary and hardly noteworthy. However, there was a slightly embarrassed look on both their faces. Wang Baoli followed behind. He also seemed normal. He was no longer exhausted, was dressed in proper attire, and was no longer chubby looking but had become slim. Even his aura had changed. It was drastically different from when he had left the Federation. It was all due to the advancement of his cultivation, his attainment of the stellar nascent soul, and his years of hardship. He had shed all residue of immaturity. The changed and matured him should have been an opportunity to leave a good impression on everyone. His new self should have inspired respect and admiration. It would have, if not for the donkey sitting on his shoulders. It was a small black donkey. Its hind legs were hanging over both sides of Wang Baoli's neck, while its front legs were pressed onto Wang Baoli's head. It was skin and bones. However, the braying it let out was filled with life and clear as day. Humans riding donkeys was a common sight, but a donkey riding a human was certainly out of the ordinary. The bizarreness of the situation was compounded by the bag of snacks in Wang Baoli's hand and how he kept raising his arm up to feed the donkey. The expression on everyone's faces turned odd at the sight. Wang Baoli wasn't immune to embarrassment, but there was nothing he could do. The donkey hadn't been willing to return inside the storage space after being let out. It had cried tragically, shivered like a leaf, and even stuck its tongue out to make a show of its willingness to just kill itself right there and then. The sight had sent guilt spiking through Wang Baoli. A moment's weakness had led to their current situation. The snacks had been something Wang Baoli had started feeding the donkey after seeing its starved state. The donkey had started exploiting his guilt-driven generosity then. It would threaten to bite its tongue and kill itself if Wang Baoli stopped feeding it. That was how they had ended up walking out like that. An embarrassed Wang Baoli swept his eyes across the crowd outside the battleship, as well as the strange looks on their faces. He sighed secretly, then stopped in his tracks. With a solemn look on his face, he shouted, "My fellow Taoists, you must be wondering why I have a donkey on my back as I appear before you. That is because, in my eyes, this is not any mere animal. This is my comrade, my ally. He saved me repeatedly in times of danger. He even chose to forsake food and water in order to search for food and medicine for me while I was unconscious, to the point where he almost starved himself to death. I, Wang Baoli, value friendship and loyalty above all else. Carrying him on my back is nothing. In fact, I won't hesitate to cut my own flesh to feed him. It's because when I first began my journey of cultivation, my grandmaster at the Ethereal Tao College taught me, us cultivators of the Federation will always return a favor." Wang Baoli's voice grew increasingly louder. The crowd was clearly moved as he came to the end of his speech. The skin and bones state the donkey was in was the strongest proof. There must be a reason why any animal or human would choose to starve itself to such an extent. In such a day and age, trying to starve to die was a considerable feat. The reason it had tried to do so must be because of what Wang Baoli had just said. It had chosen to sacrifice itself in order to save its master. Not everyone believed Wang Baoli, but a great many accepted his words for truth. When they looked at the donkey, it was with great respect. The donkey, naturally intelligent, sensed the sudden shift in their attitude and the look in their eyes. It froze at first, then blinked. It was about to grin when Wang Baoli suddenly coughed softly. It was so soft only the donkey heard him. The expression on the donkey's face immediately turned solemn. It looked as if it had just sworn to die by its master's side. Wang Baoli was pleased at how quickly the donkey reacted. His speech not only resolved the embarrassing moment he had been caught in, but it also seemed to have left a positive effect as well. He brimmed with self-satisfaction. His tact and awareness seemed to have improved considerably once again. Then, he spoke again with great solemnity. "Then, when I graduated from the Ethereal Tao College, our president, Duan Muk, taught me another thing, and that is, we must always get even. The never-ending clan has invaded the Federation's turf. This wrong must be avenged. The Tao Palace cultivators have willingly chosen to follow the orders of the never-ending clan. As elders of the Tao Palace, Senior Turan and I will cleanse the sect of its evilders. But everything boils down to what President Duan Muk has taught me. We, the cultivators of the Federation, must never forget. We will get even." Wang Baoli used all of his strength to shout out the last words. With his cultivation, his final roar gained the force of a hurricane, sweeping through the aerial port. His words were like lightning bolts, striking deep into the hearts of the crowd, stirring emotions to life. Many of them began to shout as well. "We will get even." The Federation cultivators' morale surged as Wang Baoli worked the crowd. They gathered closer to one another, a united force that emanated an intense fighting spirit that made one tremble with excitement. The upper echelons of the Federation, from the respective political entities, were equally stirred. They began to cheer loudly as well. Duan Muke, Li Xingwen, and others more familiar with Wang Baoli knew his habit of spewing nonsense. Regardless, their eyes were bright with an intense light. Duan Muke, especially, was seized by a sudden thought. If Wang Baoli were to become the Federation president, despite not knowing how he would perform in other areas, it was clear that at least when it came to motivating the people, he was doing much, much better than Duan Muke was. He was clearly suited for this role. Feng Churan, who had followed Wang Baoli out of the battleship, was equally moved. Her injuries hadn't fully recovered, and her face was still slightly pale. However, upon hearing the roars rising all around her and feeling the Federation's fighting spirit, she took a deep breath and shut her eyes. The faces of Dao Palace cultivators she had to fight her way through, flashed across her eyes. When her eyes opened again, they were clear of mixed emotions and divided loyalties. Instead, a bright, resolute light shone in them. At the end of Wang Baoli's speech, she stepped forward and stood next to him. Then, she turned towards the crowd, cupped her fists, and bowed deeply. Grand Elder Baoli is right. The Dao Palace is in need of cleansing. The Dao Palace's betrayal has caused great injury to fellow Daoists in the Federation. I can extend 10,000 apologies, but it wouldn't be enough. I can only offer my full aid and my life, to fight the war with my fellow Federation Daoists. Wang Baoli's and Feng Churan's words resonated with the crowd, inspiring and exciting them. Their bold declarations gave the people a greater determination to fight. Let us salute Wang Baoli and Senior Churan. Duan Muke shouted, his bright voice steady and resolute. Everyone bowed once again. Their fighting spirit, united, flooded the port once again. The welcome party reached an emotional climax at that point. Wang Baoli and Feng Churan descended from the battleship, then followed Li Xingwen, Duan Muke, and the other upper echelons of the Federation into the military base. Duan Muke represented the Federation as he and the other upper echelons of the Federation spoke to Feng Churan in detail, and gathered more information regarding the current situation. Feng Churan was then placed in a secret chamber in the base where she could continue healing. The donkey was led away as well. Wang Baoli was left standing in the main pavilion. Only he, Duan Muke, and Li Xingwen remained after everyone else left. Duan Muke had a serious expression on his face. After some thought, he suddenly spoke. Wang Baoli, if the Federation wins this war, you will be made the next Federation president. Chapter 700, The Federation's Top Secret. Chapter 700, The Federation's Top Secret. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Upon hearing Duan Muke's declaration, Wang Baoli, who had just reached into his storage bracelet for another bag of snacks and started munching again, shook. He almost choked on his chips. His eyes widened, and he could hear buzzing in his ears. Fortunately, his throat was thicker than most. He took a huge gulp and forced the chips down, then swiftly set his bag of snacks aside. His breathing quickened as he stared at Duan Muke. He blurted out a question hastily. You mean it? In principle, Wang Baoli's current strength and cultivation had made his becoming the Federation president a moot point, but this was his goal in life, a dream that he had pursued since childhood. It was his personal mission. He had entered the ethereal Dao College largely because of his dream to become the Federation president. Besides, he had sent back so many sets of cultivation techniques when he had been on the ancient sword. Based on his calculations, that should have been enough for his promotion to Federation president. However, since he had returned and gained a greater understanding of the current dilemma the Federation was in, he had realized the gravity of changing a president during wartime. He knew that something was amiss. He also knew Duan Muke's character. He would face great challenges if he were to force the man to retire and give up his presidency. It would be difficult even if he were the strongest cultivator in the Federation. There were too many complications involved in taking over the office. This was his home. Besides, Duanmuke and the rest had always treated him well. There was no way he was going to force his way into office. That was why he hadn't asked about the rewards he would be receiving. He had observed the discussion Feng Churan had with Duanmuke and the others and realized the situation with the Dao Palace. He planned to ask Li Xingwen in a roundabout way instead. He wanted to know if he could maybe get a promotion to the next noble's rank. It would be best if he could be declared the next candidate in waiting for the presidency. However, if that were impossible, he would be satisfied with a promotion to secondary rank 1 noble. He hadn't expected Duanmuke to initiate the succession himself. His excitement peaked at that moment, especially when he saw Duanmuke nod after he asked him to repeat himself. Excitement and glee flooded his brain, causing him to feel slightly faint. His breathing quickened, and he smacked his chest hard, his eyes red. The Federation is going to win this war. The Never-Ending Clan and the Dao Palace are going to lose. I'll kill whoever stops me from becoming the Federation president. Duanmuke watched the intense emotions playing on Wang Baoli's face. He had no idea whether he should laugh or weep. Li Xingwen smiled. He wasn't surprised by Duanmuke's declaration. If not for Wang Baoli's young age, he could have become the president right away. He knew Duanmuke's character. His successor had a strategist's mind. He had ambition and vision. He also had his own pride. Their failure at Mercury had dealt a heavy blow to Duanmuke. Others might not have realized it, but Li Xingwen knew how serious an impact it had on him. On the other hand, Duanmuke knew his responsibilities as well. He wasn't going to let Wang Baoli be the president who would witness the civilization's end. He was going to be the one to shoulder the burden of their loss. If they won, however, he was going to be there, fighting with all that he had to prove his worth with their victory. He wanted the future generations to know his contributions to the Federation. He wanted Wang Baoli to begin his presidency with a fresh new era. Baoli, your mission will no longer be to fight. You're going to have to ensure that you and many others with equally important missions stay safe and survive. Li Xingwen took a deep breath, then gave Wang Baoli a meaningful look. Wang Baoli shuddered when he heard that. He shoved down the rising excitement and cleared his mind. It took him less than a second to understand Duanmuke's choice, as well as the meaning hidden behind Li Xingwen's words. If they won, Wang Baoli would be the future president. If they lost, he would have to shoulder the burdens of protecting their civilization and ensuring its survival. How much longer can the Venusian line of defense last? An unfathomable light appeared in Wang Baoli's eyes after a long bout of silence. He stopped worrying about his future presidency and finally asked solemnly. If nothing unexpected happens, it will collapse completely the next time the Never-Ending Clan launches a full frontal attack, Duanmuke replied hoarsely. He finally admitted to the inevitable end that he hadn't wished to accept but couldn't deny. The Federation made preparations many years ago for war with the Dao Palace. The plan had been to make use of the solar system array formation and the 3 lines of defenses on Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. With the additional Never-Ending Clan forces and their terrifying battleship, we aren't their match, even after we include you and Feng Churan. Li Xingwen sighed. He smiled wryly as he spoke. The fall of Mercury was my fault. Duanmuke said solemnly. Duanmu, you don't have to blame yourself for that. Even if we were to blow up Mercury, the war would still continue. It would only have given us more time that still wouldn't be enough for us to prepare for a complete war. We would still have ended up here. Li Xingwen shook his head, then turned towards Wang Baoli. Baoli, Earth is the origin and the core of our civilization. The objective of this battle is to ensure that the solar system array formation, which was set up to protect Earth, does not get destroyed. As long as the array formation survives, the Federation will have the power to defend itself. Our civilization will have hope of survival. Mars and Venus are the 2 key points supporting the solar system array formation. As long as either of these planets remains, the array formation will stand indefinitely. Destroying just one of them will not affect the array formation, Li Xingwen said. At that juncture, Wang Baoli frowned and interrupted him. Grandmaster, President Duanmu, I have 2 questions. First question. The 2 key planets are located on either side of Earth, and their coordinates are completely different. Why did the never-ending clan decide to destroy Venus first, then make their way around Earth to destroy Mars? Are they unable to break through the array formation and head for Earth instead? Second question. Is the solar system array formation really that powerful? Is it truly capable of protecting our civilization? Wang Baoli looked at Li Xingwen and Duan Muke after having asked his questions. The 2 exchanged looks under Wang Baoli's gaze. Then, after a bout of silence, Duan Muke suddenly formed a series of hand seals with his right hand. A defensive barrier rose around them, shielding them from eavesdroppers. Li Xingwen pulled out a wooden figurine, placed it on one side, and activated it. The defensive barrier strengthened visibly. Wang Baoli's eyes flashed brightly as he observed them. He formed a series of hand seals as well, even drawing on the power of the Dharach armor and his stellar nascent soul. The latter pulled on the power of Venus, further reinforcing the defensive barrier around them. Layers of protection ensured that no eavesdropper would be able to listen in on their conversation. A serious look fell on both Li Xingwen and Duan Muke's faces. They stared at each other again. Finally, Li Xingwen sighed and whispered, Baoli, what I'm about to tell you next is something that only I, Duan Muke, and Master Zhao Pinfang know. You'll be the 4th person in the Federation to know this secret. This is the most confidential secret in the Federation. In principle, only the President should have access to this information. Zhao Pinfang is exceptionally gifted in the study of spirit science, which was why Duan Muke and I agreed to share this information with him. That is why, you must not share this secret with anyone else. Unless, the Federation loses this war. If that happens, the confidentiality of this secret will be made void. You can decide then if you wish to tell anyone else. The expression on Wang Baoli's face turned solemn when he heard that. His heart began to race slightly. He could sense the solemnity in both Li Xingwen and Duan Muke. He knew that the secret that Li Xingwen was about to share was likely going to be something very important. It was likely going to be world-shattering. Yes, Master. Wang Baoli cupped his fists and swore. Li Xingwen stared at Wang Baoli for a long time in silence. He seemed to be lost in memories, or perhaps he was trying to find the words to express himself. Some time passed before he spoke again, softly. The spirit energy that is supporting the solar system array formation comes from the Federation citizens practicing the chi fostering art. We have 10 billion citizens, and almost all of them practice the chi fostering art. The spirit chi that they produce during their cultivation fuels the solar system array formation. This is supposed to be a secret, but there are many who know of it. However, there are only 3 of us who know the core foundation that the solar system array formation is built on. Its foundation is a talisman of mysterious origin. Wang Baoli's eyes widened when he heard what Li Xingwen said. A talisman? More than 1,000 years ago, before the arrival of the Spirit Inception era, a talisman was discovered in an ancient ruin in the southeastern region of Earth. It had been an object of worship. No one knew what it was, and the conditions were unsuitable for excavation. Despite numerous guesses and a great deal of research, no conclusive findings were reached. The talisman was eventually categorized as an ordinary historical artifact and archived. Then came the Spirit Inception era. Spirit Chi, brought forth by shards from the ancient sword, transformed civilization on Earth. I was the first person to reach the Foundation establishment realm in the Federation. That very day, the talisman suddenly appeared before me. I did extensive research before I could conclude that it had been unearthed more than 1,000 years ago. The talisman possesses incredible power. What is most extraordinary about it is that it appears to be invisible to those who are not from Earth. They can't see it or sense it. It is almost imperceptible to them. I tested it with a divine armament and witnessed the divine armament shudder in the presence of the talisman, as if in extreme awe. After a great deal of research, I believed there was a 60% chance of this talisman being a map of an array formation. I called for the Federation to build the solar system array formation. However, nobody knew that the core of the entire solar system array formation was built on this talisman. It acted like an amplifier. However, without sufficient resources, it couldn't expand its reach. We have to use Venus and Mars as keystones to increase the reach of the talisman's power. Extraterrestrial species that are alien to Earth will face increasing difficulty as they try to approach Earth. The closer they get, the harder their advance will be. When I retired from office, I shared this secret with Du and Nuke. A rule was set up. Only Federation presidents are privy to this information, while the public will believe that the divine armament is what is keeping the Federation safe. In reality, what is protecting us is this talisman. The world believes that Master Zhao Pinfang conjured the anti-spirit bomb out of nothing. The truth is, he gained enlightenment after studying the talisman and its changing contents. That was how he came to invent the anti-spirit bomb. I wasn't worried about you and Phone Turan arriving on Venus. The reason being, because I could borrow the mysterious powers of the talisman through the solar system array formation, and verify if you had parasites hidden inside your body, or detect if any extraterrestrial beings had seized control of your mind. That is the truth behind the solar system array formation. That is why I am certain that the never-ending clan will head for Mars after they've destroyed Venus. There is no other way for them to land on Earth. The words spilling from Li Xingwen's lips were like bolts of lightning that were striking at Wang Baoli's senses. His eyes widened as he listened to Li Xingwen, and his breathing quickened. This was beyond his wildest imagination. There was no way he could have guessed this, that such a secret existed on Earth.